Section 0 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 4, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. Preface. The volume which we have now the honor of introducing embraces a new and important era in the annals of this country. It opens with the eventful history of the heiress of the Plantagenet kings, Elizabeth of York. This princess, as the consort of Henry VII, commences the modern series of the Queens of England, and forms the connecting link between the regal lines of Plantagenet and Tudor. Elizabeth of York occupies a different position from any other queen consort of England. According to the legitimate order of succession, she was the rightful sovereign of the realm, and, though she condescended to accept the crown matrimonial, she might have contested the regal garland. She chose the nobler distinction of giving peace to her bleeding country, by tacitly investing her victorious champion with her rights, and blending the rival roses of York and Lancaster in her bridal wreath. It was thus that Henry VII, unimpeded by conjugal rivalry, was enabled to work out his enlightened plans, by breaking down the barriers with which the pride and power of the aristocracy had closed the avenues to preferment against the unprivileged classes. The people, tired of the evils of an oligarchy, looked to the sovereign for protection, and the first stone in the altar of civil and religious liberty was planted on the ruins of feudality. The effects of the new system were so rapid that in the succeeding reign we behold, to use the forcible language of a popular French writer, two of Henry VIII's most powerful ministers of state, Wolsey and Cromwell, emanating, the one from the butcher's shambles, the other from the blacksmith's forge. Extremes are, however, dangerous, and the despotism which these and other of Henry VIII's parvenu statesmen contrived to establish was, while it lasted, more cruel and oppressive than the tyranny and exclusiveness of the feudal magnates, but it had only an ephemeral existence. The art of printing had become general, and the spirit of freedom was progressing on the wings of knowledge through the land. The emancipation of England from the papal domination followed so immediately that it appears futile to attribute that mighty change to any other cause. The stormy passions of Henry VIII, the charms and genius of Anne Boleyn, the virtues and eloquence of Catherine Parr, all had, to a certain degree, an effect in hastening the crisis. But the Reformation was cradled in the printing press, and established by no other instrument. In detailing the successive historic tragedies of the queens of Henry VIII, we enter upon perilous ground. The lapse of 3 centuries has done so little to calm the excited feelings caused by the theological disputes with which their names are blended, that it is scarcely possible to state facts impartially, without displeasing those readers whose opinions have been biased by party writers. It is to be lamented that the pen of the historian has too often been taken up rather for the purpose of establishing a system than to set forth the truth. Hence it is that evidences have been suppressed or shamefully garbled, and more logic wasted in working out mere matters of opinion than is commonly employed by barristers in making the best of a client's brief or in mystifying a jury. To such a height have some prejudices been carried, that it has been regarded as a species of heresy to record the evil as well as the good of persons who are usually made subjects of popular panegyric, and authors have actually feared in some cases to reveal the base metal which has been hidden beneath a meretricious gilding, lest they should provoke a host of assailants. It was not thus that the historians of Holy Writ performed their office. The sins of David and of Solomon are recorded by them with stern fidelity and merited censure, for with the sacred annalists there is no compromise between truth and expediency. Expediency, perish the word, if guilt have to be covered and moral justice sacrificed to such considerations. It is not always possible, in general history, to diverge into personal details, But in historical biography, it becomes the author's duty to enter within the veil, and, without reservation or one-sided views, to bring forward everything that tends to display character in its true light. The records of the Tudor queens are replete with circumstances of powerful interest, and rich in the picturesque costume of an age of pageantry and romance. Yet, of some of these ladies, so little beyond the general outline is known, that the lives of Jane Seymour, Anne of Cleves, and Catherine Howard are now, for the first time, offered to the public. In this portion of the work, due care has been taken to present facts in such a form as to render the memoirs of all the queens of Henry VIII available for the perusal of other ladies. Henry VIII was married 6 times and divorced thrice. 4 out of his 6 queens were private English gentlewomen, and claimed no higher rank than the daughters of knights. Of these, Anne Boleyn and Catherine Howard were cousins german. Both were married by Henry during the life of a previously wedded consort of royal birth, and were alike doomed to perish on a scaffold as soon as the ephemeral passion of the sovereign, which led to their fatal elevation to a throne, had subsided. We know of no tale of romance that offers circumstances of tragic interest like those which are to be traced in the lives of these unhappy ladies. Unencumbered by public history, or details likely to interrupt the chronological order and continuous interest of the narrative, we now place the mother and the queens of Henry VIII before our readers. Such as they were in life, we have endeavored to show them, whether in good or ill. Their sayings, their doings, their manners, their dress, and such of their letters as have been preserved from the injuries of time and the outrages of ignorance, will be found faithfully chronicled, as far as our limits would permit. We have also given the autographs of Elizabeth of York and of 5 of Henry VIII's queens. Of Catherine Howard, no signature can be found. Our authorities for the modern series of queens are, undoubtedly, of a more copious and important nature than those from which the records of the consorts of our Anglo-Norman and Plantagenet sovereigns have been drawn. We miss, indeed, the illuminated pages, and the no less picturesque details of the historians of the age of chivalry, rich in their quaint simplicity, for the last of the monastic chroniclers, John Rue of Warwick, closed his labors with the blood-stained annals of the last of the Plantagenet kings. A new school of history commences with Sir Thomas More's eloquent and classic life of Richard III, and we revel in the gorgeous descriptions of Hall and Holinshed, the characteristic anecdotes of the faithful Cavendish, and the circumstantial narratives of Stowe and Speed, and other annalists of less distinguished names. It is, however, from the acts of the Privy Council, the parliamentary journals, and the unpublished regal records and manuscripts in the State Paper Office, as well as from the treasures preserved in the Bibliothèque du Roi at Paris, and the private manuscript collections of historical families and gentlemen of antiquarian research, that our most important facts are gathered. Every person who has referred to original documents is aware that it is a work of time and of patience to read the manuscripts of the Tudor era. Those in the State Paper Office and the Cottonian Library have suffered much from accidents and from the injuries of time. Water, and even fire, have partially passed over some. In others, the mildew has swept whole sentences from the page, leaving historical mysteries in provoking obscurity, and occasionally baffling the attempts of the most persevering antiquary to raise the shadowy curtain of the past. It is a national disgrace, most deeply to be lamented, that so many of the muniments of our history, more especially those connected with the personal expenditure of royalty, should have perished among the ill-treated records of the Exchequer. It has been reported, whether in jest or sober sadness, we cannot say, that some tons of those precious parchments were converted into isinglass. If so, it is possible that the wardrobe accounts of Jane Seymour, Anne of Cleves, Catherine Howard, and Catherine Parr, for which diligent search has been instituted in vain, may have feasted the metropolis in the form of jellies and blancmange, instead of enriching the memoirs of those queens. Seriously speaking, the destruction of records is the more to be deplored, because the leaven of party spirit so frequently diffuses itself over the pages of history, that a clear judgment can be formed on disputed points only by reference to the original documents. And here we have to express our grateful acknowledgments to the Marquess of Normanby for his courtesy in granting us access to the State Paper Office. Unless this privilege had been accorded, it would have been impossible to give authentic biographies of some of the queens of Henry VIII and the Tudor queens regnant. The kindness of that learned baronet, Sir Thomas Phillips, and the liberality with which he has allowed us to transcribe from his original manuscripts, and afforded his aid in the task, cannot be too fully appreciated. We are obliged to Sir Cuthbert Sharp for many precious extracts from his foreign collections, and to the Rev. George C. Tomlinson for several curious unpublished manuscripts connected with the queens of England. An increased debt of gratitude is due to Henry Howard, Esquire, of Corby Castle, and most especially to his accomplished son, Philip H. Howard, Esquire, M.P., for the friendly assistance rendered to this work in a variety of ways. Many thanks are offered to those amiable ladies, the Countess of Stradbroke and Caroline, Lady Suffield, for their great kindness in the loan of several valuable works of reference. Also to the Earl of Stradbroke for the assistance derived from his library at Henham Hall. The courteous attention of J. Glover, Esquire, Her Majesty's librarian, in granting us access to the royal collections in the library at Windsor Castle, claims our grateful thanks and remembrance, which are also due to Frederick Devon, Esquire, for his friendly assistance in facilitating our researches among the regal records in the chapter house at Westminster, and to Spencer Hall, Esquire, the librarian at the Athenaeum. We beg to repeat our acknowledgments to Sir Harris Nicholas, and to the other learned friends named in our preceding volumes. The very gratifying manner in which the volumes containing the first series of the Lives of the Queens of England have been distinguished, both by the critical press and the public, affords our best encouragement for the introduction of the more important succession of the Tudor and Stuart queens. These princesses, approximating nearer to our own times, are more identified with the sympathies of the generality of our readers than their majestic predecessors, the Anglo-Norman and Plantagenet queens. The 6 consorts of Henry VIII are peculiarly interesting, from being interwoven with the events of the Reformation, and their lives form altogether the most remarkable chain of biographies that has yet appeared in the annals of female royalty. End of the preface. Section 1 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 4, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Elizabeth of York, Chapter 1, Part 1. The birth of Elizabeth of York was far from reconciling the fierce baronage of England to the clandestine marriage of their young sovereign, Edward IV, with her mother, a marriage which shook his throne to the foundation. The prospect of female heirs to the royal line gave no satisfaction to a population requiring from an English monarch not only the talents of the statist, but the abilities of the military leader, not only the wisdom of the legislator, but the personal prowess of the gladiatorial champion. After 3 princesses, the eldest of whom was our Elizabeth, had been successively produced by the Queen of Edward IV, popular discontent against the House of York reached its climax. The Princess Elizabeth was born at the Palace of Westminster, February 11th, 1466. She was baptized at Westminster Abbey, with as much pomp as if she had been the heir apparent of England. Indeed, the attention Edward IV bestowed upon her in her infancy was extraordinary. He was actuated by a strong presentiment that this beautiful and gracious child would ultimately prove the representative of his line. The infant princess, at a very tender age, took her place in precedence, clothed in deep mourning, when the corpse of her grandfather, Richard, Duke of York, with that of his son, Edmund, Earl of Rutland, were reinterred at the church of Fotheringay. The bodies were exhumed from their ignoble burial at Pontefract, and conveyed into Northamptonshire with regal state. Richard, Duke of Gloucester, a youth of 14, followed them as chief mourner. Edward IV., his queen, and their two infant daughters, Elizabeth and Mary, met the hearses in Fotheringay churchyard, and attended the solemn rites of reinterment, clad in black weeds. The next day the king, the queen, and the royal infants offered at requiem. Margaret, Countess of Richmond, offered with them. Thus early in life was our Elizabeth connected with this illustrious lady, whose after destiny was so closely interwoven with her own. There are some indications faintly defined that Margaret of Richmond had the charge of the young Elizabeth, since her name is mentioned immediately after hers as present and assisting at York's requiem. But wherefore should the heiress of the line of Somerset offer at the obsequies of the Duke of York, the mortal enemy of her house, without some imperious court etiquette demanded her presence? Some years passed before the important position of Elizabeth as heiress of the realm was altered by the birth of brothers. Her father settled on her for life the manor of Great Linford in Buckinghamshire. He likewise authorized his exchequer to pay his queen £400 yearly, in liquidation of her expenses incurred for her daughters, Elizabeth and Mary, and this revenue was continued till their disposal in marriage. These royal children were nursed at the Palace of Sheen. The hand of his infant heiress was more than once deceitfully proffered by Edward IV as a peace offering to his enemies, when fortune frowned upon him. He thus deluded the Nevilles when he was their prisoner at Middleham. Next he endeavoured to interrupt the treaty of marriage between the Lancastrian Prince of Wales and Anne of Warwick by offering "my lady princess" to Queen Margaret as a wife for her son. On the subsequent flight of Edward IV from England, the young Elizabeth and her two little sisters were the companions of their distressed mother in Westminster Sanctuary. The birth of her eldest brother Edward in that asylum removed the Princess Elizabeth, for some years, from her dangerous proximity to the disputed garland of the realm. When liberated from the sanctuary by her victorious father, she was carried with the rest of his children to the Tower, and was sojourning there during the dangerous assault made on that fortress by Falconbridge from the river. The full restoration of Edward IV succeeded these dangers, and the peaceful festivals followed the re-establishment of the line of York. At a ball given in her mother's chamber at Windsor Castle, in honour of the visit of Louis of Burgess, 1472, the young Elizabeth danced with her royal father, she being then 6 or 7 years old. She afterwards danced with the Duke of Buckingham, the husband of her aunt, Catherine Woodville. The same year her father offered her in marriage to the young exiled Earl of Richmond, with no very sincere intentions. When the princess was about 9 years old, her father made an expedition to France, with the intention of reconquering the acquisitions of Henry V. Before he embarked he made his will, dated at Sandwich, in which he thus mentions Elizabeth. Item: we will that our daughter Elizabeth have 10,000 marks towards her marriage, and that our daughter Marie have also 10,000 marks, so that they be governed and ruled by our dearest wife the queen. And if either of our said daughters do marry themselves without such advice and assent, so as they be thereby disparaged, as God forbid, then she, so marrying herself, have no payment of her 10,000 marks. A French war was averted by the kingdom of France submitting to become tributary to Edward IV. In the Articles of Peace, Elizabeth was contracted to the Dauphin Charles, eldest son of the astute monarch, Louis XI. Thus was her hand, for the 4th time, tendered to her father's adversaries. Edward IV at the same time surrendered to his son-in-law the titular right to the long-contested dukedom of Guienne or Aquitaine. These territories were to be considered part of Elizabeth's dower. From the hour of her contract with the heir of France, Elizabeth was always addressed in the palace as Madame la Dauphine, and a certain portion of the tribute that Louis XI paid to her father was carried to account for her use as the daughter-in-law of the king. She was taught to speak and write French. She could likewise speak and write Spanish. She could, at an early age, read and write her own language. For her royal sire sent for a scrivener, the very best in the city, who taught her and her sister Mary to write court-hand as well as himself. The following is a specimen of the Princess Elizabeth's penmanship in childhood, written in a book of devotion. In this sentence of 8 words, only one is written according to modern orthography. This book is mine. Elizabeth, the king's daughter, is the meaning of the above words, which are written in the Old English character, now confined to law deeds, but which was soon after superseded by the modern or Italian hand. As the appointed time of Elizabeth's marriage with the Dauphin Charles approached, her dower was settled, and rich dresses in the French fashion were made for her, when suddenly, without previous intimation, the contract was broken by Louis XI, demanding the heiress of Burgundy in marriage for the Dauphin. This slight offered to Elizabeth infuriated her father so much that the agitation is said to have occasioned his death. The fortunes of the young Elizabeth suffered the most signal reverse, directly she lost her royal sire and only efficient protector. From Westminster Palace she was, with her second brother and young sisters, hurried by the queen her mother into the sanctuary of Westminster, which had formerly sheltered her in childhood. But Elizabeth of York was no longer an unconscious child, who sported as gaily with her little sisters in the Abbot of Westminster's garden as she did in the flowery meads of Sheen. She had grown up into the beauties of early womanhood, and was the sharer of her royal mother's woes. The sad tale of this queen's calamities has already been told by us. How much the Princess Elizabeth must have grieved for her 2 murdered brothers may be gathered from the words of her literary dependent, Bernard Andreas, who knew her well. The love, he says, she bore her brothers and sisters was unheard of and almost incredible. The treaty of betrothment, privately negotiated between Elizabeth of York and Henry of Richmond by their respective mothers, was the first gleam of comfort that broke on the royal prisoners in sanctuary after the murder of the innocent princes in the Tower. The young princess promised to hold faith with her betrothed. In case of her death, before her contract was fulfilled, her next sister Cicely was to take her place. But it is a singular fact that neither at this time nor at any other period of her life was the slightest proposal made by the partisans of the House of York of placing Elizabeth on the throne as sole sovereign. Even her near relatives, her half-brother Dorset and her uncle Lionel Woodville, Bishop of Salisbury, when they raised the standard of revolt against Richard III at Salisbury, simultaneously with Buckingham's rebellion in the autumn of 1483, proclaimed the Earl of Richmond Henry VII, although he was a distant exile who had done no more for the cause than taken an oath to marry Elizabeth, if he ever had it in his power. As these nobles had just escaped from sanctuary, which they had shared with Elizabeth of York and her mother, and must have recently and intimately known their plans and wishes, this utter silence on her claims as the heiress of Edward IV is the more surprising. In truth, it affords another remarkable instance of the manner in which Norman prejudice in favor of Salic law had corrupted the common or constitutional law of England regarding the succession. The violation of this ancient national law had given rise to the most bloody civil wars which had vexed the country since the Conquest. Before Buckingham's revolt took place, the royal ladies in sanctuary had enjoyed the protection of their near relatives Dorset and Bishop Lionel Woodville, who had taken refuge there in their company, and how efficient a protection an ecclesiastic of the high rank of bishop Lionel must have proved, when they were sheltered in the very bosom of the church, may be imagined. But the bishop and Dorset were both obliged to fly to France, owing to the utter failure of Buckingham's insurrection, and after their exile the situation of Elizabeth of York and her mother became very irksome. A cordon of soldiers, commanded by John Nesfield, a squire of Richard III's guard, watched night and day round the abbey, and the helpless prisoners were reduced to great distress. Thus they struggled through the sad winter of 1483, but surrendered themselves in March. Elizabeth's mother had been unjustly blamed for this measure, but it was the evident effect of dire necessity. The Princess Elizabeth was forced to own herself the illegitimate child of Edward IV. She had to accept a wretched annuity, and, as a favour, was permitted to contemplate the prospect of marrying a private gentleman. Such were the conditions of a cruel act of Parliament, passed under the influence of Richard III's military despotism in the preceding January. The act, it is well known, was indicted by Bishop Stillington, the mortal foe of her mother's house, who added to this the more intolerable injury of protecting a union between Mr. William Stillington, his natural son, and the princess. This unfortunate lover of Elizabeth met with a fate far severer than his presumption merited, for being shipwrecked on the coast of Normandy, he was, adds Comines, taken prisoner, and by mistake starved to death. A mistake, perhaps, instigated by some of the indignant kindred of the princess, who were then refugees in France. The Princess Elizabeth was certainly separated from her unfortunate mother when they left the sanctuary, since that queen was placed under the control of the same officer who had so inexorably kept watch and ward round the abbey. Meantime, the princess and her sisters were received at court with some appearance of regard by Richard III, and with great affection by his queen, who always, says a contemporary, treated Elizabeth of York as a sister. Indeed, it ought to be remembered that Elizabeth was one of Anna Warwick's nearest female relatives, independently of the wedlock with Richard III. As the princess was seen so frequently in the company of Queen Anne, after leaving sanctuary, she was most likely consigned to her charge. She was certainly lodged in the palace of Westminster. Here she found her father's old friend, Lord Stanley, in an office of great authority, having been appointed by the usurper steward of the royal household, a place he held in the reign of Edward IV. It is well known that this nobleman was stepfather to Henry of Richmond, the betrothed husband of the Princess Elizabeth, and that his wife, Margaret Beaufort, was exiled from the court, and in disgrace with the usurper, for having projected the union of her son with the princess. How Stanley contrived to exonerate himself is not ascertained. In fact, there is from this period an utter hiatus on all authentic intelligence regarding the proceedings of Elizabeth, from the time when she sat with Queen Anne royally attired in Westminster Hall at Christmas, 1484, till the death of Richard III. In the absence of regular information, perhaps a metrical narrative, called Song of the Lady Bessie, deserves some attention, being written by Humphrey Brereton, an officer and vassal belonging to Lord Stanley. He is proved to have been a contemporary of Elizabeth, and his costume and language are undeniably of that era. A cautious abstract from Brereton, limited to those passages which are connected with his asserted agency in renewing Elizabeth's engagements with Henry Richmond, here follows. The princess, according to Brereton, having accidentally met Lord Stanley at a time and place convenient for conference, urged him passionately, by the name of Father Stanley, and with many reminiscences of all he owed to her father, to assist her in the restoration of her rights. At first, Lord Stanley repulsed her, declaring he could not break the oath he had sworn to King Richard, observing, moreover, that women were proverbially unstable of counsel. Elizabeth renewed her importunities, but when he seemed quite inflexible, her colour changed as pale as lead, her facts then shone as golden wire, she tear it off beside her head. After this agony she sunk into a swoon, and remained some time speechless. Lord Stanley was overcome by the earnestness of her anguish. "Stand up, Lady Bessie," he said. "Now I see you do not feign. I will tell you that I have long thought of the matter as you do, but it is difficult to trust the secrecy of women, and many a man is brought to great woe by making them his confidants." He then added that his adherents would rise at his bidding, if he could go to the northwest in person. but that he durst not trust a scribe to indite his intentions in letters. This difficulty the princess obviated by declaring that she could indite and write as well as the scrivener who taught her. Then Lord Stanley agreed she should write the letters without delay. Among the other circumstances related by the princess to Lord Stanley in this interview, there is one in strong coincidence with the propensity to dabble in fortune-telling and astrology, which was a weakness belonging to the House of York. She said that her father, being one day studying a book of magic in the Palace of Westminster, was extremely agitated even to tears, and though earls and lords were present, none durst speak to him but herself. She came and knelt before him for his blessing, upon which he threw his arms around her and lifted her into a high window, and when he had sat there, he gave her the reason or horoscope he had drawn, and bade her show it to no one but to Lord Stanley, for he had plainly calculated that no son of his would wear the crown after him. He predicted that she would be queen, and the crown would rest in her descendants. When Stanley and the princess had agreed in their intentions, "We must part, lady," the earl said then, "but keep this matter secretly, and this same night, at 9 or 10, in your chamber I think to be. Look that you make all things ready. Your maids shall not our counsel hear, and I will bring no man with me but Humphrey Brereton, my trusty squire." That evening Lord Stanley and Brereton disguised themselves in manner strange, and went and stood at a private wicket, till the princess, recognizing Stanley by a signal made with his right hand, admitted him. It was the cold season, for there was fire in her apartment, of which Brereton gives this pretty sketch. Charcoals and chimneys there were cast, candles on sticks were burning high. She oped the wicket and let him in, saying, "Welcome, lord, and knight so free." A rich chair was set for him, another for the fair lady. They ate the spice and drank the wine. To their study then they went. The lady then so fair and free, with rood as red as rose in May, she kneeled down upon her knee. In this attitude Elizabeth commenced writing the letters dictated by Lord Stanley. Their contents are detailed by Brereton. He is too exact in all points of fact as to the genealogy and individual particulars of the persons he named, to leave a single doubt that his metrical narrative was written from facts, and by a contemporary of Elizabeth of York. For careless as he is in regard to the general history of his era, which indeed had assumed neither form nor shape in his lifetime, he is wonderfully accurate in all the peculiarities of the costume and private history of his day, and the closer he is sifted, the more truthful does he seem in minute traits, which must have been forgotten had the work been written a century afterwards. The dictation of these letters proves this assertion, for he shows the odd expedients men in authority resorted to when they could neither read nor write, and therefore had to depend wholly on the fidelity of a scrivener, on whose transcription they placed their seals, as proof that the missive was to meet credence from the recipient party, and such person was often beset with doubts as to whether the engrossed scroll, which bore no identity of handwriting, was not a treacherous fiction sealed with a stolen signet. The expedients of the unlearned but sagacious Stanley in this dilemma are well worth of attention. To convince his friends that these letters really were no forgery, he relates to each some particular incident, only known between themselves, and which no false scribe could invent. To his eldest son, for instance, he bade the princess commend him and charge him to remember, when they parted at Salford Bridge, how hard he pulled his finger, till the first joint gave way, and he exclaimed with pain. By such token Lord Stanley bade him credit this letter, and meet him at a conference in London, disguised like a Kendal merchant. Sir William Stanley was requested to come to the conference like a merchant of Beaumaris or Caernarvon, with a retinue of Welshmen who could speak no English. Sir John Savage, Stanley's nephew, was summoned as a Chester merchant. But of all, the letter to Gilbert Talbot, and reminiscences Lord Stanley recalled to him, are the richest in costume and the peculiar features of the age. Lord Stanley thus directs the princess: Commend me to the good Gilbert Talbot, a gentle squire forsooth is he. Once on a Friday, well I wot, King Richard called him traitor high, but Gilbert to his falchion pressed, a bold esquire forsooth is he. There durst no sergeant him arrest, he is so perilous of his body. In Tower Street I met him then, going to Westminster Sanctuary. I lighted beside the horse I rode. The purse from my belt I gave him truly. I bade him ride down to the northwest, and perchance he might live a knight to be. Wherefore, Lady Bessie, at my request, pray him to come and speak with me. After the princess had written these dispatches, and Lord Stanley had sealed them with his seal, they agreed that Humphrey Brereton, who had always been true to King Edward IV, should set out with the letters to the northwest of England. Lord Stanley and his men slept that night in Elizabeth's suite of apartments, but she watched till dawning of the day. And Bessie waked all that night, there came no sleep within her eye. Soon in the morn as the day spring, up riseth the young Bessie, and maketh haste in her dressing. To Humphrey Brereton gone is she. And when she came to Humphrey's bower, with a small voice called she. Humphrey answered the lady bright, saying, Who calleth here so early? I am King Edward's daughter right, the Countess Clear, young Bessie. In all haste, with means and might, thou must come to Lord Stanley. The lady fair and sweet guided Humphrey to the bedside of his master, who gave him directions for the safe delivery of 6 letters. Humphrey summoned Sir William, the brother of Lord Stanley, at Holt Castle, Lord Strange at Latham House, Edward and James Stanley from Manchester, with their cousin, Sir John Savage. Lastly, he arrived at Sheffield Castle with his missive for Gilbert Talbot, fair and free, whose reception of Elizabeth's letter is highly characteristic. When he had that letter looked upon, a loud laughter laughed he. Fair fall that lord in his renown, to stir and rise beginneth he. Fair fall Bessie, the Countess Clear, that such counsel giveth truly. Commend me to my nephew, nigh of blood, the young Earl of Shrewsbury. Bid him not dread or doubt of good, in the Tower of London if he be. I shall make London gate to tremble and quake, but my nephew rescued shall be. Commend me to that Countess Clear, King Edward's child, young Bessie. Tell her I trust in Jesu, who hath no peer, to bring her love from over the sea. The iteration of the expression Countess Clear, which is applied by all her partisans to Elizabeth of York, certainly meant more than a descriptive epithet relative to her complexion, or why should the term countess be always annexed to it? In truth, the Lady Bessie was, by indubitable right, the moment her brothers were dead, the heiress of the mighty earldom of Clear, or Clare, as the representative of her ancestress, Elizabeth de Burgh, the wife of Lionel, second son of Edward III. The title of Duke of Clarence, which originally sprang from this inheritance, might be resumed by the crown, but the great earldom of Clear, or Clare, was a female fief, and devolved on Elizabeth. Her partisans certainly meant to greet her as its rightful and legitimate owner, when they termed her Countess Clear, for however clear or bright she might be, that species of complexion by no means brought any rational connection with the title of countess. When Brereton returned from his expedition, he found Lord Stanley walking with King Richard in the palace garden. Stanley gave him a sign of secrecy, and Humphrey declared before the king that he had been taking a vacation of recreation among his friends in Cheshire. After a coaxing and hypocritical speech of Richard regarding his affection for the poor commonalty, he went to his own apartments in the palace. Brereton then obtained an interview with the princess, to whom he detailed the success of his expedition. Elizabeth received the intelligence with extraordinary gratitude, and agreed to meet her confederates in secret council when they arrived from the north. The palace of meeting was an old inn in the London suburbs, between Holborn and Islington, and Eaglesfoot was chalked on the door as the token of the place of meeting for the disguised gentlemen who came from Cheshire and Lancashire. Thither, according to our poet, the princess and Stanley repaired secretly by night. After Elizabeth had conferred with her allies, and satisfied herself that they would not murder Richmond, out of their Yorkist prejudices, if he trusted himself among the Stanley powers. She agreed to send him a ring of betrothal, with a letter, informing him of the strength of the party propitious to the union of York and Lancaster. Humphrey Brereton undertook the dangerous task of carrying the dispatches. He embarked at Liverpool, a port then little known to the rest of England, but the shipping and all other matters there were at the command of the House of Stanley. When the malady of Queen Anne became hopeless, and she evidently drew near her end, a rumour prevailed in the palace, and from thence spread over the country, that the king, on her demise, intended to espouse his niece Elizabeth. It was a report that excited horror in every class of the English people, and in no one, as all historians expressly declare, so much as in the mind of the young princess herself, who detested the idea of the abhorrent union. It may be inferred that she had not concealed her aversion from her uncle, since, after the queen's death, she was sent into restraint at the castle of Sheriff Hutton, in Yorkshire. Richard himself, perceiving the public disgust, gave up the idea of marrying Elizabeth. Immediately the funeral of his wife was over, he called a meeting of the civic authorities, in the great hall of St. John's, Clerkenwell, just before Easter, 1485, and, in their presence, distinctly disavowed any intention of espousing his niece, and forbade the circulation of the report as false and scandalous in a high degree. A little while before this proclamation, the same chronicler states that a convocation of 12 doctors of divinity had sat on a case of the marriage of an uncle and niece, and had declared that the kindred was too near for a pope's bull to sanction. End of section 1. Section 2 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 4, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Elizabeth of York, Chapter 1, Part 2. If the Princess Elizabeth had not manifested decided repugnance to the addresses of her uncle, she might, perhaps, have met with better treatment than consignment to a distant fortress. Yet in the face of this harsh usage, Sir George Buck, the apologist for Richard III, has had the hardihood to affirm that she was so desirous of marrying her uncle as to be anxious to hasten the death of her aunt. In confirmation of this assertion, he adduces an infamous letter, which, he says, he saw in the cabinet of the Earl of Arundel among the Howard papers, addressed by the Princess Elizabeth to the Duke of Norfolk, Richard's great supporter. Buck pretends that she, in this letter, solicited the good offices of the Duke of Norfolk in her favor, adding, that the king was her joy and maker in this world, and that she was his in heart and thought. So far Buck affects to quote her words, but he adds, in a most uncandid manner, she hinted her surprise at the duration of the queen's illness, and her apprehensions that she would never die. Why did not Buck quote the very words of the princess, that all the world might judge how far the expression he calls a hint extended? Meantime, this letter has never been seen to the present hour, and Buck is too violent a partisan and too unfaithful an historian to be believed on his mere word. Persons often act inconsistently in respect to the characters of others, but never in regard to their own. During many trials, the retiring conduct of Elizabeth bore fully out her favorite motto, which consisted of the words, humble and reverent. Nor is it probable that her sweet and saintly nature should have blazed out in one sentence of a letter into all the murderous ambition that distinguished her father and uncles, and then subsided forever into the ways of pleasantness and peace. If this princess had had a heart capable of cherishing murderous thoughts against her kind aunt, Queen Anne, she would have shown some other symptoms of a cruel and ungrateful nature. She certainly did not. Therefore it is unjust to condemn her on a supposed hint in a letter which no one but an enemy ever read. While our princess is incarcerated in her northern prison, it is needful to bestow a few pages on the paladin appointed to her rescue. The romantic incidents of the early life of our first Tudor sovereign are, indeed, little known. Henry Tudor was the son of Edmund, Earl of Richmond, and Margaret Beaufort, only child of John, Duke of Somerset. His mother was little more than 13 when he was born at Pembroke Castle, June 25, 1456. Margaret has thus prettily recorded the date of his birth in one of her letters. For, says the proud and happy mother, it was on this day of St. Anne that I did bring into the world my good and gracious prince, and only beloved son. Edmund Tudor survived but till the succeeding November, and his Countess Margaret, afterwards the pride of English matrons, the most virtuous as well as the most learned lady in the land, was left a widow and a mother at 14, with a little earl of 5 months old in her arms, whom she had to rear and protect amidst all the horrors of a civil war which had just begun to rage when her husband died. When the infant Earl of Richmond was about 3 years old, he was presented by his fond young mother to his great uncle Henry VI, who solemnly blessed him, and, placing his hand on the child's head, said, "This pretty boy will wear the garland in peace for which we so sinfully contend," an oracular saying carefully treasured by the young mother of the boy, and afterwards remembered by his party to his advantage. Soon after, the little earl was taken under the protection of his uncle, Jasper, Earl of Pembroke, and as he was the next heir, through his mother, to the whole ambitious race of Somerset, who were filling England with their seditious efforts to be recognized as legitimate branches of the royal line of Lancaster, the boy was conveyed to the remote castle of Pembroke for his personal security from the inimical house of York. He was not yet 5 years old when his only protector, Jasper Tudor, was forced to fly from the lost field of Mortimer's Cross. Pembroke Castle was stormed by Sir William Herbert, one of Edward IV's partisans, and the earldom of Pembroke was given to him as a reward. The poor little Earl of Richmond was found in the castle, not altogether friendless, for he was protected by Philip ap Howell, whom he in after life described gratefully as our old servant and well-beloved Nurior, an expression which plainly shows that Henry had a Welshman by way of a nurse. The new Earl of Pembroke was a just and brave man, and, moreover, had a good and merciful lady for his helpmate. So far from hurting the little prisoner whom they had seized with his uncle's castle, the Lady Herbert took him to her maternal arms, and brought him up with her own family, and in all kind of civility well and honourably educated him. The excellence of this good deed will be better appreciated when it is remembered that Henry was the heir of the dispossessed Earl of Pembroke, and consequently was considered by some to have more right to the castle than the Herberts. The family of Lady Herbert consisted of 3 sons and 6 daughters, companions of Henry's childhood, and with the Lady Maud Herbert there is reason to suppose he had formed a loving attachment. When he was 14, his generous protector, Lord Pembroke, was illegally murdered by Warwick's faction, after Banbury fight. Young Tudor still remained with his maternal friend, Lady Herbert, till another revolution in favour of Lancaster restored Jasper Tudor once more to his earldom and castle, who with them took repossession of his nephew. But the few months Jasper was able to hold out the castle was a period of great danger. The nephew and uncle narrowly escaped destruction from a plot contrived by Roger Vaughan, a bold and crafty marchman, belonging to a fierce clan of his name, vowed vassals of the Mortimers and their heirs. Jasper had the satisfaction of turning the tables on Roger by cutting off his head. But he was soon after besieged in the castle by Morgan Thomas, who, according to the orders of Edward IV, dug a trench round the fortress, and would soon have captured its inmates, if David Thomas, brother to the besieger, had not taken pity on the Tudors and favoured their escape to Tenby, whence with a few faithful retainers they embarked for France, and were cast by a tempest on the coast of Bretagne. Duke Francis II received them hospitably, and for 2 or 3 years they lived peacefully, yet under some restraint. But the existence of young Henry Tudor disquieted Edward IV, though in the very height of victorious prosperity, and he sent Stillington, Bishop of Bath, the ready tool for any iniquity, on a deceitful mission to the court of Bretagne, offering Henry the hand of his eldest daughter with a princely dower, and to Jasper restoration of his earldom, if they would return to England and be his friends. Henry and Jasper were both deceived so far as to be placed without restraint in the hands of the English deputation, and the whole party was waiting at St. Malos for a favourable wind, when the Duke of Bretagne was seized with a sudden qualm of conscience. He sent his favourite, Peter Landois, to inform young Henry privately that he would be murdered if he trusted himself on board Edward's ships. It seems Edward IV had bargained to pay the Duke of Bretagne a large sum directly his unfortunate guests were safe in the hands of Stillington, and this was the way the Duke contrived to keep the purchase money and save their lives. The Earl of Richmond had caught a quotidian ague at St. Malos, and was lying in such a state of suffering under its feverish fits, that he troubled himself very little with the message of the Duke, but the moment his affectionate uncle heard it, he summoned his faithful servants, who ran with the sick youth in their arms to the sanctuary of St. Malos, nor could any promises of Stillington induce them to come out. Edward IV complained bitterly to Duke Francis of the trick he had played him, but if he had bought the life of the poor youth, he well deserved to lose his money. Meantime the Countess Margaret, the mother of the young earl, remained at the court of Edward without exciting any great jealousy. She had married Lord Henry Stafford, and was again a widow. Edward IV gave her to his vowed partisan, Lord Stanley. Her husband's esteem for her virtues was so great that she was able to inspire him with a very fatherly interest for her poor exiled boy, from whom she had been so cruelly divided since his infancy. From the hour when young Richmond was placed in the sanctuary at St. Malos, he was virtually a prisoner. As Henry considered that his life was in great danger, he resolved to render himself capable of taking orders as a last refuge from the malice of Edward IV. With this intention, as well as for the purpose of whiling away the heavy hours of captivity, he became a proficient in Latin and all the learning of the times. The danger passed away, and the learning remained to his future benefit. Yet Richmond and his uncle must have led a harassing life for many years during their exile, nor had they always the comfort of being together, for the records of Vannes prove that after being some time in an honourable state of restraint in the capital of Bretagne, attended by guards yet treated as princes, on some suspicion of their intention to withdraw themselves, Henry and his uncle were arrested at the request of Edward IV. Jasper was confined in the castle of Jocelyn, and young Henry in the castle of Elvin. The Bretons to this day point out one of the towers of Elvin as his prison. The death of his great prosecutor, Edward IV, caused an amelioration of his captivity. A few months opened to him an immediate vista to the English crown. After the destruction of the heirs of York had been effected by their murderous uncle, Richard III, Christopher Urswick came to Bretagne, with a proposal from the Countess Margaret to her son, that he should marry the rightful heiress of the realm, Elizabeth of York. Henry immediately requested an interview with the Duke of Bretagne, to whom he confided his prospects, and received from him promises of assistance and permission to depart. Soon after came a gentleman, Hugh Conway, bringing great sums from his mother, with directions to effect a landing as soon as possible in Wales. Henry sailed for England with 40 ships furnished him by the Duke of Bretagne. According to general history, he heard of Buckingham's failure and returned immediately, yet the local traditions of Wales declare that he landed and remained in concealment for several months at Tremoston in Flintshire. In the ancient castle of Tremoston in Flintshire is a great room at the end of a long gallery, said by the tradition of the place to have been the lodging of Henry VII, when the Earl of Richmond, who resided secretly in Wales at the time he was supposed to have been in Bretagne. For, adds Pennant, it is observable that none of our historians account for a certain period in Henry's life after he had departed from the protection of the Duke of Bretagne. While Henry was thus lurking at Moston, a party of Richard's forces arrived there on suspicion, and proceeded to search the castle. He was about to dine, but had just time to leap out of a back window and make his escape by means of a hole, which is to this day called the King's Hole. With Henry's visit to Wales was probably connected the report mentioned in history of his desire to marry Lady Catherine Herbert, the youngest daughter of his former generous protectors. After the defeat of Buckingham, he for a time lost all hope of alliance with the royal Elizabeth. His former love, Maud Herbert, had been married to the Earl of Northumberland, but Henry sent word that he wished to have her younger sister. The messenger, however, met with the most unaccountable impediments in his journey, and before he could communicate with Lady Northumberland, new schemes were agitated for his union with the Princess Elizabeth, and Henry was forced to sacrifice his private affections. The people imagined that the union of the rival roses was arranged by Providence for the purpose of putting an end to the long agonies England had endured, on account of the disputed succession. Great crowds went to behold a natural prodigy of a rose bush, which produced blossoms, while the rival colours of the Rose of York and Lancaster were for the first time seen blended. This the English considered as an auspicious omen. It must have been about this time that the ring and letter arrived from Elizabeth of York, which renewed her engagement to him. In Brereton's narrative, he declares he met the Earl of Richmond at Beggars Monastery. This was 28 miles from Rennes, conveniently situated for intercourse with England, where there were two convents connected with that of Beggars on the Earl of Richmond's own estate in Yorkshire. Brereton found the Earl of Richmond sitting at the butts in an archery ground. He was dressed in a black velvet surcoat, which reached to the knees. He described him as long-faced and pale in complexion. He was in company with Lord Oxford, who had just escaped to him from his long confinement in Homs. Lord Ferrers of Groby, who was the same person as the Marquis of Dorset, Elizabeth's brother, likewise an attendant of the name of Lee. French authors affirm that Henry was in love with Lee's daughter Catherine, but that the girl gave up his promise for fear of ruining his fortunes. Henry received Brereton civilly. He kissed the ring of rich stones that Elizabeth had sent him, but, with the characteristic caution which ever distinguished him, remained 3 weeks before he gave him an answer. Once more Henry was in imminent peril, from the treachery of the Breton government. Duke Francis fell dangerously ill, and his minister, Landois, covenanted to deliver the earl into the hands of Richard III. As it was, Richmond, who was near the French border, had to ride for his life, and with only 5 persons arrived safe at Angers, from whence he visited the French court, and received promises of assistance from the Lady Regent, sister to Charles VIII. He followed the royal family of France to Paris, where he renewed a solemn oath to marry Elizabeth of York, if he could dispossess the usurper. And the day after this oath all the English students at the University of Paris tendered him their homage as King of England. He likewise received a message from Duke Francis, who, having recovered his health, disclaimed the iniquities of Landois, and promised Henry assistance for his fresh descent on England. The Lady Regent of France advanced him a sum of money, but required hostages for its payment, upon which Henry very adroitly left in pledge the persons of his intended brother-in-law, the Marquis of Dorset, whose late communications with England had excited some suspicions. Richmond reckoned himself a prisoner during the whole of his connection with Bretagne. He told me, says Comines, just before his departure, that from the time he was 5 years old, he had either been a fugitive or a captive, and that he had endured a 15 years' imprisonment from Duke Francis, in whose hands he had fallen by extremity of weather. Indeed, I was at the court of Bretagne when he and his uncle were first seized. Edward IV paid the Duke of Bretagne a yearly sum for his safekeeping, and, if the extreme poverty of Richard III had permitted him to continue the pension, it is to be feared the crown of England and the hand of its heiress, the lovely Lady Bessie, would never have been won by Henry Tudor. On the 1st of August, Henry sailed with the united fleets of France and Bretagne from Harfleur, on his chivalric enterprise to win a wife and crown. His navy met with no interruption, for Richard's poverty kept the English ships inactive. Henry's fleet safely made Milford Haven in 7 days, but he landed with his uncle Jasper at a place called Dale, some miles from his armament. When his uncle first set foot on his native shore, the people received him joyfully with these significant words: "Welcome, for thou hast taken good care of thy nephew," a sarcastic reflection on the conduct of Richard III to his nephews. This welcome was indicative of the public feeling, for Richmond was greeted everywhere on his route from Milford as a deliverer, and as far as Shrewsbury, every town threw open its gates for his admittance. His old friend Lord Herbert, though not openly his partisan, secretly favoured his march, but Gilbert Talbot, with the bold decision of character so well described by Brereton, joined him directly at the head of the vassalage of his nephew, the Earl of Shrewsbury. So did Sir John Savage. Henry now pressed forward for the Midland counties, suffering in mind doubts respecting the conduct of the Stanleys, although he received the most comforting messages from his mother. At last he arrived at Tamworth. Lord Stanley was encamped at Atherstone, and Richard III was advancing to Leicester. On the evening of the 20th of August, Henry had a very narrow escape. He went out from his camp at Tamworth, and met Lord Stanley by assignation in the dark, in a field near Atherstone Moor. Here Stanley explained to his son-in-law how necessary it was for him to appear Richard's friend, till the very moment when the battle joined, or the loss of his son's life would be the consequence, since Richard would not excuse him from his palace duty without he left his heir, George Lord Strange, as a hostage. But the axe was even now suspended over George's head, and would fall on the slightest symptoms of revolt shown by the Stanleys. Had Richmond been wholly satisfied, he surely would have got a guide from Stanley back to his camp, for on his return he lost his path, and wandered in the greatest peril of being captured by Richard's scouts. He dared not inquire his way, lest his foreign accent should betray him. At last rendered desperate, he knocked at the door of a lone hut on Atherstone Moor, and finding therein the master, a simple shepherd, was by him refreshed and afterwards kindly guided to Tamworth, where he rejoined his forces, not before his army had been thrown into consternation at his absence. That very evening, at sunset, King Richard entered Leicester, mounted on a magnificent white courser, and clad in the same suit of burnished steel armour he wore at Tewkesbury. On his helmet was placed a regal crown, which he had worn ever since he joined his military muster at Nottingham. His countenance was stern and frowning, his manner that of high command, as he rode surrounded by the pomp of war, in the van of the finest cavalry forces in Europe. His army, amounting to 13,000 men, was sufficient to have crushed Richmond's petty band, but that its strength was hollow, with the principles of disaffection and revolt. King Richard slept at the principal inn at Leicester, known since by the name of the Blue Boar, because Leicester Castle was ruinous and uninhabitable. The room in which he passed the night is fresh in the memory of many persons, for the inn was very recently destroyed by the erection of a row of small houses. It was a ghostly Gothic chamber. He slept on his military chest, in the shape of a bedstead, and the discovery of his treasure 100 years afterwards occasioned a horrid murder. Early in the morning of the day preceding Bosworth fight, Richard III left Leicester by the south gate at the head of his cavalry. A poor old blind man, who had been a wheelwright, sat begging near the bridge. As the king approached, he cried out, that if the moon changed twice that day, which had changed once in the course of nature that morning, King Richard would lose life and crown. He hinted at the secret disaffection of the Percy, who had married Henry of Richmond's old love, Maud Herbert. As Richard rode over Leicester Bridge, his left foot struck against a low wooden post. His head shall strike against that very pile, said the oracular beggar, as he returns this night. On the evening of the 21st, the two rival armies encamped on the appropriately named heath of Redmoor near Bosworth. Richard went out at twilight to reconnoitre. He found a sentinel fast asleep at the outposts. The prompt tyrant stabbed him to the heart with these stern soldierly words, "I found him asleep, and I leave him so." Such was the usurper's preparation for that fearful night of unrest, of which Shakespeare has made such poetical use. Our chroniclers more briefly describe the troubled slumber of Richard on the last night of his existence, by saying that, in his sleep, he was most terribly pulled and haled by divils. They report, moreover, that other agents were busy in the camp, besides these diabolical phantasma of the tyrant's overcharged brain, for the morning light showed that some daring hand had placed a placard on the Duke of Norfolk's tent, containing these lines: "Jockey of Norfolk, be not too bold, for Dickon thy master is bought and sold." Notwithstanding his ill rest, Richard was the next morning energetically active, reckoning on overwhelming Richmond at once by a tremendous charge of cavalry. Richmond must have possessed great moral courage to risk a battle, for his father-in-law was till the moment of onset dubious in his indications. At last Lord Stanley and his brother Sir William joined Richmond's forces, and the odds were turned against the usurper. Yet the battle raged on Redmore Heath for more than 2 hours. King Richard made in person 3 furious charges, the last being the most desperate, after his friend, the Duke of Norfolk, was slain. When Richard, overthrowing all opposers, made his way to where Richmond's standard flew, in hopes of a personal encounter with his rival, he was borne away by numbers at the foot of the hill near Amiens-les. His blood tinged the pretty brooklet which issues from the hill. It literally ran red that day, and to this hour the common people refuse to drink of its waters. The body of Richard was in a few minutes plundered of its armor and ornaments. The crown was hidden by a soldier in a hawthorn bush, but was soon found and carried to Lord Stanley, who placed it on the head of his son-in-law, saluting him by the title of Henry VII, while the victorious army sang Te Deum on the blood-stained heath. O Redmore, then it seemed thy name was not in vain. It was in the memory of the picturesque fact that the red-berried hawthorn once sheltered the crown of England, that the house of Tudor assumed the device of a crown in a bush of the fruited hawthorn. The loyal proverb of "Cleave to the crown, though it hang on a bush," alludes to the same circumstance. While these events were transacting, the royal maiden who was to prove the prize of the victor remained in the lonely halls of the Yorkshire castle of Sheriff Hutton, with no companion but its young and imbecile owner, her cousin Warwick. A sudden outburst of joy throughout the country, and the thronging of the population of the district about the gates of her prison, told Elizabeth that her cause had prospered, and that Richard was overthrown. Soon after came Sir Robert Willoughby, sent by the new king, Henry VII, from Bosworth, with orders to bring the Princess Elizabeth and her cousin to London with all convenient speed. The princess commenced her journey directly, and was attended by a voluntary guard of the nobility and gentry of the counties, through which she passed, and many noble ladies likewise came to wait upon her. In this state she was escorted to London, and consigned to the care of her mother, Queen Elizabeth, at Westminster Palace. Henry VII, in the meantime, set out from Leicester, and by easy journeys arrived in the metropolis. The Lord Mayor and citizens met him at Shoreditch, and recognized him as King of England. He came not invested with military terrors, like a conqueror, not even as an armed cavalier on horseback, but made his entry, to the surprise of everyone, in a covered chariot, a mode of travelling never before used, excepting by females. Without, adds Bacon, it was considered necessary so to convey a traitor or enemy of the state, dangerous for the people to recognize. His own poet, Bernard Andreas, who had accompanied him from Bretagne, welcomed him to London at Shoreditch, with Latin verses written in his praise. The king went direct to St. Paul's, where Te Deum was sung, and he offered his banners, not those taken at Bosworth, but 3, on which were figured his devices of the fiery dragon of Cadwallader, a dun cow, and the effigy of St. George. He then retired to his lodging prepared at the palace of the Bishop of London, close to St. Paul's churchyard. While he remained the guest of the bishop, he assembled his privy council, and renewed to them his promise of espousing the Princess Elizabeth of York. The discontents of the Yorkist party commenced from this era. They found with indignation that Henry chose to be recognized by Parliament as the independent sovereign of England, without the least acknowledgment of the title he derived from his betrothment with their princess. His coronation took place soon after, without the association of the princess in its honors. Elizabeth, it is said, suffered great anxiety from the varied reports of his intended marriage either with the heiress of Bretagne or Lady Catherine Herbert. In the course of these mediations, she recalled to memory that her father had, in her infancy, offered her in marriage to this comely prince. Perhaps she did not know the evil intentions of that treaty. At all events, she now persuaded herself that she was acting according to the sanction of her deceased parent. It was near Christmas, and no preparations had been made for the marriage of the royal pair, when the House of Commons, on their grant to the king of tonnage and poundage for life, added to it a petition, that he would take to wife and consort the Princess Elizabeth, which marriage they hoped God would bless with a progeny of the race of kings. The members of the assembled Houses of Parliament then rose up and bowed to the king, as a sign of their earnest cooperation in this wish. The king replied that he was very willing so to do. He might have added, for the further satisfaction of all malcontent at the delay, that the prevalence of the two great plagues, of poverty and pestilence, were reasonable impediments to gorgeous and crowded ceremonials, for the private records of the exchequer prove that there was not a doit in the royal purse, and the public annals show how severely the new disease called the sweating sickness, or sutor anglicus, was devastating the metropolis. On the 10th of December, the Parliament was prorogued till the 27th of January by the Lord Chancellor, who announced that before its reassembling, the marriage of the king and the Princess Elizabeth would take place, from which time she was treated as queen. The great tournament was proclaimed, and magnificent preparations made for the royal nuptials. Elizabeth and Henry were within the prohibited degrees. To obtain a special dispensation was the work of time. But, in order to indulge the wishes of the nation for their immediate union, an ordinary dispensation was procured from the Pope's resident legate, and the royal pair united at Westminster January 18, 1486. Their wedding day was, in the words of Bernard Andreas, celebrated with all religious and glorious magnificence at court, and by their people with bonfires, dancing, songs, and banquets throughout all London. Cardinal Bourchier, a prelate, who was at the same time a descendant of the royal house of Plantagenet and a prince of the church, was the officiating prelate at the marriage. His hand, according to the quaint phraseology of Fuller, who records the circumstance, held that sweet posy, wherein the white and red roses were first tied together. End of section 2. Section 3 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 4, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Elizabeth of York, Chapter 2, Part 1. A very elegant Latin epithalamium was written on the marriage of Elizabeth of York by a learned prebendary of St. Paul's, John de Gigli. It is a great curiosity, and, though too long as a whole for the limits of the present work, an English version of a few specimens relating to the royal pair is subjoined. The first extract commences with the 7th line. Hail, ever honored and auspicious day, when in blessed wedlock to a mighty king, to Henry, bright Elizabeth is joined. Fairest of Edward's offspring, she alone pleased this illustrious spouse. Then, after much rejoicing at the happy prospect of peace and re-establishment of the ancient laws, and some unnecessary allusions to Nestor, Priam, Hector, and invocation of the pagan deities, the reverend poet addresses Henry to this effect. Though it may please you proudly to derive ancestral titles from the ancient stock of Frankish kings, your royal forefathers, your beauty more commends you to our hearts. Features benign and form of graceful mold, virtues concomitants which wait on you, and with each other vie to make you shine in splendor more adorned. The poet tells Henry that the fruit of war is won, the ermine has descended upon him, the crown is on his head, the scepter in his hand. peace smiles for England, and he only requires a spouse to complete his happiness, and he thus calls his attention to Elizabeth. So here the most illustrious maid of York, deficient nor in virtue nor descent, most beautiful in form, whose matchless face, adorned with most enchanting sweetness shines. Her parents called her name Elizabeth, and she, their firstborn, should of right succeed her mighty sire. Her title will be yours, if you unite this princess to yourself in wedlock's holy bond. Alluding to Henry's tardiness in celebrating his nuptials, the royal fiancée is made to express the most passionate impatience. She says, "O my beloved, my hope, my only bliss, why then defer my joy? Fairest of kings, whence your delay to light our bridal torch? Our noble house contains two persons now, but one in mind, in equal love the same. O my illustrious spouse, give o'er delay, your sad Elizabeth entreats, and you will not deny Elizabeth's request, for we were plighted in a solemn pact, signed long ago by your royal hand." Henry is then reminded that her youthful affections had been given to him, and that she had patiently cherished this idea for years. How oft with needle, when denied the pen, has she on canvas traced the blessed name of Henry, or expressed it with her loom in silken threads, or broidered it in gold, and now she seeks the fanes and hallowed shrines of deities propitious to her suit, imploring them to shorten her suspense, that she may in auspicious moment know the holy name of bride. Your hymeneal torches now unite, and keep them ever pure. O royal maid, put on your regal robes in loveliness. 1,000 fair attendants round you wait, of various ranks, with different offices, to deck your beauteous form. Lo, this delights to smooth with ivory comb your golden hair, and that to curl and braid each shining tress, and wreathe the sparkling jewels round your head, twining your locks with gems. This one shall clasp the radiant necklace framed in fretted gold about your snowy neck, while that unfolds the robes that glow with gold and purple dye, and fits the ornaments with patient skill to your unrivaled limbs. And here shall shine the costly treasures from the orient sands. The sapphire, azure gem, that emulates heaven's lofty arch, shall gleam, and softly there the verdant emerald sheds its greenest light, and fiery carbuncle flash forth rosy rays from the pure gold. The epithalamium concludes with the enthusiastic wish of the poet that a lovely and numerous progeny may bless these royal nuptials with children's children, in long succession to hold the reins of the kingdom with justice and honor. He predicts that a child shall shortly gambol in the royal halls, and grow up a worthy son of Richmond, emulating the noble qualities of his august parents, and perpetuating their name in his illustrious descendants forever. Nor was the Latin composition of the learned De Gigli the only poetical tribute to these nuptials. An anthem was written for the occasion, in the following words, in which a strong resemblance will be immediately traced to God Save the King. The similarity of the music is still stronger. God save King Henry, wheresoever he be, and for Queen Elizabeth now pray we, and for all her noble progeny. God save the Church of Christ from any folly, and for Queen Elizabeth now pray we. 3 successive dispensations were granted by Pope Innocent, all dated subsequently to the royal marriage. He addresses the king and queen as "Thou King Henry of Lancaster, and thou Elizabeth of York," and proceeds to state that as their progenitors had vexed the kingdom of England with wars and clamors, to prevent further effusion of blood, it was desirable for them to unite in marriage. He calls Elizabeth the undoubted heir of that famous king of immortal memory, Edward IV, thus effacing the brand her unnatural uncle had cast on her birth. 3 bulls were obtained, one after the other, before Henry could find one to please him. At last, a clause was introduced, declaring that, if Elizabeth died without issue, the succession of the crown was to be continued in Henry's progeny by another wife, a great injustice to her sisters. Elizabeth, directly after the marriage, gave hopes that this injurious clause would prove of none effect. She retired to the city of Winchester to pass the summer, holding her court there, surrounded by her sisters, her mother and her mother-in-law, Margaret of Richmond, for whom she appears to have cherished the greatest esteem. The king left his bride at Lent for the purpose of making a long and dangerous progress through the northern counties, which had been so entirely devoted to Richard III as to have upheld him on the throne by military force. It was impossible for Elizabeth, in her delicate and hopeful situation, to accompany her husband on this progress, for he had to suppress two dangerous insurrections on the road, and one notable plot laid for his destruction. At last Henry got safely to the late usurper's favourite city of York, where the good people discreetly tried the effect of a little personal flattery. At his magnificent entry they made the air ring with shouts of King Harry, our Lord preserve that sweet and well-favoured face." And so well was this compliment taken, that Henry reduced their crown rents from £161 to £18 5s. The queen had fixed her residence at Winchester by her husband's express desire, as he wished her to give birth to his expected heir in the castle of that city, because tradition declared it was built by King Arthur, his ancestor. The arrangement of the queen's bedchamber was, according to the ancient etiquette, which had been studied sedulously by the king's mother, the Countess Margaret, who has favoured posterity with her written rules on the subject. The royal patient was enclosed, not only from air, but from the light of day. Her highness' pleasure being understood as to what chamber she be delivered in, the same must be hung with rich cloth of arras, sides, roof, windows, and all, except one window, where it must be hanged, so that she may have light when it pleaseth her. After the queen had taken to her chamber, a peculiar ceremony in royal etiquette, now obsolete, she bade farewell to all her lords and court officers, and saw none but those of her own sex. For, continues the Countess Margaret, women were made all manner of officers, as butlers, sewers, and pages, who received all needful things at the great chamber door. The queen gave all her family a surprise by producing an infant a month sooner than was expected, yet the child was healthy and very lively. He was born September 20th, 1486, at Winchester Castle. The health of the queen, it appears, was always delicate, and she suffered much from an ague at this time. Her mother-in-law, Lady Margaret, busied herself much at this time, for, besides regulating the etiquette of the royal lying-in chamber, she likewise arranged the pageantry of the young prince's baptism, and set forth the length and breadth of his cradle, fair adorned with painter's craft. Elizabeth of York had the satisfaction of seeing her mother distinguished by the honour of standing godmother for this precious heir. Several cross accidents attended his baptism. The day was violently stormy, and one of his godfathers, the stout Earl of Oxford, most unaccountably kept his royal godchild waiting, in the cold cathedral, 3 hours for his appearance. Oxford came in when the ceremony was nearly over, but he was in time to perform his part, which was that of sponsor, at the confirmation, and, taking the royal babe in his arm, he presented him to the officiating prelate at Winchester High Altar. Then, while the king's trumpeters and minstrels were playing before, the child was borne to the king and queen, and had the blessing of God, Our Lady, St. George, and his father and mother. The king, according to ancient custom, sat by the queen's bedside, ready to give their united blessing as the concluding ceremony of the royal baptism. It cannot be denied that Henry VII, afterwards so cunning and worldly, was at this epoch, imbued with all the dreamy romance natural to the studious and reclusive life he had led in his prison tower of Elvin, where his hours of recreation had no other amusement than stories of Arthur and Uther Pendragon. He had hitherto spent his days in Wales or Bretagne, both Celtic countries, speaking the same language, and cherishing the same traditions. Much the royal brain was occupied with the ballads of the Morte d'Arthur, with red dragons and green leeks, besides the long rolls of Welsh pedigrees, in which Noah figured about midway. It was remarkable enough that a prince, educated on the coast of France, should have returned to England, with tastes so entirely formed on the most ancient lore of our island, tastes which he now gratified by naming the heir of England, Arthur, after his favourite hero and ancestor. It is a mercy he did not name the boy Cadwallader, whom, by the assistance of some painstaking Welsh heralds, he claimed as his 100th progenitor. It was impossible for a king, who was a connoisseur in Welsh pedigrees, to meet with a mate better suited to him in that particular, for the queen was lineal princess of Wales by virtue of her descent from Gladys, who had married one of the Mortimer ancestors, and their posterity was the nearest collateral line to Llewellyn the Great. The memory of the Mortimers, as the conquerors and controllers of Wales, was little esteemed by the Welsh, but the infant Prince Arthur was the object of their adoration, and his perfections are still remembered in their national songs. The queen's ague continued, and it was long before she recovered her health. When it was restored, she founded a Lady Chapel at Winchester Cathedral, as a testimony of her gratitude for the birth of her heir. The dower of Elizabeth deviated in some particulars from those of the queens, her predecessors. As she was heiress of the Mortimers, some of their possessions in Herefordshire, and part of the great patrimony of Clare, formed portions of it. Her grandmother, Cicely, Duchess of York, was very richly endowed in this inheritance, and as Elizabeth Woodville, the queen's mother, had likewise to be maintained, the funds were barely sufficient for all claimants. The king, in consideration of the great expenses and charges that his most dear wife Elizabeth, Queen of England, must of necessity bear in her chamber, and other divers wises, by the advice of the lords spiritual and temporal, and the commons in their present parliament, and by the authority of the same, ordaineth that his dear wife the queen be able to sue in her own name without the king by writs, etc., all manner of forms, rents, and debts due to her, and sue in her own name in all manners of actions, and plead and be impleaded in any of the king's courts. The next year was agitated with the mysterious rebellion in behalf of the Earl of Warwick, who was personated by a youth named Lambert Simnel. It was but a few months since the queen and young Warwick had been companions at Sheriff Dutton. The public had since lost sight of him, and this rebellion was evidently got up to make the king own what had become of him. He had been kept quietly in the Tower, from whence, to prove the imposition of Lambert Simnel, he was now brought in grand procession through the city to Sheen, where he had lived in 1485, and previously with Elizabeth of York, her young brothers and sisters. The queen received him with several noblemen, and conversed with him, but he was found to be very stupid, not knowing the difference between the commonest objects. The king wrote to the Earl of Ormond, the chamberlain to the queen, the following May, commanding him to escort her and the Countess Margaret to Kenilworth, where he then was. The people were discontented that the coronation of Elizabeth had not taken place after her wedlock, and rebellions followed each other with great rapidity. Lambert Simnel fell into the king's power this autumn, and when Henry found he was a simple boy, too ignorant to be considered a responsible agent, he very magnanimously forgave him, and with good-humoured ridicule promoted him to turnspit in his kitchen at Westminster, and afterwards made him one of his falconers. This act of grace was in honour of Elizabeth's approaching coronation. She preceded the king to London, and, on the 3rd of November, 1487, she sat in a window at St. Mary's Hospital, Bishopsgate Street, in order to have a view of the king's triumphant entry of the metropolis, in honour of the victory of Stoke. The queen then went with Henry to their palace at Greenwich. On the Friday preceding her coronation, she went from London to Greenwich, royally accompanied on the broad-flowing Thames. All the barges of the civic companies came to meet her in procession. The bachelor's barge, whose pageant surpassed all the others, belonged to the gentlemen students of Lincoln's Inn. Therein was a great red dragon, in honour of the Cadwallader dragon of the House of Tudor, spouting flames of fire into the Thames, and many other gentlemanly pageants, well and curiously devised to do her highness sport and pleasure withal. This barge, rowed by the handsomest gentleman of Lincoln's Inn, kept side by side with that of Elizabeth, playing the sweetest melody, and exciting the admiration of all the citizens assembled on the banks of the river, or in boats, by the activity of the gallant rowers and the vivacity of their dragon. When the queen landed at the Tower, the king's highness welcomed her in such manner and form as was to all the estates, being present, a very goodly sight, and right joyous and comfortable to behold. The king then created 11 knights of the Bath, And the next day, Saturday, after dinner, Elizabeth set forth on her procession through the city to Westminster Palace. The crowd was immense, it being Elizabeth's first public appearance in the metropolis as queen since her marriage, and all the Londoners were anxious to behold her in her royal apparel. She must have been well worth seeing. She had not completed her 22nd year. Her figure was, like that of her magnificent father, tall and elegant, her complexion brightly fair, and her serene eyes and perfect features were now lighted up with the lovely expression maternity ever gives to a young woman whose disposition is truly estimable. The royal apparel in which her loving subjects were so anxious to see her arrayed consisted of a kirtle of white cloth of gold, damasked, and a mantle of the same furred with ermine, fastened on the breast with a great lace, or cordon, curiously wrought of gold and silk, finished with rich knobs of gold and tassels. On her fair yellow hair, hanging at length down her back, she wore a caul of pipes, a pipe network, and a circle of gold richly adorned with gems. Thus attired, she quitted her chamber of state in the Tower, her train borne by her sister Cicely, who was still fairer than herself. She was preceded by 4 baronesses, riding grey palfreys, and by her husband's uncle Jasper, as grand steward. Her old friend, Lord Stanley, now Earl of Derby, was high constable, and the Earl of Oxford, Lord Chamberlain. Thus attended, she entered a rich open litter, whose canopy was borne over her head by 4 of the new knights of the Bath. She was followed by her sister Cicely and the Duchess of Bedford, her mother's sister, in one car, and her father's sister, the Duchess of Suffolk, mother to the unfortunate Earl of Lincoln, lately slain fighting against Henry VII at the Battle of Stoke. The Duchess of Norfolk rode in another car, and 6 baronesses on palfreys brought up the noble procession. The citizens hung velvets and cloth of gold from the windows of cheap, and stationed children, dressed like angels, to sing praises to the queen as she passed on to Westminster Palace. The next morning she was attired in a kirtle of purple velvet, furred with ermine bands in front. On her hair she wore a circlet of gold, set with large pearls and coloured gems. She entered Westminster Hall with her attendants, and waited under a canopy of state till she proceeded to the Abbey. The way thither was carpeted with striped cloth, which sort of covering had been, from time immemorial, the perquisite of the common people. But the multitude of this case crowded so eagerly to cut off pieces of the cloth, ere the queen had well passed, that before she entered the Abbey, several of them were trampled to death, and the procession of the queen's ladies broken and distroubled. The Princess Cicely was the queen's train-bearer. The Duke of Suffolk, her aunt's husband, carried the scepter, and the king's uncle, Jasper, Duke of Bedford, carried the crown. The king resolved that Elizabeth should possess the public attention solely that day. He therefore ensconced himself in a closely latticed box, erected between the altar and the pulpit in Westminster Abbey, where he remained with his mother, Perdue, during the whole ceremony. The queen's mother was not present, but her son Dorset, who had undergone imprisonment in the Tower on suspicion during the Earl of Lincoln's revolt, was liberated, and permitted to assist at his sister's coronation. The stately banquet was prepared in Westminster Hall, solely for the queen and those who had assisted at her coronation. The king, the Countess Margaret, his mother, were again present as unseen spectators, occupying a latticed seat erected in the recess of a window on the left of the hall. When the queen was seated at her coronation feast, the Lord Fitzwater, her sewer, came before her in his surcoat with tabard sleeves, his hood about his neck, and a towel over all, and sued all the messes. A sewer seems to have been an officer who performed at the royal table the functions of a footman or waiter at a modern dinner party, and suing all the messes was presenting the hot meals in a manner fit for the queen to partake of them. The Lady Catherine Grey and Mistress Ditton went under the table and sat at the queen's feet, and the countesses of Oxford and Rivers knelt on each side, and now and then held a kerchief before her grace. And after the feast, the queen departed with God's blessing, and the rejoicing of many a true Englishman's heart. The next day Henry partook of the coronation festivities. The queen began the morning by hearing mass with her husband in St. Stephen's Chapel, after which she kept her estate. namely, sat in royal pomp, under a canopy, in the Parliament chamber. The king's mother, who was scarcely ever separated from her daughter-in-law, was seated on her right hand. At dinner they observed the same order, and the beautiful Princess Cicely sat opposite to her royal sister at the end of the board. After dinner there was a ball, at which the queen and her ladies danced. The following day the queen returned to Greenwich. From the time of her coronation, Elizabeth appeared in public with all the splendor of an English queen. On St. George's Day, 1488, she assisted at a grand festival of the Order of the Garter, attired in the robes of the order. She rode with the Countess of Richmond in a rich car covered with cloth of gold, drawn by 6 horses, whose housings were of the same. The royal car was followed by her sister, the Princess Anne, in the robes of the order, and 21 ladies dressed in crimson velvet, mounted on white palfreys, the reins and housings of which were covered with white roses. The queen's aunt Catherine, widow of Buckingham, had been previously married to the Duke of Bedford, the king's uncle, in the presence of Elizabeth and Henry. The Viscount Wells, who was uncle by the half-blood of the king, received the hand of the queen's sister Cicely. To the heralds were given the bride's mantle and gown as fees and largesse. The Princess Catherine was married to the heir of the Earl of Devonshire, and the Princess Anne took the place of Cicely in attendance on the queen in public. She thus continued till her hand was claimed by Thomas, Earl of Surrey, for his heir, Lord Thomas Howard. This nobleman affirmed that the young pair had been betrothed in infancy in the reign of Richard III by that king. The marriage settlement of the Lady Anne and Lord Thomas was made by Queen Elizabeth on one side in behalf of her sister, and the Earl of Surrey for his son on the other. Henry VII offered at the altar and gave his sister-in-law away. The ancient ceremonial of the Queen of England taking to her chamber was always performed in earlier times, but its detail was not preserved till the autumn of 1489, when Elizabeth of York went through the formula previously to the birth of her eldest daughter Margaret. As described in a contemporary Herald's Journal, Queen Elizabeth's temporary retirement assumed the character of a religious rite. On All Hallows' Eve, says this quaint chronicler, the queen took to her chamber at Westminster, royally accompanied, that is to say, with my lady the king's mother, the Duchess of Norfolk, and many other ganging before her, and besides greater part of the nobles of the realm, being all assembled at Westminster at the Parliament. She was led by the Earl of Oxford and the Earl of Derby, the king's father-in-law. The Reverend Father in God, the Bishop of Exeter, said mass in his pontificals. The Earl of Salisbury held the towels when the queen received the host, and the corners of the towels were golden, and after Agnus Dei was sung, and the bishop ceased, the queen was led as before. When she arrived at her own great chamber, she tarried in the anteroom before it, and stood under her cloth of estate. Then was ordained a void of refreshments. That done, my lord, the queen's chamberlain, in very good words, desired in the queen's name all her people to pray that God would send her a good hour. And so she entered into her chamber, which was hanged and ceilinged with blue cloth of arras, enriched with gold fleur-de-lis. No tapestry, on which human figures were represented, according to this document, were suffered to adorn the royal bedchamber, being inconvenient for ladies in such a case, lest, it may be supposed, the royal patient should be affrighted by the figures which gloomily glare. There was a rich bed and pallet in the queen's chamber. The pallet had a fine canopy of velvet of many colors, striped with gold, and garnished with red roses. Also there was an altar furnished with relics, and a very rich cupboard full of gold plate. When the queen had recommended herself to the good prayers of the lords, her chamberlain drew the traverse, or curtain, which parted the chamber, and thenceforth no manner of officer came within the queen's chamber, but only ladies and gentlewomen after the old custom. This etiquette was, however, broken by the arrival of the Prince of Luxembourg, ambassador extraordinary from France, who, most earnestly desiring to see the queen, was introduced into her bedchamber by her mother, Queen Elizabeth Woodville, his near relative. No other man, excepting the Lord Chamberlain and Garter King-at-Arms, was admitted. The queen's retirement took place on the 1st of November, and the royal infant was born on the 29th of the same month. She was named Margaret after the king's mother, and that noble lady, as godmother, presented the babe with a silver box full of gold pieces. At the christening festivals, a play was performed before the king and queen in the White Hall of Westminster Palace. Subsequently, at the Christmas festival, a court herald complains, "There were very few plays acted on account of the prevalent sickness, but there was an abbot of Misrule who made much sport." The queen's second son Henry, afterwards Henry VIII, was born at Greenwich Palace, June 28, 1491. He was remarkable for his great strength and robust health from his infancy. During the temporary retirement of the queen to her chamber previously to the birth of her fourth child, the death of her mother, Elizabeth Woodville, occurred. The royal infant, proving a girl, was named Elizabeth, perhaps in memory of its grandmother. Towards the close of the same year, 1492, Henry VII undertook an invasion of France in support of the rights of Anne of Bretagne to her father's duchy. But the queen wrote him so many loving letters, lamenting his absence and imploring his speedy return, that he raised the siege of Boulogne, made peace, and came back to England on the 3rd of November. His subjects were preparing for him plenty of employment at home by rebellions in behalf of Perkin Warbeck, who at this time commenced his personification of Richard, Duke of York, the queen's brother, second son of Edward IV and Elizabeth Woodville. The remaining years of the century were involved in great trouble to the king, the queen, and the whole country. The Lord Chamberlain, Sir William Stanley, brother to the king's father-in-law, was executed, with little form of justice, for favouring the impostor, and the court was perturbed with doubt and suspicion. The bodies of the queen's brothers were vainly sought for in the Tower, in order to disprove the claims of the pretender. And, when the queen's tender love for her own family is remembered, a doubt cannot exist that her mental sufferings were acute at this crisis. In the summer of 1495, Elizabeth accompanied the king to Latham House, on a visit to his mother and her husband, Stanley, Earl of Derby. Perkin Warbeck was expected to invade England every day, and the king brought his wife with him to Lancashire, in order to regain for him the popularity he had lost by the execution of Sir William Stanley. Warrington Bridge was at this time built for the passage of the royal pair. While a guest at Latham House, the king ran a risk of his life from an odd circumstance. The Earl of Derby was showing him the country from the leads, when the family fool, who had been much attached to Sir William, the brother of his lord, lately put to death by the king, drew near, and pointed to a propitious part of the leads, undefended by battlements, close to which the royal guest was standing, said to his lord, in the deep low tone of vengeance, "Tom, remember Will." These 3 words struck the conscience of the king, and he hurried downstairs to his mother and his consort with great precipitation. He returned with Elizabeth to London soon after this adventure, when they both attended the sergeant's feast at Ely Place. The queen and her ladies dined in one room, and the king and his retinue in another. Elizabeth was this year so deeply in debt that her consort found it necessary, after she had pawned her plate for £500, to lend her £2000 to satisfy her creditors. Whoever examines the privy purse expenses of this queen will find that her life was spent in acts of beneficence to the numerous claimants of her bounty. She loved her own sisters with the fondest affection. They were destitute, but she could not bear that the princesses of the royal line of York should be wholly dependent on the English noblemen, who had married them dowerless, for the food they ate and the raiment they wore. She allowed them all, while single, an annuity of £50 per annum for their private expenses, and paid to their husbands annuities for their board of £120 each, besides perpetual presents. In her own person she was sufficiently economical. When she needed pocket money, sums as low as 4s. 4d, seldom more than 10s. or 20s. at a time, were sent to her from her accountant Richard Deakins, by the hands of one of her ladies, as the Lady Anne Percy, or the Lady Elizabeth Stafford, or Mistress Lee, to be put in her majesty's purse. Then her gowns were mended, turned, and new-bodied. They were freshly trimmed at an expense of 4d. They were freshly hemmed when beat out at the bottom. She wore shoes which cost only 12 pence, with laton or tin buckles. But the rewards she proffered to her poor affectionate subjects, who brought her trifling offerings of early peas, cherries, chickens, bunches of roses, and posies of other flowers, were very high in proportion to what she paid for her own shoes. The queen lost her little daughter Elizabeth in September 1495. This infant, if her epitaph may be trusted, was singularly lovely in person. She was buried in the new chapel built by her father in Westminster Abbey. A very tender friendship ever existed between the Countess Margaret, the king's learned and accomplished mother, and her royal daughter-in-law. In her letters, Margaret often laments the queen's delicate, or as she terms it, crazy constitution. In one of them, written about this time, she mentions Elizabeth and her infants. It is written to the queen's chamberlain on occasion of some French gloves he had bought for the countess. Blessed be God, the king, the queen, and all their sweet children, be in good health. The queen hath been a little crazed, infirm in health, but now she is well, God be thanked. Her sickness not so much amended as I would, but I trust it shall be hastily with God's grace. The countess declares the gloves to be right good, excepting they were too much for her hand, and adds, with a little sly pride in the smallness of her own fingers, that she thinks the French ladies be great ladies altogether, not only in estates, but in their persons. Elizabeth's infants were reared and educated at Croydon. Erasmus visited the princely children there when he was the guest of Lord Montjoy. The family picture he draws is a charming one, and oh, how its interest is augmented when it is considered that Sir Thomas More and himself filled up the grouping. He thus describes the queen's children. Thomas More paid me a visit when I was Mountjoy's guest, and took me for recreation a walk to a neighbouring country palace where the royal infants were abiding, Prince Arthur excepted, who had completed his education. The princely children were assembled in the hall, and were surrounded by their household, to whom Mountjoy's servants added themselves. In the middle of the circle stood Prince Henry, then only 9 years old. He bore in his countenance a look of high rank, and an expression of royalty, yet open and courteous. On his right hand stood the Princess Margaret, a child of 11 years, afterwards Queen of Scotland. On the other side was the Princess Mary, a little one of 4 years of age, engaged in her sports, while Edmund, an infant, was held in his nurse's arms. There is a group of portraits at Hampton Court, representing 3 of these children. They have earnest eyes and great gravity of expression, but the childish features of the Princess Margaret, who is then about 6 years of age, look oddly out of the hood coif, the fashionable headdress of the era. Even the babes in arms wore the same headdress. End of section 3. Section 4 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 4, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Elizabeth of York, Chapter 2, Part 2. For 7 long years, England was convulsed by the pretensions of Perkin Warbeck. In the summer of 1495, the young King of Scotland, James IV., or rather his regency, committed a great outrage against the English monarch by receiving the impostor, and bestowing on him the hand of the beautiful Lady Catherine Gordon, who was not only a princess of the royal blood of Scotland, but, by descent from Joanna Beaufort, was one of the nearest relatives Henry VII and his mother had. Perkin invaded the English border, and Henry levied an army to give him battle, saying, he hoped now he should see the gentleman of whom he had heard so much. Before the king departed, Queen Elizabeth ornamented his basnet with her own hands with jewels. He paid, however, the expenses of her outlay, which fact rather diminishes the romance of the queen's employment. The greatest danger existed during the succeeding years, that the queen and her children would finally be displaced by the impostor, for as soon as the insurrections in his favor were subdued in one quarter, they broke out in an opposite direction. Perkin appeared as if by magic in Ireland, and then invaded the Cornish coast. His western partisans brought the war close to the metropolis. A sharp action was fought at Deptford Bridge and Blackheath. Henry VII was nearly in despair of success, and seems to have been in a thorough fright, till the battle of Blackheath was decided in his favor, June 1497. Afterwards Perkin and his bride were severally taken prisoners. Lady Catherine Gordon was called the White Rose from her delicate beauty and the pretensions of her husband to the rights of the House of York. She loved him, and she had followed him in all his adventures since her marriage, till he left her for security in the strong fortress of St. Michael's Mount, which was captured by the royalists, and Lady Catherine brought prisoner to the king, who was then at Winchester Palace. When she entered his presence, she blushed excessively, and then burst into a passion of tears. King Henry remembered the near kindred of the distressed beauty to himself. He spoke kindly to her, and presented her to his queen, who took her into her service, where she remained till her second marriage with Sir Matthew Cradock. The compassion showed by Henry to the disconsolate White Rose raised some reports that he was captivated by her beauty, but he seems to have anticipated such gossip by resigning her to the care of his queen. There was no peace for England till after the execution of the adventurous boy who took upon himself the character of the queen's brother. For upwards of 2 years Henry VII spared the life of Perkin, but, inspired with a spirit of restless daring, which showed as if he came one way of the great Plantagenets, this youth nearly got possession of the Tower, and implicated the unfortunate Earl of Warwick, his fellow captive, in his schemes. It is reasonably supposed that Perkin was a natural son of Edward IV, for his age agrees with that monarch's residence in Holland, 1470. Why Henry VII spared his life so long is an historical mystery, unless he really was a merciful man, willing to abstain from blood, if his turbulent people would have permitted him. That abstinence could no longer continue. Perkin, after undergoing many degradations, in the vain hope of dispelling his delusion of royalty, was hanged at Tyburn, November 16th, and the more unjustifiable execution of the Earl of Warwick followed. This last prince of the name of Plantagenet was beheaded on Tower Hill, November 28th, 1499. The troubles and commotions of civil war entirely ceased with the existence of this unfortunate young man. A plague so venomous broke out in England after this event, that Henry VII, fearing lest the queen should be among its victims, took her out of the country in May, and the royal family resided at Calais for more than a month. Some say that the queen entertained the Archduke Philip of Austria most royally while she remained at Calais. It is, however, certain that a marriage between the queen's beautiful little daughter Mary and Charles, son of the Archduke Philip, afterwards the great Emperor Charles V, was agreed on at this time, and the marriage treaty between Arthur, Prince of Wales, and the youngest daughter of Spain, Catherine of Aragon, was concluded. The parents of that princess, King Ferdinand of Aragon and Queen Isabella of Castile, having previously demurred regarding its completion as long as the unfortunate Earl of Warwick lived. The wedlock of Arthur and Catherine finally took place in the autumn of 1501. It filled Elizabeth's court with joyous festivity, and she herself took an active part in the scene. The following January the queen presided at the betrothment of her eldest daughter Margaret with James IV of Scotland, performed at St. Paul's Cathedral. Lady Catherine, the widow of Perkin Warbeck, was in attendance on the queen at these fiançailles. After the religious ceremonial the queen took her daughter by the hand and led her to a grand banquet prepared at the Bishop of London's palace close by, where they both dined at one mess covered. The young Queen of Scotland remained at the English court to finish her education. Much has been said regarding the coldness and unkindness of Henry VII to his gentle partner, but if he indulged in any public jealousy of her superior title to the crown of England, and permitted her not to govern the kingdom whose title she secured to him, at least he gave her no rival in her court or home. The nearer the private life of this pair is examined, the more does it seem replete with proofs of greater domestic happiness than usually falls to the lot of royal personages. Henry and Elizabeth were seldom apart, and many little traits may be quoted which evince unity of purpose when they were together. Among others, there is a pleasing union of their names in a valuable missal, once belonging to a lady of the queen, for this line is written in the hand of King Henry. Madam, I pray you remember me, your loving maester Henry R. Directly underneath is added in the queen's hand, Madam, I pray you forget me not. Pray to God, in order that I may have part of your prayers. Elizabeth the Queen. The conjugal affection between the king and queen was now to be tried by an affliction they had little anticipated. This was the death of their promising son, Arthur, Prince of Wales, who died on the 2nd of April, within 5 months of his marriage. Henry and Elizabeth were at Greenwich Palace when the news arrived of their heavy loss. The king's confessor, a friar observant, was deputed by the Privy Council to break the sad news to him. Somewhat before his usual time, the confessor knocked at the king's chamber door, and, when admitted, he requested all present to quit the room, and approached, saying in Latin, "If we receive good from the hand of God, shall we not patiently sustain the ill he sends us?" He then showed his grace that his dearest son was departed to God. When the king understood these sorrowful heavy tidings, he sent for the queen, saying, that he and his wife would take their painful sorrow together. After she was come, and saw the king her lord in that natural and painful sorrow, as I have heard say, she, with full great and constant comfortable words, besought him that he would, after God, consider the weal of his own noble person, of his realm, and of her. And, added the queen, remember that my lady your mother had never no more children but you only, yet God by his grace has ever preserved you, and brought you where you are now. Over and above, God has left you yet a fair prince and 2 fair princesses. And God is still where he was, and we are both young enough. As your grace's wisdom is renowned all over Christendom, you must now give proof of it by the manner of taking this misfortune. Then the king thanked her for her good comfort, but when the queen returned to her own chamber, the natural remembrance of her great loss smote so sorrowfully on her maternal heart that her people were forced to send for the king to comfort her. Then his grace, in great haste, came, and with true, gentle, and faithful love, soothed her trouble, telling her what wise counsel she had given him before, and that if she would thank God for her dead son, he would do so likewise. This scene gives no great reason for the constant assertion that Elizabeth was the victim of conjugal infelicity, or that she was treated with coldness and dislike by her husband. But it is in this reign that faction first employed domestic slander as a weapon against the sovereign on the throne, and in this, as in many other instances, when search is made into the silent but irrefragable witnesses of contemporary journals, household books, and letters, the direct contrary is often proven, which has been reported by common rumor. Lord Bacon hints that the king's reserve was on political matters because it extended to his mother, who was indisputably an object of his tender affection. His mother he reverenced much, but listened to little. His queen, notwithstanding she presented him with divers children and a crown also, could do nothing with him. To her he was nothing uxorious, but if not indulgent he was companionable, and without personal jealousy. It is most evident that Henry was neither governed by his wife nor his mother, but when a man governs himself well, it is not often that his wedded partner endeavors to take upon herself that trouble. Henry was, in fact, a deeply reflective and philosophic character, wholly free from those starts of irrational passions which, above all other misdoings, degrade a man in the eyes of the females of his family. Every action of this monarch seems the result of calm deliberation. No decision was left to passion or accident. For, says Lord Bacon, he constantly kept notes and memorials in his own hand, especially touching persons, as whom to employ, whom to reward, keeping, as it were, a journal of his thoughts. There is to this day a merry tale that his monkey, set on as it was thought by one of his chamber, tore his principal notebook all to pieces, when by chance he left it about. Whereat the court, which liked not these pensive accounts, was much tickled with the sport. However pleased his courtiers and his monkey might be with the demolition of his royal journal, it was a great historical loss, and so must be ever considered. The Privy Purse accounts of his queen, brought to light by the inestimable labors of one of our greatest historical antiquarians, contain many particulars of her life and manners, although they journalize but the last year of her life. She had musical tastes, and gave comparatively large sums for her instruments, which were of the piano or harpsichord species. Such was the clavichord, a keyed instrument of small size. The bass and treble were enclosed in two separate portable cases, and, when played upon with both hands, were set side by side on a table before the performer. For a pair of clavichords, made or imported by a foreigner, the queen gave £4, all in crowns, by the hand of Hugh Denys. She caused her eldest daughter to be instructed in music, for there is an item of payment to Giles, the luter, for strings for the young queen of Scots lute. The principal queen's bedchamber lady, when her sisters, the princesses of York, were not in waiting, was her kinswoman, Lady Elizabeth Stafford, daughter to her aunt, the Duchess of Buckingham. This lady had a salary of £33 6s. 8d. The queen had 7 maids of honour, who were allowed £6 13s. 4d. each per annum. Dame Jane Guilford, who was governess to the princesses, received £13 6s. 8d. per annum. Agnes Dean, the queen's laundress, had an allowance of £2 6s. 8d. and Alice Massey, the queen's midwife, was paid for the exercise of her office £10. It has been observed that the queen devoted a large part of her income to the maintenance of her sisters, but in the last year of her life her expenses were increased by the charges of her sister Catherine's children. After the execution of the hapless Earl of Warwick, the sons of Edward IV's sister and the Duke of Suffolk, Lord Edmund de la Pole, and his brother Richard, supposing, not unreasonably, that their turns would come next, fled to Flanders. Lord William Courtenay, husband to the Princess Catherine, was accused of having aided and abetted these hapless brethren in their escape, for which offence he was imprisoned, and his property seized by the king. The queen placed her destitute sister in close attendance on her own person, and took charge of her little children, sending them to be nursed at her palace at Havering Bower. The little Lady Margaret Courtenay choked herself at Havering on a fish bone, and her brother, Lord Edmund, likewise died there. The queen was at the cost of their funerals. The eldest son lived to prove a splendid favourite of his royal kinsman, Henry VIII, and afterwards to fall a victim to his capricious malice. Some indications occur, in the queen's privy purse expenses, that her health was infirm during the summer of 1502, for she made offerings at Woodstock and the shrines of other churches for her recovery from sickness. In August, she made a progress towards the border of Wales. Her accounts at this time show tender remembrances of her family. She clothed an old woman who had been nourrice, nurse, to her lord prince, her brother, the unfortunate Edward V, and rewarded a man who had suffered hospitable attention to her uncle, Earl Rivers, in his distress at Pontefract just before his execution. The queen's 7th confinement was expected in February 1503. In the previous autumn she declined the services of a French nurse, with whom she had conferred at Baynard's Castle, but she dismissed her with a gratuity of a mark, or 6s. 8d. Another nurse, one Mistress Harcourt, was recommended to her by her niece, Lady Catherine Grey. She came and spoke to the queen at Westminster, but was dismissed with the same sum. It was agreed that the Queen's accouchement was to take place in the royal apartments of the Tower of London, and all things were prepared there for her reception. If ladies at that era had given way to nervous depression arising from association of ideas, the remembrance of the mysterious disappearance of her hapless brothers from that gloomy den of assassination was enough to have destroyed Elizabeth when sojourning at such an abiding place. It is certain she did not remain there longer than she could help, for, instead of taking her chamber and secluding herself in close retirement, according to custom, for a month or more previously to her accouchement, she spent that time in visits to her country palaces, and in excursions on the Thames, though the season was the depth of winter. The Christmas she passed at Richmond. Her gifts are recorded as if she had shared in the usual festivities. She presented her own minstrels, the chief of whom was called by the fanciful title of Marquis of Loredan, with 20 shillings, and to him and his associates, Jane and Markhorse and Richard Denouse, she allowed each a salary of 46 shillings 8 pence. Elizabeth spent much of her time in listening to minstrels and dissars, or reciters, and these dissars sometimes took upon themselves the office of players, since she rewarded one of them, who had performed the part of a shepherd greatly to her satisfaction, with 5 shillings. She gave William Cornish the sum of 13 shillings 4 pence for setting the carol on Christmas Day, and presented 40 shillings to the king's minstrels with the psalms. She gave a Spanish girl, perhaps belonging to the household of her daughter-in-law, Catherine of Aragon, who danced before her, a reward of 4 shillings 4 pence. The fools of the royal household were not forgotten. Elizabeth bestowed on Patch, her own fool, 6 shillings 8 pence, and she gave gratuities to a fool belonging to her son Henry, a functionary who bore the appropriate name of Goose. 100 shillings were put into her royal purse for her disport at cards this same Christmas. She likewise made some purchases of a small pair of enamelled knives for her own use, and of Mistress Locke, the silk woman, she bought certain bonnets, caps, frontlets, and other stuff of her occupation for her own wearing, giving her 20 pounds in part payment of a bill formerly delivered, which remittance the Queen signed with her own hand. She paid Hayward the Skinner, furrier, for furring a gown of crimson velvet she had caused to be made for her young daughter, the Queen of Scots, the cuffs of which were made of pampelyon, a sort of costly fur then fashionable. Among these items is a curious one, showing Elizabeth's personal economy. Her tailor, Robert Addington, is paid 16 pence for mending 8 gowns of divers colours for the Queen's grace at 2 pence apiece. She paid, however, the large sum of 13 shillings 4 pence to a man who brought her a popinjay, a parrot. 8 pence is charged for an ell of linen cloth, for the Queen's sampler, perhaps a pattern piece for her embroidery. Elizabeth kept embroiderers, who were chiefly French women, constantly at work on a great state bed, which was a perpetual expense to her, for silks and gold twist. She was, during the chief of the year 1502, in mourning for her eldest son Arthur, since all her new garments were black. These were a gown of black velvet, and a cloak of black damask. She was in debt, and, though she received occasional benefactions from her husband, she had at this time pawned some of her plate, but her embarrassment certainly did not arise from any personal extravagance. After Christmas, the Queen was, with her ladies, rowed by her bargeman, Lewis Walter, and his waterman, in a great boat from Richmond to Hampton Court. The day she went there is not named, but on the 13th of January they all came back in the same manner to Richmond. She stayed at Hampton Court 8 days, for the man who had the care of her barge charged for that time. It is worth noticing that Hampton Court was a favourite residence of Elizabeth of York, long before Cardinal Wolsey had possession of it, for in the spring of this year there is a notation that she was residing there, when she gave a poor woman a reward for bringing her a present of almond butter. The Queen's said Grace and her ladies were finally rowed by Lewis Walter and his crew from Richmond to the Tower, apparently very late in January. Each of the rowers was paid 8 pence. No intimation is recorded of the ceremonial of her taking her chamber in the Tower. Her finances were low, for she borrowed £10 of one of the king's gentlemen ushers, in order to pay the officers of the mint their fees, which they craved as customary, on account of a royal residence at the Tower. William Trend received 10 shillings for making a chest and armoire in the queen's council chamber at the Tower for her books and papers. The queen's sister Catherine, Lady Courtenay, was in attendance at the Tower at this time, for late in January the royal purse received a supply by the hands of that lady of 46 shillings 8 pence. The queen gave a poor woman, who brought a present of fine capons on the last day of January, a reward of 3 shillings 4 pence, and she gave her fool Patch, who presented her with pomegranates, 6 shillings 8 pence, being a mark. On Candlemas Day, February 2nd, the queen's accouchement took place. She brought into the world a living princess, who was named Catherine, after Lady Courtenay. The fatal symptoms which threatened Elizabeth's life did not appear till a week afterwards, and must have been wholly unexpected, since the physician on whom the king depended for her restoration to health was absent at his dwelling-house beyond Gravesend. The king sent for this person, but it was in vain that Dr. Hellisworth travelled through the night, with guides and torches, to the royal patient in the Tower. The fiat had gone forth, and the gentle, the pious, the lovely Elizabeth expired on her own birthday, February 11th, 1503, the day she completed her 37th year. A manuscript describing her death says that her departing was as heavy and dolorous to the king as ever was seen or heard of, and that he took with him some of his servants, and privily departed to a solitary place to pass his sorrow, and would that no man should resort to him. But he sent Sir Charles Somerset and Sir Richard Guilford to afford the best comfort they could to the queen's servants with good and kind words. When the news of Elizabeth's decease spread through the city, the utmost sorrow was manifested among all ranks of her subjects. The bells of St. Paul's tolled dismally, and were answered by those of every church and religious house in the metropolis or its neighbourhood. Meantime the queen was embalmed at the Tower. For this purpose were allowed 60 ells of Holland cloth, ell broad, likewise gums, balms, spices, sweet wine, and wax, with which, being seared, the king's plumber closed her head in lead, with an epitaph likewise in lead, showing who and what she was. The whole was chested in boards, covered with black velvet, with a cross of white damask. The day after the queen's demise, Sunday, February 12th, her corpse was removed from the chamber where she died to the chapel within the Tower, under the steps of which then reposed, unknown to all, the bodies of the queen's 2 murdered brothers, Edward V and Richard, Duke of York. Far different was the order of their sisters' royal obsequies, to that dark and silent hour, when the trembling old priest, who had belonged to this very chapel, raised the princely victims from their unconsecrated lair, and deposited them secretly within its hallowed verge. Could the ladies and officers of arms, who watched around the corpse of their royal mistress in St. Mary's Chapel within the Tower, during the long nights which preceded her funeral, have known how near to them was the mysterious resting place of her murdered brothers, many a glance of alarm would have fathomed the beautiful arches of this structure, and many a start of terror would have told, when the wintry wind from the Thames waved the black draperies which hung around. The scene of the queen's lying in state in the Tower Chapel must have been imposing. It was on this occasion rendered what the French call a chapel ardennée. The windows were railed about with burning lights, and a lighted hearse stood in the choir of the chapel. In this hearse was deposited the royal corpse, which was carried by persons of the highest rank, with a canopy borne over it by 4 knights, followed by Lady Elizabeth Stafford and all the maids of honour, and the queen's household 2 by 2, dressed in their plainest gowns, or, according to another journal, in the saddest and simplest attire they had, with threatened handkerchiefs hanging down and tied under their chins. The Princess Catherine, led by her brother-in-law, the Earl of Surrey, then entered the chapel and took her place at the head of the corpse. A true mourner she was, for she had lost her best friend and only protectress. When mass was done and offerings made, the princess retired. During the watch of the night, an officer at arms said, in a loud voice, a paternoster for the soul of the queen at every Kyrie eleison, and at Oremos before the collect. On the 12th day after the queen's death, mass was said in the chapel early in the morning. Then the corpse was put in a carriage covered with black velvet, with a cross of white cloth of gold, very well fringed. An image exactly representing the queen was placed on a chair above, in her rich robes of state, her very rich crown on her head, her hair about her shoulders, her scepter in her right hand, her fingers well garnished with rings and precious stones, and on every end of the chair sat a gentlewoman usher kneeling on the coffin, which was in this manner drawn by 6 horses trapped with black velvet from the Tower to Westminster. On the 4 horses rode 2 chariotmen, and on the 4 others 4 henchmen in black gowns. On the horses were lozenges with the queen's escutcheons. By every horse walked a person in a mourning hood. At each corner of the chair was a banner of Our Lady, of the Assumption, of the Salutation, and of the Nativity, to show the queen died in childbed. Next, 8 palfreys, saddled with black velvet, bearing 8 ladies of honor, who rode singly after the corpse, in their slops and mantles. Every horse led by a man on foot, bareheaded, but in mourning gown, followed by many lords. The Lord Mayor and citizens, all in mourning, brought up the rear, and at every door in the city a person stood bearing a torch. In Fenchurch and Cheapside were stationed groups of 37 virgins, the number corresponding with the queen's age, all dressed in white, wearing chaplets of white and green, and bearing lighted tapers. From Mark Lane to Temple Bar alone were 5,000 torches, besides lights burning before all the parish churches, while processions of religious persons, singing anthems and bearing crosses, met the royal corpse from every fraternity in the city. The Earl of Derby, the queen's old friend, led a procession of nobles, who met the funeral at Temple Bar. The abbots of Westminster and Bermondsey, in black copes and bearing censers, met and censed the corpse, and then preceded it to the churchyard at St. Margaret, Westminster. Here the body was removed from the car and carried into the abbey. It was placed on a grand hearse streaming with banners and banneroles, and covered with a cloth of majesty, the valance fringed and wrought with the queen's motto, humble and reverent, and garnished with her arms. All the ladies and lords in attendance retired to the queen's great chamber in Westminster Palace to supper. In the night, ladies, squires, and heralds watched the body in the abbey. The next morning the remains of Elizabeth were committed to the grave. Her sister Catherine, her sorrowful survivor, attended as chief mourner. The queen's ladies offered 37 palls, first kissing them and then laying them on the body. 4 of these palls were presented by her sisters, who were all present as mourners. A funeral sermon was preached by Fitzjames, Bishop of Rochester, from the text in Job. Miserere mei, saltum nos amici mei, quies manus Domini tetiget me. These words, he said, he spake in the name of England, on account of the great loss the country had sustained of their virtuous queen, her noble son, the Prince Arthur, and the Archbishop of Canterbury. The palls were then removed from the coffin, the queen's effigy placed on St. Edward's shrine, and the ladies quitted the abbey. The prelates, with the king's chaplains, approached the hearse, and the grave was hallowed by the Bishop of London. After the usual rites, the body was placed in the grave. Astrologers had been consulted that year on the queen's behalf, and had predicted that all sorts of good fortune would befall her in 1503. Sir Thomas More wrote an elegy for the queen, in which, with his usual sagacity, he alludes at the same time to this circumstance, and to the folly and vanity of such divinations. Yet was I lately promised otherwise, this year to live in weal and in delight. Lo, to what cometh all thy blandishing promise, O false astrology and divintrice, of God's secrets vaunting thyself so wise? How true for this year is thy prophecy! The year yet lasteth, and lo, here I lie. Adieu, mine own dear spouse, my worthy lord. the faithful love that did us both combine, in marriage and peaceable accord, into your hands here do I clean resign, to be bestowed on your children and mine. Erst were ye father, now must ye supply the mother's part also, for here I lie. Where are our castles now? Where are our towers? Goodly Richmond, soon art thou gone from me. At Westminster, that costly work of yours, mine own dear lord, now shall I never see. Almighty God, vouchsafe to grant that ye, for you and children well may edify, my palace builded is, for lo, now here I lie. Farewell, my daughter, Lady Margaret. God wot full oft it grieved half my mind, that ye should go where we might seldom meet. Now I am gone, and have left you behind. O mortal folk, but we be very blind. What we least fear full aught is most nigh. For you depart I first, for lo, now here I lie. Farewell, madame, my lord's worthy mother. Comfort your son, and be of good cheer. Take all at worth, for it will be no other. Farewell, my daughter Catherine, late the pair. Upon Prince Arthur, late my child so dear. It booteth not for me to wail and cry. Pray for my soul, for lo, now here I lie. Adieu, Lord Henry, loving son, adieu. Our Lord increase your honour and estate. Adieu, my daughter Mary, bright of hue. God make you virtuous, wise, and fortunate. Adieu, sweetheart, my little daughter Kate. Thou shalt, sweet babe, such is thy destiny, thy mother never know, for lo, now here I lie. Lady Cicely, Lady Anne, and Lady Catherine, farewell, my well-beloved sisters three. O Lady Bridget, other sister mine, lo here the end of worldly vanity. Now are you well who earthly folly flee, and heavenly things do praise and magnify. Farewell, and pray for me, for lo, now here I lie. Adieu, my lords, adieu, my ladies all, adieu, my faithful servants every one. Adieu, my commons, whom I never shall see in this world. Wherefore to thee alone, immortal God, verily three in one, I me commend, thy infinite mercy, show to thy servant, for now here I lie. Henry VII survived his consort 7 years. His character deteriorated after her loss. The active beneficence and the ever-liberal hand of the royal Elizabeth had probably formed a counteracting influence to the avaricious propensities of Henry VII, since it was after her death he became notorious for his rapacity and miserly habits of hoarding money. A short time after her death, the king lost his 2 virtuous and fearless privy councillors, Sir Reginald Bray and the good Bishop Norton, who did not scruple to reprove him if he felt inclined to commit any act of injustice. Henry VII frequently entered into negotiations for a second marriage, and he appears to have been remarkably particular in the personal qualifications of a consort. It is not very easy to find one who could bear comparison with the beautiful heiress of the Plantagenets. Henry VII died in the spring of 1509, like his ancestors, worn down with premature old age, and was laid by the side of his queen, in the magnificent chapel at Westminster Abbey, which bears his name. The portraits of Henry VII are well known. They have a singularly wasted and woeful physiognomy, which excites surprise, when compared with the extreme praises his contemporaries bestowed on his beauty. The portraits were, however, chiefly taken from the cast of his face, made after his death, for the statue seen on his monument, therefore the sad expression is easily explained. In the chapter house at Westminster is a splendid manuscript containing the plan and description of his well-known chapel in the abbey. Henry VII is depicted in miniature, perhaps too minutely for accurate resemblance. He is there fair in complexion, with yellow waving hair, different to all other representations. The monument of Henry and Elizabeth, which occupies the center of his noble chapel, was designed by Torre Giano, who likewise cast the effigies of the royal pair reclining thereon. Elizabeth's statue is exquisitely designed, but its merits can scarcely be appreciated by those who are not employed to have the bronze gates of the stately sepulchre unclosed, to gaze upon the divine composure of the royal matron's beauty, serene in death. The The statue strikingly resembles the portraits of the queen, many of which remain. The sweet expression of the mouth and the harmony of the features agree well with the soft repose that pervades the whole figure. The proportions are tall. The figure is about 5 feet 6 in length, yet is considerably less than the stature of the king. On a small white marble tablet, let into the bronze frise, on the queen's left hand, is the following inscription, the Italian having very oddly misspelled the queen's name. Hic jacet Regina Elisabeth, Edward Quatuor, quondam regis filia, Edward quinque, regia nomiati soror, Henrice septem, olim regis conjunx, atque Henrice octo, mater inclita, obit autem suum diem, turi Londiniarum, Dei Febri duo, anno Domini 1502-1503, triginta septem annorum, etet functa. Here rests Queen Elizabeth, daughter of Edward IV, sometime monarch of this realm, sister of Edward V, who bore the title of king, wedded to King Henry VII, the illustrious mother of Henry VIII, who closed her life in the Palace of the Tower of London on February 2, 1502-1503, having completed her 37th year. Elizabeth of York is one of the most beautiful of our queens, for in her person was united delicacy of features and complexion, with elegance and majesty of stature. Her portraits are numerous, and extremely like her monumental statue. Her usual costume was a veil, or scarf richly bordered with gems, put on with a hood, hanging down on each side of the face as low as her breast, her hair banded on the forehead. Several contemporaries quoted in the course of this narrative describe her as fair in complexion, with hair of pale gold like her mother, the beautiful Elizabeth Woodville. The heavenly serenity of expression in all her portraits is still more remarkable than her beauty, and leads to the conclusion that, when her subjects universally call her the good Queen Elizabeth, they spoke but the truth. End of section 4. Section 5 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 4, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Catherine of Aragon, Chapter 1, Part 1. At a time when joy and prosperity were swelling in a flood tide for her native Spain, Catherine of Aragon first saw the light. For her renowned parents, King Ferdinand of Aragon and Doña Isabel, Queen of Castile, had made every city possessed by the Moors bow beneath their victorious arms, with the exception of Granada and Malaga, which alone bore the yoke of the infidel. Doña Isabel, the mother of Catherine, had been raised to the throne of Castile by a revolutionary act of the Cortes, the people being disgusted at the imbecile profligacy of her brother, King Enrico, who was by them deposed and degraded from his regal rank. The Castilian Cortes likewise illegitimated his only son and heiress, Doña Juana, on account of the shameless character of the wife of King Enrico, and bestowed the inheritance on Isabel, who was carefully educated from girlhood with reference to the queenly station she afterwards so greatly adorned. She was, at the age of 14, demanded in marriage by our Edward IV, and capriciously rejected on account of his passion for Elizabeth Woodville, an insult which left a lasting impression on the mind of the royal Castilian maid. Finally, the young Queen Isabel was wedded to Don Fernand, heir to the kingdom of Aragon, and though the wedded sovereigns each continued to sway an independent scepter, they governed with such connubial harmony that the whole peninsula of Spain was greatly strengthened and benefited by their union. At the close of the year 1585, the ancient Moorish city of La Ronda had just fallen beneath the victorious arms of Queen Isabel, and several other strongholds of the infidel had accompanied its surrender, when she set out from her camp in order to keep her Christmas at Toledo, which was then the metropolis of Spain. On the road the queen was brought to bed of a daughter, at the town of Alcalá de Henares, December 15th, 1485. This child was the youngest of a family consisting of one prince and four princesses. The newborn infanta, though she made her appearance in this world some little time before she was expected, was, nevertheless, welcomed with infinite rejoicings by the people, and the Cardinal Mendoca gave a great banquet to the maids of honor on occasion of her baptism. She was named Catalina, the name of Catherine being unknown in Spain, excepting in Latin writings. The first historical notice of this princess in Spanish chronicle is, that at the early age of 4, she was present at the marriage of her eldest sister, Isabel, with Don Juan, heir of Portugal. The early infancy of Catherine of Aragon was passed amidst the storms of battle and siege. For Queen Isabel of Castile herself, with her young family, lodged in the magnificent camp with which her armies for years beleaguered Granada. Nor was this residence unattended with danger. Once in particular, in a desperate sally of the besieged Moors, the queen's pavilion was set on fire, and the young infantas rescued with great difficulty from the flames. The little Catherine, a few months after, accompanied her parents in their grand entry, when the seat of the Moorish Empire succumbed to their arms, and from that moment Granada was her home. At this time she was 4 years old. In Granada, the early education of the young Catherine commenced. The first objects which greeted her awakening intellect were the wonders of the Alhambra and the exquisite bowers of the Generalife, for in those royal seats of the Moorish dynasty was Catherine of Aragon reared. Queen Isabel, herself the most learned princess in Europe, devoted every moment she could spare from the business of government to the personal instruction of her 4 daughters, who were besides provided with tutors of great literary attainments. Catherine was able to read and write Latin in her childhood, and she was through her life desirous of improvement in that language. She chiefly employed her knowledge of Latin in the diligent perusal of the Scriptures, a fact which Erasmus affirms, adding, that she was imbued with learning by the care of her illustrious mother from her infant years. It was from Granada, the bright home of her childhood, that Catherine of Aragon derived her device of the pomegranate, so well known to the readers of the Tudor chroniclers. That fruit was at once the production of the beautiful province with which its name is connected, and the armorial bearings of the conquered Moorish kings. How oft must Catherine have remembered the glorious Alhambra, with its shades of pomegranate and myrtle, when drooping with ill health and unkind treatment under the grey skies of the island to which she was transferred. Doña Catalina, says the manuscript of Bernaldez, being at Granada with the king and queen in the year 1501, there came ambassadors from the king of England to demand her for the prince of England, his son, called Arthur. The union was agreed upon, and she set off from Granada to England, parting from the Alhambra on the 21st of May in the year 1501. There were at that treaty the archbishops of San Jago, Osma, and Salamanca, the Count de Cabra, and the countess his wife, the commander Mayor Cardenas, and Doña Elmira Manuel, chief lady of honor. She had likewise 4 young ladies as attendants. The princess embarked at Corunna, August 17th. Contrary winds forced her vessel back on the coast of Old Castile, which occasioned great illness to Doña Catalina. After she was convalescent, she embarked more prosperously on the 26th of September in the best ship they had, of 300 tons, and after a good voyage, landed at a port called Salamanca on the 2nd of October, where the Señora Doña Catalina was grandly received, with much feasting and rejoicing. This was while she stayed at Plymouth, where the nobility and gentry of the neighboring counties crowded to do honor to their future queen, and entertained her from the time of her arrival with west country sports and pastimes. The steward of the royal palace, Lord Brooke, was sent forward by Henry VII directly the news was known of the infanta's arrival, in order to purvey and provide for her. The Duchess of Norfolk and the Earl of Surrey likewise came to attend on her. The duchess was immediately admitted into her presence, and remained with her as her companion. King Henry himself, November 4th, set forth from his palace of Sheen on his progress to meet his daughter-in-law. The weather was so very rainy, and the roads so execrably bad, that the royal party were thoroughly knocked up when they had proceeded no farther than Chertsey, where they were forced to purvey an herbage for their reposing that night. Next morning, however, continues our journalist, the king's grace and all his company rose betimes, and strooked the sides of their coursers with their spurs, and began to extend their progress towards East Hampstead, when they pleasantly encountered the pure and proper presence of Prince Arthur, who had set out to salute his sage father. It does not appear that the prince knew that his wife had arrived. Certainly royal travellers moved slowly in those days, for Henry never thought of proceeding farther than his seat at East Hampstead, but fully pleasantly passed over the night season in the company of his son. Next morning the royal personages set forth again on a journey which was truly performed at a snail's gallop, and proceeded to the plains, perhaps the downs, when the protonotary of Spain and a party of Spanish cavaliers were seen pacing over them, bound on a most solemn errand. This was no other than to forbid the approach of the royal bridegroom and his father to the presence of the Infanta, who, in the true Moorish fashion, was not to be looked upon by her betrothed till she stood at the altar. Nay, it seems doubtful if the veil of the princess was to be raised, or the eye of a man to look upon her till she was a wife. This truly Asiatic injunction of King Ferdinand threw the whole royal party into consternation, and brought them to a dead halt. King Henry was formal and ceremonious enough in all reason, but such a mode of proceeding was wholly repugnant to him as an English-born prince. Therefore, after some minutes' musing, he called round him, in the open fields, those nobles who were of his privy council, and propounded to them this odd dilemma. Although the pitiless rains of November were bepelting them, the council delivered their opinions in very wordy harangues. The result was, that the Spanish Infanta being now in the heart of this realm, of which King Henry was master, he might look at her if he liked. This advice Henry VII took to the very letter, for, leaving the prince his son upon the downs, he made the best of his way forthwith to Dogmersfield, the next town, where the Infanta had arrived 2 or 3 hours previously. The king's demand of seeing Catherine put all her retinue into a terrible perplexity. She seems to have been attended by the same train of prelates and nobles enumerated by Bernaldez, for a Spanish archbishop, a bishop, and a count opposed the king's entrance to her apartments, saying, the lady Infanta had retired to her chamber. But King Henry, whose curiosity seems to have been thoroughly excited by the prohibition, protested that, if she were even in her bed, he meant to see and speak with her, for that was his mind and the whole intent of his coming. Finding the English monarch thus determined, the Infanta rose and dressed herself, and gave the king audience in her third chamber. Neither the king nor his intended daughter-in-law could address each other in an intelligible dialect, but, pursues our informant, who was evidently an eyewitness of the scene, there were the most goodly words uttered to each other in the language of both parties, to as great joy and gladness as any persons conveniently might have. After the which welcomes ended, the king's grace deposed his riding garments and changed them, and within half an hour the prince was announced as present. Arthur being, as it may be supposed, tired of waiting in a November evening on the downs. Then the king made his second entry with the prince into the next chamber of the Infanta, and there, through the interpretation of the bishops, the speeches of both countries, by the means of Latin, were understood. Prince Arthur and the Infanta had been previously betrothed by proxy. The king now caused them to pledge their troth in person, and this ceremony over, he withdrew with the prince to supper. After this meal, he with his son most courteously visited the Infanta in her own chamber, when she and her ladies called for their minstrels, and with right goodly behaviour and manner solaced themselves with dancing. It seems that Prince Arthur could not join the Spanish dances, but, to show that he was not without skill in accomplishment, he in like manner took the Lady Guildford, his sister's governess, and danced right pleasantly and honourably. Upon the morrow, being the 7th of November, the Infanta set out for Chertsey, and lodged all night at the royal palace situated there, and the next day she set forth with the intention of reaching Lambeth. But before ever she came fully to that town, this noble lady met, beyond a village called Kingston on Thames, the Duke of Buckingham on horseback, the Earl of Kent, the Lord Henry Stafford, and the Abbot of Bury, with a train of dukes and gentlemen to the number of 400, all mounted and dressed in the Stafford livery of scarlet and black. After the said duke had saluted her grace, the Abbot of Bury pronounced in goodly Latin a certain prolusion, welcoming her into this realm. At Kingston the lady Infanta lodged all night, and in the morning was escorted by Buckingham and his splendid train to her lodging at Kennington Palace, close to Lambeth. Here she continued till her own Spanish retinue, as well as the nobility of England, who were appointed by King Henry as her attendants, could prepare themselves for presenting her with due honour to the English people, who always, adds our quaint informant, are famous for the wonderful welcomes they give to acceptable and well-beloved strangers, a proof that lionizing is no new trait in the English character. While the Infanta was thus escorted to Kennington, King Henry made the best of his way to his queen, Elizabeth of York, who met him at Richmond, to whom he communicated all his proceedings, and told her how he liked the person and behaviour of their new daughter-in-law. The royal pair remained till the 10th at Richmond, when the king rode to Paris Garden, in Southwark, and thence he went in his barge to Baynard's Castle, situated right pleasantly on Thames side, and well full garnished and arranged, and encompassed outside strongly with water. This situation was by no means likely to prove so agreeable, in a wet November, as the worthy author supposed, to a princess of the sunny south, reared among the bowers of that enchanting Alhambra, whose restoration is implored by the Moors in their evening prayer to this hour. While Henry VII was occupied in orders for the arrangement of this watery abode, his queen came down the Thames in her barge, accompanied by a most goodly company of ladies, and welcomed her son's bride to England. Arthur, Prince of Wales, with a grand retinue, on the 9th of November, came through Fleet Street to the Wardrobe Palace at Blackfriars, where he took up his abode till the day of his nuptials. 3 days afterwards, the Infanta came in procession, with many lords and ladies, from Lambeth to Southwark, and entered the city by London Bridge. She rode on a large mule after the manner of Spain. The Duke of York rode on her right, and the legate of Rome on her left hand. She wore on her head a broad round hat, the shape of a cardinal's hat, tied with a lace of gold which kept it on her head. She had a coif of carnation colour under this hat, and her hair streamed over her shoulders. 4 of her Spanish ladies followed, riding on mules. They wore the same broad hats as their mistress. An English lady, dressed in cloth of gold, and riding on a palfrey, was appointed to lead the mule of each Spanish damsel, but as those ladies did not sit on the same side in riding as the fair English equestrians, each pair seemed to ride back to back, to the great tribulation of the herald who records it. The citizens prepared to welcome her entrance into the city with a grand pageant of her name-saint, St. Catherine, likewise St. Ursula, the British princess, with many virgins. At St. Paul's Gate was the grandest pageant, through which the Lady Infanta was conducted to the place of her destination, the Bishop's Palace, close to the cathedral, where the bridal was to be celebrated. Through the body of St. Paul's Cathedral, on a long bridge of timber, 6 feet from the ground, was erected from the west door to the first step of the choir, in the midst of the bridge, a high stage, circular like a mount, and ascended on all sides by steps, was raised. This stage was large enough for 8 persons to stand on. It was the place where the marriage ceremony was performed. It was railed round and covered with scarlet cloth. On the north side of the mount was a closely latticed box for the king and queen, and on the south a stage for the Lord Mayor and civic dignitaries. On the day of St. Erkenwald, November the 14th, the young Duke of York, afterwards her second husband, led the Infanta from the Bishop's Palace to St. Paul's. Strange diversity of apparel of the country of Hispania is to be descriven, says the herald, for the bride wore at her marriage upon her head a coif of white silk, with a scarf bordered with gold and pearl and precious stones, 5 inches and a half broad, which veiled great part of her visage and her person. This was the Spanish mantilla. Her gown was very large, both the sleeves and also the body, with many plaits, and beneath the waist, certain round hoops bearing out their gowns from their body after their country manner. Such was the first advent of the famous hoop or fardingale in England. Prince Arthur, likewise attired in white satin, made his appearance on the other side of the mount. The hands of the princely pair were joined by the Archbishop of Canterbury, 19 bishops and mitred abbots being present. The king, the queen, and the Countess of Richmond privily witnessed the ceremony from the lattice box. The bride and bridegroom then followed the archbishops and prelates to the high altar, the Princess Cicely, who bore the Infanta's train, being followed by 100 ladies in costly apparel. After Mass, Prince Arthur, at the great door of the cathedral, in the presence of the multitude, endowed his bride with 1/3 of his property. The princess was then led by her brother-in-law, young Henry, to the bishop's palace at St. Paul's, in the grand banqueting room of which was the nuptial dinner prepared. She was served in gold plate, ornamented with precious stones and pearls, valued at £20,000. The Prince and Princess of Wales remained at the bishop's palace that night. The next morning Henry VII and the Queen came in great pomp by water from Baynard's Castle, and carried Catherine and her husband back to that watery abode. There she was closely secluded with her ladies for some days. In the pageantry which celebrated these espousals, the descent of the Spanish bride from the legitimate line of Lancaster by Philippa, Queen of Castile, daughter of John of Gaunt, was not forgotten. King Alphonsus the astronomer, Catherine's learned ancestor too, was introduced with all the paraphernalia of astrology, telling a brilliant fortune for her and her short-lived bridegroom. This princely pair were very prettily allegorized. She was the western star, Lady Hesperus, and he as Arcturus. Upon Thursday the bride, accompanied by the royal family, came in barges to Westminster. The large space before Westminster Hall was gravelled and smoothed, and a tilt set up the whole length from the Watergate to the gate that opens into King Street, leading to the sanctuary. On the south side was a stage hung with cloth of gold, and furnished with cushions of the same. On the right side entered the king and his lords, on the left the queen, the bride, and her ladies. And round the whole area were stages built for the honest common people, which at their cost were hired by them in such numbers, that nothing but visages presented themselves to the eye without any appearance of bodies. And eftsoons, when the trumpets blew up goodly points of war, the nobility and chivalry engaged to tilt, appeared in the arena, riding under fanciful canopies borne by their retainers. These shall serve as specimens for the rest. Bourchier, Earl of Essex, had a mountain of green carried over him as his pavilion, and upon it many trees, rocks, and marvellous beasts withal, climbing up the sides. On the summit sat a goodly young lady, in her hair pleasantly beseen. The Lord Marquis of Dorset, half-brother to the Queen, had borne over him a rich pavilion of cloth of gold, himself always riding with the same, dressed in his armour. Lord William Courtenay, brother-in-law to the Queen, made his appearance riding on a red dragon, led by a giant with a great tree in his hand. Attended by similar pageantry, 20 or 30 of the tilters rode around the area, to the delight of the commonalty, who had all their especial favourites among the noble actors in the scene, and had moreover the infinite satisfaction of seeing them tilt with sharp spears, and in great jeopardy of their lives break a great many lances on each other's bodies. Though the ultimatum of pleasure was not afforded by any of these sharp spears effecting homicide. Plenty of bruises and bone aches were the concomitants of this glorious tilting, but no further harm ensued to the noble combatants. When the dusk of a November eve closed over this chivalrous display, the bride and all her splendid satellites transferred themselves to the more comfortable atmosphere of Westminster Hall. At its upper end the royal dais was erected, and among other magnificence is noted a cupboard, which occupied the whole length of the chancery, filled with a rich treasure of plate, most of which was solid gold. The queen, the lady bride, and the king's mother took their places on elevated seats at the king's left hand. Their ladies and the royal children were all stationed on the queen's side. Prince Arthur sat at his father's right hand, and the nobility of England, who were not engaged in the pageants and ballets that followed, sat in their degrees on the king's side of the hall. Thus, in the ancient regime of the court, the sexes were divided into two opposite parties. The king and queen, who were the chiefs of each band, were the only man and woman who sat near each other. When any dancing was required, which was not included in the pageantry, a lady and a cavalier went down, one from the king's and the other from the queen's party, and figured on the dancing space before the royal platform. The diversions began with great pageants of a mountain, a castle, and a ship, which were severally wheeled in before the royal dais. The ship was manned by mariners, who took care to speak wholly in seafaring terms. The castle was lighted inside gloriously, and had 8 fresh gentlewomen within, each looking out of a window. At the top of the castle sat a representative of Catherine of Aragon herself in the Spanish garb. The castle was drawn by marvelous beasts, gold and silver lions harnessed with huge gold chains. But lest the reader should be dubious regarding the possibility of such lions, the narrator, who must have been behind the scenes, and would have been a worthy assistant to Master Snug the joiner, explains discreetly, that in each of the marvelous beasts were 2 men, one in the fore and the other in the hind quarters, so well hid and apparelled that nothing appeared but their legs, which were disguised after the proportion and kind of the beast they were in. Meantime, the representative of Catherine was much courted by 2 well-behaved and well-beseen gentlemen who called themselves Hope and Desire, but were treated by the bride's double with the greatest disdain. At last, all differences ended like other ballets, with a great deal of capering, for the ladies came out of the castle, and the gentlemen from the ship and mountain, and danced a grand set of 24, with goodly roundels and divers figures, and then vanished out of sight and presence. Then came down Prince Arthur and the Princess Cicely, his aunt, and danced 2 base dances, and then departed up again, the prince to his father, and Lady Cicely to the queen her sister. Eftsoons came down the bride, the Princess Catherine, and one of her ladies with her, apparelled likewise in Spanish garb, and danced other 2 base dances, and then both departed up to the queen. These base dances are explained by etymologists to be slow and stately movements, and were called base or low dances, in opposition to the La Volta dance, which, from the lofty leaps and capers cut by the performers, was termed in English the high dance. Perhaps Catherine's base dance resembled the minuet in its slow gliding step. All the English dances described by our herald seem to have been quick and lively, for he proceeds to say, Henry Duke of York, having with him his sister Lady Margaret, the young Queen of Scots, in his hand, came down and danced 2 dances and went up to the queen. The dancing of this pretty pair gave such satisfaction that it was renewed, when the young duke, finding himself encumbered with his dress, suddenly threw off his robe and danced in his jacket with the said Lady Margaret, in so goodly and pleasant a manner, that it was, to King Henry and Queen Elizabeth, great and singular pleasure. Then the duke departed up to the king, and the Princess Margaret to the queen. The parental pride and pleasure at the performance of their children, manifested by Henry VII and his queen, slightly as it is mentioned here, affords some proof of their domestic happiness. On the Sunday was laid out a royal dinner at the White Hall, or Parliament Chamber. The king sat at the side table, next to his own chamber, with Catherine of Aragon at his right hand. At the same table sat the protonotary of Spain and Catherine's Spanish duenna. The queen sat at the table at the bed's feet, which was the table of the most reputation of all the tables in the chamber. It seems from this passage that some partition had been removed, and the king's chamber and bed thrown into view, a practice frequent in Gothic castles. The evening refreshment, called the Void, was brought in by 80 earls, barons, and knights, walking 2 and 2, the ceremony of serving the Void being precisely as coffee is now presented after dinner. But instead of coffee and biscuits, ipocras and comfits were offered. One noble visitor presented the gold spice plate, the second the cup, while a third, of lower rank, filled the cup with a golden ewer. At this void, Catherine of Aragon distributed the prizes won in the tilt yard. To the Duke of Buckingham she gave a diamond of great virtue and price. The Marquis of Dorset received from her hands a ruby, and to the others were given rings set with precious stones. The court departed the next Sunday for Richmond, where, after an exordium on the proper way of spending the Sabbath, our informant tells us that after the divine service, the king sped with the court through his goodly gardens to his gallery upon the walls, where were lords ready to play, and some with chesses, chessboards, some with tables or backgammon, and some with cards and dice. Besides, a framework with ropes was fixed in the garden, on which went up a Spaniard, and did many wondrous and delicious points of tumbling and dancing. In the evening, the pageant of a rock, drawn by 3 sea horses, made its appearance at the end of the hall. On either side of the rock were mermaids, one of them being a man mermaid in armor. But these mermaids were but cases or shells, in which were perched the sweetest voiced children of the king's chapel, who sung right sweetly with quaint harmony, while the pageant was progressing to the dais, where sat the royal bride and the king and queen. Instead of dancers, there were let out of the rock a great number of white doves and live rabbits, which creatures flew and ran about the hall, causing great mirth and disport. Then were presented to the lords and ladies of Spain rich gifts of plate from King Henry, with thanks for the care they had taken of the Princess Catherine, and they took leave for their return to Spain. King Henry, observing that his daughter-in-law was sad and pensive after bidding them farewell, courteously desired that she should be called to him with her ladies. He then took them to his library, wherein he showed them many goodly pleasant books, of works full delightful, sage, merry, and also right cunning, both in English and Latin. His prudent highness had likewise provided there a jeweler, with many rings and huge diamonds and jewels of the most goodly fashion, and there desired her to advise and behold them well, and choose and select at her pleasure. When she had taken those she preferred, the king distributed the rest among her remaining Spanish ladies and her newly appointed English maids of honor. Thus she assuaged her grief and heaviness, and became accustomed to English manners and usages. Great misrepresentation has taken place regarding the age of Catherine at the time of her first marriage, one historian even affirming she was 19, but as her birthday was at the close of the year 1485, it stands to reason that when she wedded Arthur, November 1501, she had not completed her 16th year, while Prince Arthur, who was born September 20th, 1486, had just completed his 15th year. Catherine, therefore, instead of 4 years, was but 10 months older than her husband. Before Stroventide, Catherine and her husband departed for Ludlow Castle in Shropshire, where they were to govern the Principality of Wales, holding a miniature court, modelled like that at Westminster. Catherine performed the journey to Ludlow on horseback, riding on a pillion behind her master of horse, while 11 ladies followed her on palfreys. When she was tired, she rested in a litter borne between 2 horses. Such was the mode of travelling before turnpike roads had made the country traversable by wheeled carriages, for the horses which bore the litter made good their footing in paths where a wheel carriage could not be kept upright. It appears that Prince Arthur visited Oxford on the road to Ludlow, for in the memorials of that city are these particulars of his entertainment at Magdalen College. He was lodged in the apartments of the president. Rushes were provided for the prince's bedchamber. He was treated with a brace of pike and a brace of tench. Both his highness and his train received presents of gloves, and were refreshed with red wine, claret, and sack. The Prince and Princess of Wales were deservedly popular at Ludlow, but their residence there was of short continuance, for the prince, whose learning and good qualities made him the hope of England, was suddenly taken ill, and expired April 2nd, 1502. Some historians declare he died of a decline, others affirm he was very stout and robust. Amidst these conflicting opinions, it is, perhaps, worthwhile to quote the assertion of the Spanish historian, as it certainly arose from the information of Catherine herself. Prince Arthur died of the plague a little while after his nuptials, being in the Principality of Wales, in a place they called Pudlo (Ludlow). In this house was Dona Catalina left a widow, when she had been married scarcely 6 months. This assertion is completely borne out by an observation in the Herald's Journal. For, after describing the whole detail of the magnificent progress of the prince's funeral to the city of Worcester, where he was buried, it declares that but few citizens were assembled in the cathedral because of the great sickness that prevailed in Worcester. Queen Elizabeth, the mother-in-law of Catherine, though overwhelmed with grief for the sudden loss of her eldest born and best beloved child, had sympathy for the young widow, thus left desolate in a strange land, whose tongue could scarcely have been familiar to her ear. The good queen sent for Catherine directly to London, and took the trouble of having a vehicle prepared for her accommodation. She ordered her tailor, John Cope, to cover her litter with black velvet and black cloth, trimmed with black valances. The 2 headpieces were bound with black riband, and festooned with black cloth. Such was the hearse-like conveyance sent by Elizabeth of York to bring the young widow to London. Catherine was settled at the country palace of Croydon by Queen Elizabeth, and this residence seems to have been her home. An ancient turreted house, still called Aragon House, opposite Twickenham Church, is likewise pointed out as one of her dwellings during her widowhood. She received all maternal kindness from her mother-in-law while that amiable queen lived. The marriage portion of Catherine consisted of 200,000 crowns. Half of that sum had been paid down with her. Her widow's dower consisted of 1/3 of the Prince of Wales' revenue, but she was expected to expend that income in England. Her father and mother demurred on paying the remainder of her dowry, and expressed a wish to have their daughter and her portion returned to them. Henry VII had an extreme desire to touch the rest of his daughter-in-law's portion. He therefore proposed a marriage between her and his surviving son, Henry. The sovereigns of Spain, her parents, accepted this offer, and it was finally agreed that on obtaining a dispensation from the Pope, Catherine should be married to her young brother-in-law, Prince Henry. Catherine herself seems to have been very unhappy at this time. She wrote to her father that she had no inclination for a second marriage in England. Still she begged him not to consider her tastes an inconvenience, but in all things to act as suited him best. It is here evident that Catherine, a sensible young woman of 18, felt a natural aversion to vow obedience to a boy more than 5 years younger than herself, yet she does not plead as an excuse for not fulfilling so disagreeable an engagement that she considered it repugnant to the laws of God or man. Surely, as she mentions in her home letters that her will was averse to the second English marriage, she would have likewise urged that her conscience would be outraged, could she have done so with truth. But distaste and inconvenience are the strongest terms she uses. She was, notwithstanding these remonstrances, betrothed to Henry, Prince of Wales, on the 25th of June, 1503, at the house of the Bishop of Salisbury in Fleet Street. The mind of Queen Isabel of Castile, who was then on her deathbed, seems to have misgiven her regarding her daughter's future prosperity, for she sent a piteous entreaty to Rome for a copy of the bull of dispensation, as she could not die peaceably without reading it. This queen expired soon after the betrothment, and Catherine, deprived of her admirable mother, was left a passive victim at the disposal of the 2 wily diplomatists, her father King Ferdinand and Henry VII. An accident happened in the year 1506, which threw her in immediate contact with her sister Joanna. The death of her mother without male heirs had called that princess to the throne of Castile, and she embarked from Flanders with her husband, Philip the Fair, to take possession of her inheritance. They were driven by a tempest on the western coast of England, and invited by Henry VII, exceedingly against their inclination, to pay him a visit at Windsor. Here the Princess Catherine came to meet her sister, and to preside at the sumptuous feasts given in her honor. After a visit of 3 months, the King and Queen of Castile were permitted to depart, as soon as Philip had reluctantly yielded to his host various concessions he had before refused. Queen Joanna certainly made a favorable impression on her sister's father-in-law, as the event proved. Henry VII was exceedingly desirous of entering the marriage state. He had previously paid his address to a relative of his daughter-in-law Catherine, whom he employed as a means of correspondence. Thus his private agents obtained an interview with the young Queen of Naples, under pretense of delivering to her a letter from Catherine. After this match was broken off, Joanna, the eldest sister of Catherine, lost her husband, and Henry immediately conceived the scheme of marrying her. It was in vain King Ferdinand sent word that his daughter Joanna was fearfully insane and not fit to be married. Henry protested that he knew the lady and was convinced that her illness was but temporary. While the king was pursuing this fancy, Catherine experienced some annoyance from his double-dealing policy, for, if he succeeded in obtaining Joanna for himself, he deemed that the threefold link of relationship, which would occur by a marriage of her sister and his son, Henry, would outrage popular prejudice too far. He therefore provided a scheme to break his son's engagement, if required, by causing him, the day before he attained his 15th year, to make a solemn protest against marrying Catherine. This protest was the real seed from which all her future miseries sprang. It was kept a profound secret till many years after. The first germ of young Henry's natural perversity showed itself soon after making this protest. Directly Catherine was in a manner forbidden to him, his boyish will was set on obtaining her, so that Henry VII debarred them from meeting, lest they should form a clandestine union. It must have been truly provoking for the princess to be treated as if she wished to steal a marriage, which she had designated to her father as distasteful and unsuitable. At last Ferdinand permitted Henry VII's ambassador to a private interview with the distracted Queen Joanna. Their interview convinced the English king that her case was hopeless. Henry then returned to his original plan of wedding his son to Catherine. King Ferdinand, who was greatly troubled at the idea of the union of Henry with Joanna, agreed to pay the remainder of Catherine's portion in 4 installments, and on the receipt of the last, the marriage was to be completed. Immediately after the accession of Henry VIII, he assured the Spanish ambassador, Fuensalida, of his attachment to Catherine, and was heard to declare he loved her beyond all other women. The Privy Council debated the marriage very earnestly. Warham, Archbishop of Canterbury, considered the relationship in which Catherine stood to the king as his sister-in-law was too near. Fox, Bishop of Winchester, argued for the marriage with many reasons of expediency. At last the council recommended that it should take place, if Catherine's sister Queen Joanna and their father King Ferdinand would agree that the marriage portion of the princess should never be reclaimed, on any pretense whatever. Fuensalida signed a deed to this effect on the part of Ferdinand as King of Aragon, and of Joanna as Queen of Castile. This instrument was signed by Catherine herself as Princess of Wales, June 7, 1509, a circumstance which entirely invalidates the assertion of the historians, who declare she was married to Henry on the 3rd of June. End of section 5. Section 6 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 4, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Catherine of Aragon, Chapter 1, Part 2. A most uncandid mystery is made of the time and place of this marriage by the early historians. Both, however, we have satisfactorily discovered in the pages of Catherine's native chroniclers. Doña Catalina, says Bernaldez, wedded the brother of her first lord, who was called Enrico, in a place called Granuche, Greenwich, on the day of St. Bernabo, June 11th, and was crowned afterwards on the day of St. John, with all the rejoicings in the world. Her father, King Ferdinand, was so well pleased, adds another Spanish historian, at his daughter's second marriage, that he celebrated it by grand festivals in Spain, particularly by the Heu de Canes, or darting the Jerdide, in which Moorish sport Ferdinand assisted in person. King Henry and Queen Catherine came to the Tower from Greenwich, attended by many of the nobility, June 21st. After creating 24 knights, Henry, accompanied by Catherine, on the 23rd of June, proceeded in state through the streets of London, which were hung for the occasion with tapestry. The inhabitants of Cornhill, as the richest citizens, displayed cloth of gold. From Cornhill and the Old Change, the way was lined with young maidens, dressed in virgin white, bearing palms of white wax in their hands. These damsels were marshalled and attended by priests in their richest robes, who censed the queen's procession with silver censers as it passed. Of all the pageants ever devised for royalty, this was the most ideal and beautiful. At that time Catherine was pleasing in person. There were few women, says Lord Herbert, who could compete with Queen Catherine in her prime. She had been married but a few days, and was attired as a bride in white embroidered satin. Her hair, which was black and very beautiful, hung at length down her back, almost to her feet. She wore on her head a coronal set with many rich orient stones. The queen, thus attired as a royal bride, was seated in a litter of white cloth of gold, borne by 2 white horses. She was followed by the female nobility of England, drawn in whirly coats, a species of car that preceded the use of coaches. Thus she proceeded to the Palace of Westminster, where diligent preparation was making for the coronation next day. Cavendish asserts that all the orders for the king's coronation and the funeral of Henry VII were given by Catherine. The illness of the king's grandmother and the youth of the king were, perhaps, the reasons that she had thus to exert herself. After the coronation, the banquet was spread in Westminster Hall. The king and queen proceeded from the abbey to an elevated stage at the upper end of the hall. Several ladies of high rank sat under the table at the queen's feet, holding her pocket handkerchief, table napkins, fan, and purse. The pageantry on the occasion of this royal marriage and coronation was of a most elaborate and tedious species. One of the sports in honor of the gentle and benevolent Catherine was remarkably barbarous and savage. A miniature park was railed in before Westminster Palace. Deer and dogs were turned in. The deer overleaped the fences and escaped into the palace, where the hunters pursued and killed them, and presented the slaughtered creatures, warm and palpitating, to the royal bride. These festivities were broken up on the 29th of June by the death of the king's grandmother, Margaret of Richmond, who had been regent till 2 days before the coronation, when Henry VIII completed his 18th year. A great pestilence broke out in the metropolis at this time, which made the court retreat to Richmond Palace, when Henry entered into pageants, masking, and diversions of the like nature, with all the avidity of a grown-up child. Catherine was naturally of a sedate and reflective character. She was rather more than 5 years older than her husband, and had been trained to serious occupation by her mother, one of the greatest female sovereigns that ever reigned. These circumstances gave her a taste for practical business. It was at the Christmas festivals at Richmond, the same year, that Henry VIII stole from the side of the queen during the jousts, and returned in the disguise of a strange knight, astonishing all the company with the grace and vigor of his tilting. At first the king appeared ashamed of taking a public part in these gladiatorial exercises, but the applause he received on all sides soon induced him openly to appear on every occasion in the tilt-yard. Catherine kindly humored the childish taste of her husband for disguising and maskings by pretending great surprise when he presented himself before her in some assumed character. On one occasion he came unexpectedly into her chamber with his cousin, Bourchier, Earl of Essex, and other nobles, in the disguise of Robin Hood and his men. Whereat, says Holinshed, the queen and her ladies were greatly amazed, as well for the strange sight as for their sudden appearance. At Shroventide, soon after, the foreign ambassadors were invited to partake with the court of a goodly banquet in the Parliament chamber at Westminster. The king, after conducting the queen to her throne, and having saluted the visitors, suddenly disappeared, but soon after returned with the Earl of Essex, dressed after the Turkish fashion, and the Earl of Wiltshire and Fitzwater in the costume of Russia, with furred hats of grey, each of them having a hatchet in hand, and wearing boots, with pikes turned up. Next came Sir Edward Howard and Sir Thomas Parr, after the fashion of Persia, followed by torchbearers with black faces, who were intended to represent Moors. The king's beautiful young sister, the Princess Mary, accompanied by some of Catherine's ladies, danced a masking ballet before her, but the princess hid her fair face under a black gauze mask, having assumed the character of an Ethiop queen. In all these maskings and pageants, the queen's device, the pomegranate, was seen mingled with the roses of York and Lancaster, and the Tudor device of the hawthorn, with its scarlet fruit. The queen's situation promising an heir to the throne, she took to her chamber at the close of the year 1510, with the usual ceremonies, being then residing at Richmond Palace. On New Year's Day she brought into the world a prince, whose welcome appearance gave rise to fresh rejoicings and more elaborate pageantry. The young prince was named Henry, at a splendid christening. The Archbishop of Canterbury, the Earl of Surrey, and the king's favourite aunt, Catherine, Countess of Devonshire, were the sponsors to the royal babe. Before the queen's churching, the king rode on a pilgrimage to the Lady Shrine of Walsingham, in order to return thanks for the birth of his heir. On his return, grand tournaments were held in honour of the queen at Westminster. At the opening of the tournament appeared the king's favourite, Sir Charles Brandon, afterwards created Duke of Suffolk, who came before Catherine, disguised like hermit poor, with grey gown and lowly weeds, craving permission to tilt in her honour. When leave was given, Brandon flung off his hermit grey, and appeared armed as a champion of proof. This was considered by the populace as a most brilliant invention. In the evening, when the queen was set in glorious state in the White Hall at Westminster, a nobleman entered to inform her how that in garden of pleasure was an arbour of gold, full of ladies, who were very desirous of showing pastime for the queen's diversion. Catherine answered very graciously, that both she and her ladies would be happy to behold them and their pastime. Then a great curtain of arras was withdrawn, and the pageant moved forward. It was an arbour made with posts and pillars, covered with gold, about which were twined branches of hawthorn, roses, and eglantines, all made of satin and silk, according to the natural colours of the flowers. In the arbour were 6 fair ladies in gowns of white and green satin, their gowns covered with letters of gold, being H and K, knit together in gold lacing. Near the bowers stood the king himself and 5 lords, dressed in purple satin, likewise covered with gold letters, H and K, and every one had his name in letters of bullion gold. The king's name was Ker Loyal, and all the rest bore some such appellations. Then the king and his company danced before Catherine's throne. But while this fine fancy ball was performing, a very different scene was transacting in the lower end of the White Hall. The golden arbour, which was intended to receive again the illustrious performers, had been rolled back to the end of the hall, where stood a vast crowd of the London populace, who were the constant witnesses of the grand doings of the English court in the Middle Ages, and indeed, on some occasions, seemed to have assimilated with the chorus of the Greek drama. Their proceedings this evening were, however, not quite so dignified. The arbour of gold having been rolled incautiously within reach of their inquisitive fingers, the foremost began to pluck and pull at its fine ornaments. At last they made a regular inbreak, and completely stripped the pageant of all its ornaments. Nor could the Lord Steward of the palace repel these intruders, without having recourse to a degree of violence which must have disturbed the royal ballet. Meantime the king and his band, having finished their stately pavans and corontos high, with the utmost success, his majesty, in high good humour, bade the ladies come forward and pluck the golden letters and devices from his dress and that of his company. Little did the young king imagine what pickers and stealers were within hearing, for scarcely had he given leave for this courtly scramble, when forward rushed the plebeian intruders, and seizing not only on him, but his noble guests, plucking them bare of every glittering thing on their dresses with inconceivable celerity. What was worse, the poor ladies were despoiled of their jewels, and the king was stripped to his doublet and drawers. As for the unfortunate Sir Thomas Knevet, who climbed on a high place and fought for his finery, the mob carried off all his clothes. At last the guards succeeded in clearing the hall without bloodshed. The king, laughing heartily, handed the queen to the banquet in his own chamber, where the court sat down in their tattered condition, treating the whole scramble as a frolic, the king declaring that they must consider their losses as largesse to the commonalty. This strange scene throws light on the state of society at that time, for the outrage was not committed by a posse of London thieves, but by people in respectable stations of middle life. Since Hall says, one shipmaster of the port of London gat for his share in the scramble some letters of beaten gold, which afterwards he sold for £3 18s. 8d. The royal infant, whose birth had caused all this uproarious joy, died February 22nd, 1511. Indeed, he had never been well since his elaborate christening, when the tender creature had taken some cold or injury. His death is thus prettily recorded in one of the manuscript folios at the Chapter House, Westminster. In the 2nd year of our Lord the King, her Grace the Queen bore a prince, whose soul is now among the holy innocents of God. The queen, according to Hall, like a natural woman, made much lamentation. Howbeit, by the king's persuasion, she was comforted, but not shortly. Catherine could not see what a fatal shade the loss of her son was to throw on her after life, when she mourned in unconscious anticipation of all her future sorrow. A war soon after broke out with France, in which Scotland incipiently joined. Sir Edward Howard, one of England's earliest naval heroes, distinguished himself in this war by his victory over Sir Andrew Barton, a Scottish commander of equal valor. The gallant Howard fell gloriously in a desperate attack on the French galleys in Conquet Bay. He was a friend of Queen Catherine and her parents, having served as a volunteer at the siege of Granada. He bequeathed to her in his will a beautiful relic of antiquity, the Grace Cup of Thomas a Becket. The queen subsequently restored the cup to the noble family of Howard, in whose possession it still is. Sir Edward Howard had likewise, in his sailor-like will, left his whistle, then the insignia of his command, to the king, but he was seen to throw it into the sea just before he sunk, when boarding the French commander's galley. The succeeding year, when Henry VIII invaded France in person, he entrusted the queen with the highest powers that had ever yet been bestowed on a female regent in England, for he not only placed the reins of government in her hands, but made her captain of all his forces, with the assistance of 5 of his nobles. She was likewise empowered to raise loans for the defence of the kingdom. The queen accompanied her royal lord to Dover, where she was invested with this high trust. And then, says Hall, the king took leave of the queen and many of her ladies of their lords, which altogether made such sorrow that it was a great dolor to behold. And so the king and all his army took ship the last day of June. The Earl of Surrey, to whom had been confided the care of the north of England, accompanied the queen home from Dover, comforting her as well as he might. Catherine's letters, soon after her regency, begin to form interesting features of her personal history. She had made herself sufficiently mistress of the English language to express her thoughts and issue her commands with clearness and decision. The following appears to be one of her earliest letters, as it is written during the lifetime of her father. It relates to the misconduct of one of her Spanish attendants, and is addressed to Wolsey, who was certainly the factotum of the royal family. It appears to have been written on her homeward journey from Dover. Mr. Almoner, touching Francesca de Caceres's matter, I thank you for your labor therein. True it is she was my woman before she was married, but now, since she cast herself away, I have no more charge of her. For very pity to see her lost, I pray you in Canterbury to find the means to send her home to her country. Now ye think that with my letter of recommendation to the Duchess of Savoy, she shall be content to take her into her service. This, Mr. Almoner, is not meet for her. She is so perilous a woman that it shall be dangerous to put her in a strange house. And ye will do so much for me, to make her go hence by the way, with the ambassador of the king my father. It should be to me a great pleasure, and with that ye shall bind me to you more than I ever was. Here is benevolence, mingled with prudential forecast, arising from accurate judgment of character. She pities the perilous woman who has cast herself away, and wished that care might be taken of her, without danger of doing mischief in the household of another princess. Henry won the Battle of the Spurs, August 16, 1513. It was a rout of cavalry at Guienne Gate, and was thus jestingly named by the French themselves, in satirical remembrance of the only weapons they used on that day. The king was at this time besieging Tournai, in concert with the Emperor Maximilian, who was fighting under the English banners. Catherine alludes to this emperor, her family ally, in the following letter, which is her answer to a dispatch of Wolsey's announcing the victory. Master Almoner, what comfort I have with the good tidings of your letter, I need not write to you. The victory hath been so great, that I think none such hath ever been seen before. All England hath cause to thank God of it, and I especially, seeing that the king beginneth so well, which is to me a great hope that the end shall be like. I pray God send the same shortly, for if this continues so, still I trust in him that everything shall follow thereafter to the king's pleasure and my comfort. Mr. Almoner, for the pain ye take to write to me so often, I thank you with all my heart, praying you to continue still sending me word how the king doeth, and if he keep still his good rule that he begun. I think, with the company of the emperor, and with his good counsel, his grace shall not adventure himself too much, as I was afraid of before. I was very glad to hear of the meeting of them both, which hath been, to my seeming, the greatest honour to the king that ever came to prince. The emperor hath done everything like himself. I trust to God he shall be thereby known for one of the excellentest princes in the world, and taken for another man than he was before thought. Mr. Almoner, I think myself that I am so bound to him for my part, that in my letter I beseech the king to remember it. The queen was at Richmond when she wrote this, August 25, 1513. Her signature is Katharina the Queen. The situation of Queen Catherine during her husband's absence was exactly similar to that of Queen Philippa when left regent by Edward III. Like Philippa, Catherine had to repel a Scottish invasion, and it is no little honour to female government that the two greatest victories won against the Scots, those of Neville's Cross and Flodden Field, were gained during the administration of queens. Catherine's correspondence with Wolsey at this juncture is cheerful and friendly. She viewed the coming storm with intrepidity, worthy the daughter of that great and victorious queen, Isabel of Castile, and only regrets that her removal nearer the seat of war will prevent her from hearing as speedily as usual of her husband's welfare. The following letter was written by her to Wolsey just a month before the invasion of the Scots. Maester Almoner, I received both your letters by Coppinger and John Glynn. I am very glad to hear how well the king passed his dangerous passage, the Frenchmen being present. Ye be not so busy with the war, as we be here encumbered with it. I mean touching mine own self, for going where I shall not so often hear from the king. All his subjects be very glad, I thank God, to be busy with the Scots, for they take it for pastime. My heart is very good to it, and I am horrible busy with making standards, banners, and badges. At Richmond, 13th day of August, Catherine the Queen. The queen was preparing to make a pilgrimage to the Lady Shrine of Walsingham in Norfolk when the news of the Flodden victory reached her. The letter in which she announced it to Henry commences formally, but soon falls into the tender and familiar style of an affectionate wife. Sir, my Lord Howard hath sent me a letter open to your grace within one of mine, by the which you shall see the great victory that our Lord hath sent your subjects in your absence, and for this cause it is no need herein to trouble your grace with long writing, but to my thinking this battle hath been to your grace, and all your realm, the greatest honour that could be, and more than should you win all the crown of France. Thank be God of it, and I am sure your grace forgetteth not to do this, which shall be cause to send you many more such victories as, I trust, he shall do. My husband, for hastiness with Rouge Cross, I could not send your grace the piece of the King of Scots' coat, which John Glynn now bringeth. In this your grace shall see how I can keep my promise, sending you for your banners a king's coat. I thought to send himself to you, but our Englishmen would not suffer it. It should have been better for him to have been in peace than to have this reward. All that God sendeth is for the best. My Lord Surrey, my Henry, would fain know your pleasure in burying the King of Scots' body, for he hath written to me so. With the next messenger, your grace's pleasure may be herein known, and with this I make an end, praying God to send you home shortly, for, without this, no joy here can be accomplished, and for the same I pray. And now go I to Our Lady at Walsingham, that I promised so long ago to see. At Woburn, 16th of September. I send your grace herein a bill, a note, found in a Scottish man's purse, of such things as the French king sent to the said King of Scots, to make war against you, beseeching you to send Matthew hither, as soon as this messenger cometh to bring me tidings from your grace. Your humble wife and true servant, 1513, Catherine. Skelton, the poet laureate of Henry VIII's court, composed verses of the most ungenerous exultation over the fall of the Scottish monarch. In part of this poem, he thus addresses the deceased king in allusion to the absence of Henry. Ye were stark mad to make a fray, his grace being then out of the way. Ye wanted wit, sir, at a word. Ye lost your spurs, ye lost your sword. Ye might have boon to Hentley branks. Your pride was peevish to play such pranks. He then breaks into the most vulgar taunts of the unconscious hero, who lay cold in his clay, abusing him as Jemmy the Scot, with a degree of virulence which would have disgusted any mind less coarse than that of his master. The beautiful lyric, called The Flowers of the Forest, in which Scotland bewailed her loss at Flodden, forms a noble contrast to this lampoon. But the laureated bard of Henry knew well his sovereign's taste, for it is affirmed that Skelton had been tutor to Henry in some department of his education. How probable it is that the corruption imparted by this ribald and ill-living wretch laid the foundation for his royal pupil's grossest crimes. After the battle of Flodden, Queen Catherine performed her vow of pilgrimage to the Walsingham shrine. She returned time enough to welcome the king, who landed privately at Dover the latter end of September, and rode post, incognito, to surprise the queen at Richmond, where, observes Hall, there was such a loving meeting that everyone rejoiced who witnessed it. But notwithstanding this tender greeting, Henry had permitted his heart to wander from his queen during his absence, for it was during his sojourn at Calais in this campaign that he first saw the beautiful wife of Sir Gilbert Tailbois. This lady, after the death of her husband, bore Henry a son in 1519, to whom he gave the name of Henry Fitzroy. For several years this was the only instance of Henry's infidelity to Catherine. His connection with Lady Tailbois was carried on with little publicity. They met at a place devoted to Henry's pleasures, which he called Jericho, situated near Newhall, in Essex. The French war concluded with a marriage between Louis XII and the king's beautiful young sister Mary, whose heart was devoted to Charles Brandon, Duke of Suffolk. Catherine accompanied the royal bride to Dover, October 1514, and bade her an affectionate and tearful farewell. With Mary went as an attendant Anne Boleyn, then a girl. The November following, the queen again became the mother of a living prince, but the infant died in a few days, to her infinite sorrow. The king on his New Year's night performed a ballet with the Duke of Suffolk and 2 noblemen and 4 ladies, all dressed in cloth of silver and blue velvet, after the mode of Savoy, the young and blooming Duchess of Savoy being supposed to be in love with Suffolk. This mask entered the queen's presence by a great light of torches, and, after dancing a long time, put off their visors, and when they were known, the queen heartily thanked the king's grace for her good pastime and kissed him. On the very day this ballet was danced, the King of France died, and his lovely bride was left a widow after 82 days of marriage. In a very short time, she stole a match with the Duke of Suffolk at Paris, who had been sent by the king to take care of her and her property. All the influence of Queen Catherine, who called Wolsey to her assistance, was needful to appease the wrath of King Henry at the presumption of his favourite. The married lovers were, however, favourably received at Greenwich Palace by the Queen, and publicly married after the Easter of 1515. Suffolk bore on his motto at the festival on this occasion the well-known couplet he wrote on his marriage: Cloth of gold do not despise, thou hast wedded cloth of fries. The May Day after this royal love match was distinguished by a most picturesque and poetical festival, such as never more was witnessed in England. Catherine and the royal bride rode a Maying with the king from the Palace of Greenwich to Shooter's Hill. Here the archers of the king's guard met them dressed like Robin Hood and his outlaws, and begged that the royal party would enter the good green wood and see how outlaws lived. On this, Henry, turning to the queen, asked her, if she and her damsels would venture in a thicket with so many outlaws? Catherine replied, that where he went, she was content to go. The king then handed her to a sylvan bower, formed of hawthorn boughs, spring flowers, and moss, with apartments adjoining, where was laid out a breakfast of venison. The queen partook of the feast, and was greatly delighted with this lodge in the wilderness. When she returned towards Greenwich with the king, they met on the road a flowery car, drawn by 5 horses. Each was ridden by a fair damsel. The ladies and their steeds personated the attributes of spring. The horses had their names lettered on their headgear, and the damsels had theirs on their dresses. The first steed was Cowed, or Heat. On him sat the lady Humid. The second was Memeon, on which rode the lady Vert, or Verdure. On the third, called Phaeton, was the lady Vegetative. On the steed Rimphon sat the lady Pleasance. On the fifth, Lampace, sat the lady Sweet Odor. In the car was the lady May, attended by Flora. All these damsels burst into a sweet song when they met the queen at the foot of Shooter's Hill, and preceded the royal party carolling hymns to the May, till they reached Greenwich Palace. The amusements of the day concluded with the king and his brother-in-law, the Duke of Suffolk, riding races on great coursers, which were like the Flemish breed of dray horses. Strange races these must have been, for this is the first mention of horse racing made in English history. Catherine again became a mother, and this time her hopes were not blighted. She brought into the world a girl, February 18th, 1516, who was likely to live. This infant was baptized Mary, after her aunt, the Queen of France. At the same time the death of the queen's father, Ferdinand of Aragon, took place, and solemn requiems were sung for him at St. Paul's. Nothing can show the disposition of Catherine in its truly beautiful character more than the motives which led to her intimacy with the daughter of Clarence. When Ferdinand of Castile demurred on the marriage of his daughter Catherine to Prince Arthur, his excuse was that while a male heir bearing the name of Plantagenet existed, the crown of England was not secure in the Tudor family. Whereupon Henry VII had the innocent Edward Plantagenet, Earl of Warwick, led out to execution, without a shadow of justice. The conscience of the excellent Catherine was infinitely grieved at this murder, of which she considered herself the cause, though innocently so. As far as was in her power, she made every reparation to the relatives of the unfortunate son of Clarence. She cultivated the friendship of his sister, Margaret, Countess of Salisbury, who was in her household at Ludlow. She gave her infant Mary to be suckled by Catherine Pole, the relative of the countess. She treated her son Reginald Pole as if he had been her own, and it is said that she wished this gentleman to become her son-in-law. The great talents of Reginald, his beauty and noble courage, distinguished him from all his brothers. He was, however, brought up to the church. Queen Catherine welcomed at her Greenwich Palace Queen Margaret, widow of James IV, who had taken refuge with Henry VIII from the troubles in Scotland. The Scottish queen brought her daughter by her second husband, the Earl of Angus. This infant was a few months older than the Princess Mary, and was reared as her companion, being at the same time regarded with affection by the king and queen. Her name is of some consequence in history as Lady Margaret Douglas. The national jealousy of the Londoners regarding foreigners broke out into formidable insurrection of the apprentices in London, which is called in our domestic history Ill May Day. There is no evidence that the queen unduly patronized foreigners, yet the popular fury was directed against her countrymen. Several Spanish merchants' houses were sacked and burnt, and the inhabitants were murdered. The Duke of Norfolk, who had been incensed by the recent murder of a priest of his household by the citizens, was sent to quell the uproar, and then proceeded to dispense martial law in the turbulent metropolis. This he did with such vengeance that dozens of the unfortunate boys who had raised the riot were soon seen hanging over their master's signposts. As several hundred apprentices were captives to the vengeful duke, their mothers supposed all were to be immolated in the same manner. Calling together all their female relatives, they went to the palace, and with streaming eyes raised such a piteous wail for mercy that the queen heard the cry of maternal agony in the retirement of her chamber. She summoned her sister queens, Margaret of Scotland and Mary of France, to aid her. They flew with dishevelled hair to the king, and kneeling before him, begged for pity on the misguided boys. Everyone was struck with the benevolence of Queen Catherine, because the rioters had directed their fury against her nation. This incident is commemorated to her honor in a ballad poem of her times, which preserves many curious traits of that era. What if, she said, by Spanish blood have London's stately streets been wet? Yet I will seek this country's good, and pardon for their children get. Or else the world will speak of me, and say Queen Catherine was unkind, and judge me still the cause to be. These young men did misfortune find. And so disrobed of rich attires, with hair unbound she sadly hies, of her gracious lord requires a boon, which hardly he denies. The lives, quoth she, of all the blooms, yet budding green, these youths, I crave. Oh, let them not have timeless tombs, for nature longer limits gave. In saying so, the pearl tears fell trickling from her princely eyes, whereat his gentle queen he cheers, and says, Stand up, sweet lady, rise. The lives of them I freely give, no means this kindness shall debar. Thou hast thy boon, and they may live, to serve me in my Boulogne war. No sooner was this pardon given, but peals of joy rang through the hall, as though it thundered down from heaven, the queen's renown amongst them all. For which, kind queen, with joyful heart, she heard her mother's thanks and praise, and so from them did gently part, and lived beloved all her days. And at the siege of Tours in France, they showed themselves brave Englishmen. At Boulogne, too, they did advance, St. George's lofty standard then. But ill May Day and ill May games, performed in young and tender years, can be no hindrance to their fames, or stains of valor many ways. But now the watch, ordained by law, we see on May Day's eve at night, is kept to fill the youth with awe, by London bands in armor bright. The fact that Catherine brought the king 5 children has been disputed, but evidence exists in a letter written by Henry VIII to his council 18 months after the birth of the Princess Mary, in which he announces that the queen was likely to bring him an heir. Richard Pace soon after wrote to Wolsey that, after the king's return to Windsor, the queen met him at her chamber door, and gave him information which confirmed his hopes. She soon after brought him a 3rd son, who died as soon as he saw the light. After this disappointment, the king created Henry Fitzroy, the son he had by Lady Tailbois, Duke of Richmond, and owned him with a degree of parade which showed Catherine how earnestly desirous he was of male offspring. This circumstance seems to have given the queen more uneasiness than any jealousy ever occasioned by the boy's mother. In the spring of 1520, Queen Catherine had the satisfaction of welcoming in England her nephew, who afterwards made his name so illustrious as the Emperor Charles V. He was the eldest son of the insane Queen Joanna, Catherine's sister, and was regent of Spain and possessor of Holland and the Low Countries. He had been recently elected Emperor of Germany. According to Bishop Godwin, the emperor arrived at Dover May 26th on his return from Spain. Catherine awaited her nephew at the archbishop's palace at Canterbury, while Henry rode by torchlight to Dover Castle, where he arrived in the middle of the night, when the emperor, sea-weary, was fast asleep. But, being awakened with the bustle of the king's entrance into the castle, he rose and met him at the top of the stairs, where Henry embraced and welcomed him. The next morning the king brought the emperor to Queen Catherine, who received him joyfully. After 3 days' banqueting at Canterbury, the emperor went to his navy at Sandwich, while Henry and Catherine embarked at Dover, the emperor having appointed a second meeting with them on the opposite coast. Henry and Catherine, with their court, then proceeded to that congress with the king and queen of France, between Ardres and Guisnes, which has been called for its magnificence, the Field of Cloth of Gold, and the Golden Camp. Catherine had here the satisfaction of forming an intimacy with a royal lady whose mind was a kindred one with her own. This was Claude, Queen of France, surnamed the Good. The chroniclers who dwell on this epoch notice that the queens of France and England visited each other every day in familiar intercourse. One morning, when Cardinal Wolsey officiated at high mass before the assembled courts at Guisnes, the kings, Henry and Francis, received the Eucharist as a pledge of the peace they so soon broke. Then the cardinal advanced to the separate oratory where Queen Catherine of England and Queen Claude of France were kneeling side by side. Before they communicated, these royal ladies tenderly embraced and kissed each other in a token of mutual amity and goodwill. Catherine fully participated in all the tedious splendors of the Field of Gold, for even the foot carpet of her throne was embroidered with pearls. Lord Herbert declares that Queen Claude certainly brought Anne Boleyn in her train as one of her maids of honor, but the presence of this young lady was as yet of no moment to the royal Catherine, although her mind had already been somewhat troubled by the coquetries of the other sister, Mary Boleyn, with King Henry. The emperor joined the congress of the Camp of Gold towards its conclusion. Catherine and her court went to meet her imperial nephew at Gravelines, and he accompanied them to Calais. Henry invited him to a grand entertainment at that town, where an amphitheatre was built in imitation of a firmament. But, an unfortunate storm happening the night of the festival, it blew out 1,000 wax tapers, overturning the thrones erected for Henry, Catherine, and the emperor, and rendered the sun, moon, and stars unfit for use. The court looked grave, and began to whisper regarding the presumption of making a firmament. Notwithstanding this mishap, Catherine entertained her nephew for 6 days at Calais, till he departed to Gravelines, mounted on a beautiful English horse, with a footcloth of gold tissue, bordered with precious stones, which Catherine had given him. He often spoke of his aunt's happiness, who was wedded to so magnificent a prince as Henry VIII. While Queen Catherine retained her place and influence, the career of improvement commenced, which has ever since continued to progress in this country. With her name was connected the revival of horticulture in England. We use the term revival because there is ample proof in the pages of Matthew Paris, Chaucer, and Lombardy that many plants were cultivated in England, which were totally lost after the long course of warfare, foreign and domestic, had agonized the country and perverted her energetic population into mischievous destructives. The cherry, the plum, and the peach tree, the laurel and the bay tree, are familiarly mentioned by the earlier historians and by Chaucer, but they had vanished from the land in 1500 and had to be reimported. When Catherine of Aragon wished for salads, an important article of food in Spain, the whole fair realm of England could not furnish one for her table, till King Henry sent for a gardener from Flanders to cultivate them for her. There were no carrots and not an edible root grown. All the cabbages were imported from Holland. Yet, as Edward II was blamed for buying them from a Thames faggot boat, it is evident that they were, in the 13th century, grown as now on the banks of the river. An old rhyme, often quoted, preserves the memory of the introduction of some other useful things. Hops and turkeys, carps and beer, came to England all in 1 year. Wherefore the hop was cultivated is rather enigmatical, since Henry VIII, who interfered in all the concerns of his subjects, from their religion to their beer barrels, forbade them to put hops in their ale. Perhaps the above sapient distich means to imply that malt liquor was first called beer when brewed with hops. The rhyme is right enough regarding the turkeys, since they were first brought from North America by William Strickland, the lieutenant of Sebastian Cabot, in the expeditions of discovery he undertook under the patronage of Henry VII. And this recalls to memory a curious article in the privy purse expenses of that monarch. To the man in reward who found the new isle, £10. The man was the illustrious Cabot. The isle, Newfoundland. Scanty is the reward of the benefactors of the human race, dim are their records, and few there be that find them, while those of the destroyers are blazoned before all eyes. End of section 6. Section 7 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 4, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Catherine of Aragon, Chapter 2, Part 1. Before the sad record of Catherine's sufferings is unrolled, let us present to the reader a description of her husband, ere his evil passions had marred his constitutional good humor, and even his animal comeliness. It is drawn by Sebastiano Giustiani, the Venetian resident in England, in 1519. His Majesty is about 29 years of age, as handsome as nature could form him, above any other Christian prince, handsomer by far than the King of France. He is exceedingly fair, and as well proportioned as possible. When he learned that the King of France wore a beard, he allowed his also to grow, which, being somewhat red, has at the present the appearance of being of gold. He is an excellent musician and composer, an admirable horseman and wrestler. He possesses a good knowledge of French, Latin, and Spanish languages, and is very devout. On the days on which he goes to the chase, he hears mass 3 times, but on the other days, as often as 5 times. He has every-day service in the Queen's chamber at vespers and compline. He is uncommonly fond of the chase, and never indulges in this diversion without tiring 8 or 10 horses. These are stationed at the different places where he purposes to stop. When one is fatigued, he mounts another, and by the time he returns home they have all been used. He takes great delight in bowling, and it is the pleasantest sight in the world to see him engaged in this exercise, with his fair skin covered with a beautifully fine shirt. He plays with the hostages of France, and it is said they sport from 6,000 to 8,000 ducats in a day. Affable and benign, he offends no one. He has often said to the ambassador, he wished that everyone was content with his condition, adding, "We are content with our islands." Catherine was at this time about 34. The difference of years is scarcely perceptible between a pleasing woman of that age and a robust and burly man of 29. In the portrait most commonly recognized as Catherine of Aragon, she appears a bowed down and sorrow-stricken person, spare and slight in figure, and nearly 50 years old. But even if that latest picture of Holbein really represents Catherine, it must be remembered that she was not near 50 all her life, therefore she ought not to be entirely identified with it, especially as all our early historians, Hall among them, who was present at the Field of Gold, mentions her as a handsome woman. Speed calls her beauteous, and Sir John Russell, one of Henry's privy council, puts her in immediate comparison with the triumphant beauties, Anne Boleyn and Jane Seymour, declaring she was not to be easily paralleled when in her prime. Her portrait, engraved in the first volume of Burnet, is very different from the one usually known. From what collection it was drawn he does not say, but there is a facsimile of it, as a whole-length oil painting, at the gallery at Versailles, though it is called by a different name. Burnet, however, must be right, because he declares her name and age are inscribed on his original, which is by Holbein. This portrait represents her as a very noble-looking lady of 30, the face oval, the features very regular, with a sweet calm look, but somewhat heavy, the forehead of the most extraordinary height. Phrenologists would say, with benevolence greatly developed. The oil painting at Versailles has large dark eyes and a bright brunette complexion. The hood cap of 5 corners is bordered with rich gems. The black mantinea veil depends from the back of the cap on each side, for she never gave up wholly the costume of her beloved Spain. The clusters of rubies are linked with strings of pearl round her throat and waist, and a cordelier belt of the same jewels hangs to her feet. Her robe is dark blue velvet, with a graceful train bordered with sable fur. Her sleeves are straight with ruffles, and slashed at the sleeves. Over them are great hanging sleeves of sable fur, of the shape called rebus. She draws up her gown with her right hand. The petticoat is gold-colored satin, barred with gold. Her figure is stately, but somewhat column-like and solid. It realized very well the description of an Italian contemporary, who said that her form was massive. Among the Strawberry Hill miniatures, that which represents Catherine of Aragon in her prime is the same, but much handsomer. It gives the idea of a most noble-looking woman. The routine of Catherine's life was self-denying. Her contemporaries held her in more estimation for her ascetic observances than for her brightest practical virtues. She rose in the night to prayers, at conventual hours. She dressed herself for the day at 5 in the morning. Beneath her regal attire she wore the habit of St. Francis of the Third Order, of which community she was an admitted member. She was used to say that she considered no part of her time so much wasted as that passed in dressing and adorning herself. She fasted on Fridays and Saturdays, and on the vigils of saints' days. She confessed at least weekly, and received the Eucharist every Sunday. For 2 hours after dinner, one of her attendants read to her books of devotion. Notwithstanding this rigorous rule of self-discipline, Catherine delighted in conversation of a lively cast. She often invited Sir Thomas More to her private suppers with the king, and took the utmost pleasure in his society. The English were, for more than a century afterwards, very proud of Queen Catherine's proficiency in needlework, rich specimens of which, according to the domestic poet Taylor, who wrote in the reign of James I, were shown in the royal apartments at the Tower. I read that in the 7th King Henry's reign, fair Catherine, daughter to the Castile king, came into England with a pompous train of Spanish ladies, which she thence did bring. She to the 8th King Henry married was, and afterwards divorced, where virtuously, although a queen, yet she her days did pass in working with a needle curiously, as in the Tower, and places Moe beside. Her excellent memorials may be seen, whereby the needle's praise is dignified by her fair ladies and herself a queen. Thus for her pains here her reward is just. Her works proclaim her praise, though she be dust. It may be observed in Catherine's whole line of conduct that she identified herself with the interests of England in all things, as if she had been a native-born queen, but she did not comply, and who can blame her, with the customs of English women, who at that era scrupled not to accompany their husbands and brothers to cruel field sports. The destructive excitement of seeing ferocious creatures, whether biped or quadruped, tearing their living prey, afforded no delight to the generous mind of Catherine. She pleaded that Spanish ladies were not brought up to mount on horseback and follow hawk and hound, when Henry expressed displeasure that she did not join him in his violent exercises. Nevertheless, she was willing to divert him by partaking in the amusements then reckoned among courtly accomplishments. For these attainments she was thus commended by a contemporary English versifier belonging to the court. With stole and with needle she was not to seek, and other practisings for ladies meet for pastimes, as tables, trick-track, and gleek, cards and dice. The great Erasmus, in some emphatic words addressed to Henry VIII, to whom he dedicated his exposition of St. Luke, bears witness that the queen did not suffer these vain pursuits to divert her mind from duties. Your noble wife, says he, spends that time in reading the sacred volume which other princesses occupy in cards and dice. The queen had expressed a wish to become the pupil of Erasmus in the Latin language, if he would have resided in England. He dedicated to her his treatise entitled Christian Matrimony, and always cited her as an example to her sex. He gives a brilliant list of the great and virtuous men who were patronized at the English court when Catherine presided as queen of Henry VIII, declaring the residence of the royal couple ought rather to be called a seat of the muses than a palace. Erasmus added another sentence which was woefully contradicted by Henry's afterlife. What household is there among the subjects of their realms that can offer an example of such united wedlock? Where can a wife be found better matched with the best of husbands? The conduct of a man is almost invariably influenced by the moral qualities of the woman who has his heart in her keeping, and as Henry deserved these encomiums in a season of life so trying that even the prophet of God prays that the sins of youth may not be reckoned against him, can we believe that women of equal worth had his moral guidance in the meridian and decline of life? For the first time in her life, Catherine had, after her return from France, manifested some symptoms of jealousy, which was excited by Henry's admiration for Mary Boleyn. She reasoned with the young lady, and brought her to confession that she had been in fault. Court scandals declare she acknowledged her guilt to the queen, but this is scarcely consistent with the disinterested love Mary then cherished for an honourable gentleman at court, whom she directly after married. Sir Thomas Boleyn renounced Mary as his daughter because she persisted in marrying this lover whose name was William Carey. He was a younger brother and wholly without fortune, yet he was a near kinsman of King Henry, by descent from the Beauforts. In all probability, the discussion between the queen and Mary Boleyn led to the result of that young lady marrying the man she loved, for if King Henry had provided his kinsman as a husband to rid him of Mary Boleyn, would he not have rewarded him so amply as to have satisfied her father? Instead of which, it is incontestable, from Henry's own statement, which will be subsequently quoted, that the young pair were destitute. Mary Boleyn's marriage took place January 31st, 1521. The court were present, and there is every reason to believe that the queen made the usual offerings at the altar. Queen Catherine and Cardinal Wolsey had lived in the greatest harmony till this time, when his increasing personal pride urged him to conduct which wholly deprived him of the queen's esteem. One day the Duke of Buckingham was holding the basin for the king to wash, when it pleased the cardinal to put in his hands. The royal blood of the duke rose in indignation, and he flung the water in Wolsey's shoes, who, with a revengeful scowl, promised Buckingham that he would sit on his skirts. The duke treated the threat as a joke, for he came to court in a jerkin, and, being asked by the king the reason of this odd costume, he replied that it was to prevent the cardinal from executing his threat, for if he wore no skirts, they could not be sat upon. As Wolsey could find no crime to lay to the charge of Buckingham, he had recourse to the example of the preceding century, and got up among other charges an accusation of treasonable sorcery against the high-spirited noble, which speedily brought his head on the block. Buckingham was one of Catherine's earliest friends in England. The just and generous queen, after uselessly pleading for him with the king, did not conceal her opinion of Wolsey's conduct in the business. The next year her nephew, the emperor, paid a long visit at her court, the secret object of which was to excite a war against France. He landed at Dover and came with King Henry by water to Greenwich Palace, where Catherine then was. The queen received him standing at the hall door, holding the Princess Mary by the hand. Charles bent his knee and craved his aunt's blessing, which she gave him, perhaps in the character of mother-in-law, for his ostensible errand was to betroth himself to her daughter, Mary, a little girl of 6 years old. The emperor stayed 6 weeks in England. During his visit, a bon mot of his was circulated at court, which obtained for himself and his aunt the active enmity of Wolsey. When Charles heard of the execution of Buckingham, he said, in allusion to Wolsey's origin and Buckingham's title, "Then has the butcher's dog pulled down the fairest buck in Christendom." The war with France, which followed the emperor's visit to England, occasioned the return of Anne Boleyn to her native country, when she received the appointment of maid of honour to Queen Catherine, of whose court she became the star. The recent passion of Henry for Mary Boleyn probably blinded the queen to the fact that he had transferred his love with increased vehemence to her more fascinating and accomplished sister. His love for Anne Boleyn was nevertheless concealed even from its object, till his jealousy of young Percy caused it to be suspected by the world. Meantime the queen's health became delicate, and her spirits lost their buoyancy. Her existence was in a very precarious state from 1523 to 1526. Probably the expectation of the queen's speedy demise prevented the king from taking immediate steps for a divorce, after he had separated Anne Boleyn and young Percy. Catherine herself thought the end of her life was near. This is apparent in a letter she wrote to Wolsey concerning the settlement in marriage of one of her ladies, who had been very attentive to her during her long affliction. "My lord, it hath pleased the king to be so good lord unto me as to speak unto Arundel, the heir, for a marriage to be had between him and one of my maids, and upon this I am agreed with him, having a sum of money which, being offered unto him, he shall make her sure jointure, during her life, the which she cannot be sure of, without the license and goodwill of his father being alive. For the which cause I beseech you to be good and gracious lord to the said Arundel, for business which he hath now to do before you, to the intent that he may have time to go to his father, and make me sure of her jointure in this present term time. And if this be painful, inconvenient to you, I pray you, my lord, pardon me, for the uncertainty of my life and the goodness of my woman causeth me to make all this haste, trusting that she shall have a good husband and a sure living, and if God would call me the next day after, the surer it shall appear before him, that I intend to help them that be good, and taketh labour doing me service. And so I make an end, recommending me unto you, Catherine the Queen. At Amphill, the 25th day of January." Catherine is scarcely mentioned in history from 1523 to 1526, which time she passed in lingering malady, and to this period certainly belongs the above letter, in which she shows her usual gratitude and consideration for those who have served her. The style of the letter is different from the confidential manner of those she formerly wrote to Wolsey, yet it is in a far more friendly strain than she would have indited to him after the events which took place in the year 1527, when the king's long meditated divorce from her was publicly agitated by Wolsey's agency. The first indications of the king's intentions were his frequent lamentations to his confessor, Dr. Langford, that his conscience was grieved by his marriage with his brother's widow, mixed with regrets for the failure of male offspring, and of the queen's hopeless state of ill health. Wolsey's enmity to the queen and her nephew caused him to be an ardent inciter of the divorce. He had always, for the promotion of his power, kept a circle of court spies about Catherine, and all his insidious arts were redoubled at this juncture. If the queen was intimate with any lady, to that person he was familiar in conversation and liberal in gifts, in order to make her reveal all she said and did. "I know one lady," adds Tyndall, a celebrated scriptural translator, "who left the court for no other reason that she would no longer betray her majesty." As a means of introducing the subject of the invalidity of his marriage with Catherine to his privy council, Henry asserted that at Easter, 1527, the French ambassador, being the Bishop of Tarbes, had questioned the legitimacy of the Princess Mary. Of course, the most confidential of the king's advisers suggested cautiously the expediency of a divorce. These particulars came to the queen's ears about a month after, but how, notwithstanding all the activity of their spies, neither Henry nor Wolsey could ever tell. That she took prompt measures in this exigency is apparent in a curious series of letters from Wolsey to the king, dated from July 1st to the 19th, 1527. From them may be gathered that the queen dispatched her faithful servant, Francis Phillips, to Spain to consult her nephew, but Wolsey took care to have him intercepted. He feigns to go, says Wolsey, to visit his mother, now sickly and aged, but your highness taketh it surely in the right, that it is chiefly for disclosing your secret matter to the emperor, and to devise means and ways how it may be impeached. Wherefore your highness hath right prudently devised, so that his passage into Spain should be letted and stopped. For if the said matter should come to the emperor's ears, it should be no little hindrance to your grace's particulars. Howbeit, if he pass by sea, there can be nothing devised. While the king and his ministers were thus employed circumventing, by base underhand expedients, the friendless queen's natural right to consult her relative, she made no mystery of her resolution to appeal to legal means of defending her cause. She laid her case before her confessor, Bishop Fisher, and retained him as her counsel, in case the ecclesiastical inquiry should take place. After these requisite precautions, she discussed the whole matter with her husband. Her manner of doing so is thus described by the pen of Wolsey in one of his letters at this epoch, written during his journey to Dover, when he went on an embassy to France. The first night, he says, I lodged at Sir John Wiltshire's house, where met me my lord of Canterbury, Archbishop Warham, with whom, after communication on your grace's secret matter, I showed him that the knowledge thereof is come to the queen's grace, and how displeasantly she taketh it, and what your highness has done for the staying and pacification of her, by declaring to her that your grace hath done nothing intended nor done, but only for the searching and trying out the truth upon occasion given by the doubts moved by the Bishop of Tarbes. And noting his countenance, gesture, and manner, I perceive he is not much altered from his first fashion, expressly affirming that, however displeasantly the queen might take it, yet the truth and judgment of the law must have place. He, adds Wolsey, somewhat marvelled how the queen should come to the knowledge thereof, and by whom, thinking your grace might constrain her to show her informers. Thus, from the best authorities, it is plainly evident that Henry soothed the poor queen by hypocritical dissimulation, persuading her that the scruple of the Bishop of Tarbes was the sole cause of the point being mooted, and that the ecclesiastical inquiry respecting the validity of her marriage was only instituted that it might never be questioned to the prejudice of their child. With such plausible explanation, Catherine, after a short tragedy, rested tolerably well satisfied, and waited patiently for the good result promised by the king. To her rival, who was now well known at court to be such, she behaved with invariable sweetness. Once only she gave her an intimation that she was aware of her ambitious views. The queen was playing at cards with Anne Boleyn when she thus addressed her. My lady Anne, you have the good hap ever to stop at a king, but you are like others, you will have all or none. By this gentle reproach, Queen Catherine, in some degree, vindicates the honour of her rival, intimating that Anne Boleyn would be the queen's wife or nothing to him. Cavendish, who records this pretty anecdote, likewise bears witness that the queen at this trying crisis behaved like a very patient Grisel. While the matters remained in this state at court, a dismal pestilence broke out in the metropolis, and several of the royal household dying suddenly, the king, who had made such pathetic harangues regarding the pains he had in his conscience arising from his marriage with the queen, was now seized with a true fit of compunction. Its symptoms were indicated by sending Anne Boleyn home to her friends, and returning to the company and conversation of his queen, and sharing in her devout exercises. His recreations during this quarantine were compounded with his physician, Dr. Butts, spasmodic plasters, ointments, decoctions, and lotions. The receipt for one of these precious compositions was made public for the benefit of England, under the name of the King's Own Plaster. Moreover, the king made 39 wills, and confessed his sins every day. Henry's penitence was precisely of the same nature as that described in some oft-quoted lines relative to his sable majesty. When sick, the pest abated, the king's jovial spirits returned. He wrote love letters perpetually to his beautiful favorite, and huffed away his wife. The cardinal legate Campeggio had arrived to hold the court of inquiry regarding the validity of his marriage. He was once more elate with hope of long life and a new bridal. The representations of Wolsey to the Pope had raised the idea at Rome that it was the wish of Catherine to retire from the world and devote herself to a religious life, leaving Henry at liberty to form a second marriage. There is little doubt that from Catherine's ascetic habits, the king and his minister imagined she could be easily induced to take this step, from which, however, her duties as mother wholly debarred her. Henry had not anticipated the slightest difficulty in the divorce. In fact, he was encouraged by more than one recent example. His sister, the Queen of Scotland, had divorced her second husband, the Earl of Angus, and taken to herself a third spouse, whom she was anxious to dismiss for a fourth. Louis XII had likewise discharged his wife, Jane of Valois, with little trouble. When the legate Campeggio arrived in England in the autumn of 1528, Catherine, in an interview with him, became aware of the false impression the pontiff had received of her intentions. She immediately adopted a course of conduct which proved she had no intention of religious profession, and this elicited a burst of vindictive fury from Henry, who at once threw aside the hypocritical mask he had worn, and permitted all the malice of his nature to blaze out in hideous colors. His obsequious council were informed, they said, of a design to kill the king and the cardinal, in which conspiracy, if it could be proved the queen had any hand, she must not expect to be spared, that she had not shown either in public or in the hours of retirement as much love for the king as she ought, and, now that the king was very pensive, she manifested great signs of joy, setting all people to dancing and other diversions, that she did out of spite to the king, as it was contrary to her temper and ordinary behavior. She showed herself much abroad too, and by civilities and gracious bowing of her head, which was not her custom formerly, she sought to work upon the affections of the people. From all which the king concluded she hated him. Therefore, as his council in their consciences thought his life was in danger, they advised him to separate himself from the queen both at bed and board, and above all take the Princess Mary from her. To this paper, which is still in existence, there is appended a Latin note in the handwriting of Wolsey, purporting that the queen was a fool to resist the king's will, that her offspring had not received the blessing of heaven, and that an abstract of the pope's original bull of dispensation, which she had sent for from Spain, was a forgery. This order of council was laid before the queen with the intention of frightening her into a convent. One sting the malice of her persecutors had inserted, bitterer than death, the separation from her child. But Catherine was not intimidated. The only effect it had was that Wolsey heard her speak her mind on the subject of his conduct, the first opportunity that occurred, and this came shortly. On Sunday afternoon, the 8th of November, 1528, the king convoked all his nobility, judges, and council in the great room of his palace at Bridewell, and made a speech which Hall declares he heard and recorded as much as his wit would bear away. If it be adjudged, said Henry, that the queen is my lawful wife, nothing will be more pleasant or more acceptable to me, both for the clearing of my conscience, and also for the good qualities and conditions I know to be in her. For I assure you all, that besides her noble parentage, she is a woman of most gentleness, humility, and buxomness, yea, of all good qualities pertaining to nobility she is without comparison. So that if I were to marry again, I would choose her above all women. But if it is determined in judgment that our marriage is against God's law, then I shall sorrow, parting from so good a lady and loving companion. These be the sores that vex my mind. These be the pangs that trouble my conscience, for the declaration of which I have assembled you together, and now you may depart." It is a strange sight to witness the effect this oration had upon the hearers. Some sighed and said nothing, others were sorry to hear that the king was so troubled in his conscience, while many, who wished well to the queen, were grieved that the matter was thus far publicly opened. Soon after the two cardinal legates, Wolsey and Campeggio, requested an interview of the queen at the same palace, to announce that they were about to hold a court of inquiry regarding her marriage. "Alas, my lords," answered the queen, "is it now a question whether I be the king's lawful wife or no, when I have been married to him almost 20 years, and no objection made before? Divers prelates and lords, privy councillors of the king, are yet alive who then adjudged our marriage good and lawful, and now to say it is detestable is a great marvel to me, especially when I consider what a wise prince the king's father was, and also the natural love and affection my father, King Ferdinand, bare unto me. I think that neither of our fathers were so unwise and weak in judgment, but they foresaw what would follow our marriage. The king my father sent to the court of Rome, and there obtained a dispensation, that I being the one brother's wife might without scruple of conscience marry the other brother lawfully, which license under leaden seal, I have yet to show, which makes me say and surely believe, as my first marriage was not completed, that my second is good and lawful. But of this trouble," she continued, turning to Cardinal Wolsey, "I may only thank you, my lord of York, because I ever wondered at your pride and vainglory, and abhorred your voluptuous life, and little cared for your presumption and tyranny. Therefore of malice you have kindled this fire. Especially for the great grudge you bear to my nephew the emperor, whom you hate worser than a scorpion, because he would not gratify your ambition by making you pope by force, and therefore you have said, more than once, you would trouble him and his friends, and you have kept him true promise, for of all his wars and vexations he may only thank you. As for me, his poor aunt and kinswoman, what trouble you put me to by this new-found doubt, God knoweth, to whom I commit my cause." Wolsey denied these charges, but the queen gave no credit to his protestations. He had, indeed, involved England in an unpopular war with the emperor, and, in order to gratify his private resentments, totally overlooked the earnest desire the English ever had to remain in close commercial alliance with the Low Countries, then possessed by the queen's kindred. The English had gratefully and affectionately regarded Catherine as the link that united their interests with the opposite coast, and so unpopular was the idea of her divorce, that one of the king's agents, Dr. Wakefield, expressed some fear lest the people should stone him if they knew he was concerned in divorcing the queen. The Emperor Charles was deeply hurt at the turn affairs had taken. He expressed his intention to afford all the protection in his power to his aunt, who, he said, was an orphan and stranger in England. If the Pope pronounced against her, he would bow to his decision. If in her favor, he would support her and her daughter as far as his ability would permit. In the great hall of the palace at Blackfriars was prepared a solemn court. The two legates, Wolsey and Campeggio, had each a chair of cloth of gold placed before a table covered with rich tapestry. On the right of the court was a canopy, under which was a chair and cushions of tissue for the king, and on the left a rich chair for the queen. It was not till the 28th of May, 1529, that the court summoned the royal parties. The king answered by two proctors. The queen entered, attended by 4 bishops and a great train of ladies, and, making an obeisance with much reverence to the legates, appealed from them as prejudiced and incompetent judges to the court of Rome. She then departed. The court sat every week, and heard arguments on both sides, but seemed as far off as ever in coming to any decision. At last the king and queen were cited by Dr. Sampson to attend the court in person, on the 18th of June. When the crier called, "Henry, King of England, come into court," he answered, "Here," in a loud voice from under his canopy, and proceeded to make an oration on the excellence of his wife, and his extreme unwillingness to part from her, excepting to soothe the pains and pangs inflicted on him by his conscience. Then Catherine, Queen of England, was cited into court. The queen was already present, seated in her chair of gold tissue. She answered by protesting against the legality of the court, on the grounds that all her judges held beneficences presented by her opponent. The cardinals denied the justice of her appeal to Rome on these grounds. Her name again was called. She rose a second time. She took no notice of the legates, but crossed herself with much fervor, and, attended by her ladies, made the circuit of the court to where the king sat, and knelt down before him, saying, in her broken English, "Sir, I beseech you, for all the loves there hath been between us, and for the love of God, let me have some right and justice. Take of me some pity and compassion, for I am a poor stranger, born out of your dominions. I have here no unprejudiced counselor, and I flee to you, as the head of justice, within your realm. Alas, alas, wherein have I offended you? I take God and all the world to witness that I have been to you a true, humble, and obedient wife, ever conformable to your will and pleasure. I have been pleased and contented with all things, wherein you had delight or dalliance. I loved all those you loved, only for your sake, whether they were my friends or mine enemies. This 20 years I have been your true wife, and by me ye had divers children, although it hath pleased God to call them out of the world, which has been no fault of mine. I put it to your conscience, whether I came not to you a maid? If you have since found any dishonor in my conduct, then I am content to depart, albeit to my great shame and disparagement. But if none there be, then I beseech you thus lowlily to let me remain in my proper state. The king your father was accounted in his day as a second Solomon for wisdom, and my father Ferdinand was esteemed one of the wisest kings that had ever reigned in Spain. Both indeed were excellent princes, full of wisdom and royal behavior. Also, as meseeth, they had in their days as learned and judicious counselors as are at present in this realm, who thought our marriage good and lawful. Therefore it is a wonder to me to hear what new inventions are brought up against me, who never meant aught but honestly. Ye cause me to stand to the judgment of this new court, wherein ye do me much wrong, if ye intend any kind of cruelty. For ye may condemn me for lack of sufficient answer, since your subjects cannot be impartial counselors for me, as they dare not, for fear of you, disobey your will. Therefore, most humbly do I require you, in the way of charity, and for the love of God, who is the just judge of all, to spare me the sentence of this new court, until I be advised what way my friends in Spain may advise me to take. And if ye will not extend to me this favor, your pleasure be fulfilled, and to God do I commit my cause." The queen rose up in tears, and, instead of returning to her seat, made a low obeisance to the king and walked out of court. "Madam," said Griffith, her receiver general, on whose arm she leant, "you are called back." For the crier made the hall ring with the summons, "Catherine, Queen of England, come again into court." The queen replied to Griffiths, "I hear well enough, but on, go you on, for this is no court wherein I can have justice. Proceed therefore." Sanders asserts that she added, "I never before disputed the will of my husband, and I shall take the first opportunity to ask pardon for my disobedience." But in truth, the spirit of just indignation, which supported her through the above scene, is little consistent with such superfluous dutifulness to a husband, who was in the act of renouncing her. When the crier was tired of calling Queen Catherine back into court, Henry, who saw the deep impression her pathetic appeal had made on all present, commenced one of his orations, lamenting that his conscience should urge the divorce of such a queen, who had ever been a devoted wife, full of all gentleness and virtue. What could the members of his council, in whose memories the murderous accusations he had secretly brought against Catherine were fresh, have thought of the duplicity of his tongue? But unblushing falsehood is a trait in Henry's character, which his domestic history can alone set in proper light. It is supposed that a blunt, rough-spoken man is incapable of deceit, a mistake which causes the toleration of a good deal of ill behavior in society. Henry VIII, the head of the order of bluff speakers, is a noted instance of the fallacy of this rule. At the request of Cardinal Wolsey, the king then proceeded in his speech to exonerate him from having prompted the divorce, and declared that the admonitions of his counselor had first raised the doubt in his mind, together with the demurs of the French ambassador regarding the legitimacy of his only child. It has been affirmed by Hall that it was the Spanish ambassadors who first raised this doubt, but the king's silence on this head in his speech of vindication is sufficient proof of the falseness of this assertion. The king, turning to Warham, Archbishop of Canterbury, added, that on this doubt being raised, he had applied to him for license of inquiry, which was granted, signed by all the bishops. Fisher, Bishop of Rochester, who was one of the queen's counsellors, declared he had not signed it. Here is your hand and seal, replied the king. Fisher pronounced it a forgery, when Archbishop Warham declared Fisher had permitted it to be signed for him. This Fisher firmly denied, saying, if he wished it to be done, why could he not have done it himself? Weary of the dispute, the king dissolved the court. From that moment Fisher, who had been the king's tutor, and was supposed to have been much beloved by him, became the object of his deadly hatred, which pursued him to the scaffold, and even beyond it. Catherine was again summoned before the court, June 25th, and on refusing to appear, was declared contumacious. An appeal to the Pope, signed in every page with her own hand, was, however, given in, and read on her part. She likewise wrote to her nephew, declaring she would suffer death rather than compromise the legitimacy of her child. The perplexed legates now paused in their proceedings. They declared that courts never sat in Rome from July to October, and that they must follow the example of their head. At this delay, Anne Boleyn so worked upon the feelings of her lover that he was in an agony of impatience. He sent for Wolsey to consult with him on the best means of bringing the queen to comply with the divorce. Wolsey remained an hour with the king, hearing him storm in all the fury of unbridled passion. At last Wolsey returned to his barge. The Bishop of Carlisle, who was waiting in it at Blackfriars Stairs, observed that it was warm weather. Yea, my lord, said Wolsey, and if you had been chafed as I have been, you would say it was hot. That night, by the time he had been in bed at Whitehall 2 hours, the Earl of Wiltshire, Anne Boleyn's father, called him up and desired him, in the name of the king, to repair instantly to Bridewell Palace, that he might, in company with Campeggio, be ready to wait on the queen in the morning with proposals for a private accommodation. It is said that Wolsey was imprudent enough to rate the earl for his eagerness in the matter so soundly that he knelt by the bedside and wept bitterly all the time the cardinal was dressing himself. Early that morning Wolsey and Campeggio came by water to Bridewell and requested a private interview with the queen. She was at work with her maids and came to them, where they awaited her in her presence chamber with a skein of red silk about her neck. She thanked them for their visit and said she would give them a hearing, though she imagined they came on business which required much deliberation and a mind stronger than hers. You see, continued the queen, showing the silk, my employment. In this way I pass my time with my maids, who are indeed none of the ablest counselors, yet I have no other in England, and Spain, where there are those on whom I could rely, is, God knoweth, far off. If it please your grace, replied Wolsey, to go into your privy chamber, we will show you the cause of our coming. My lord, said the queen, if you have anything to say, speak it openly before these folk, for I fear nothing that can be alleged against me, but I would all the world should see and hear it. Therefore speak your minds openly, I pray. Then began Wolsey to address her in Latin. Pray good, my lord, replied the queen, speak to me in English, for I can, thank God, speak and understand English, though I do know some Latin. Her attainments in Latin were great, but in this manner she spoke of her own acquirements. Then Wolsey unfolded the king's message, which was to offer her everything she could name in riches and honours, and to place the Princess Mary next in order of succession to the issue by the second marriage, if she would consent to the divorce. My lord, returned the queen, I thank you for your good will, but I cannot answer you suddenly, for I was set among my maids at work, little dreaming of such a visit, and I need counsel in a matter which touches me so nearly. But as for any in England, their counsel is not for my benefit. Alas, my lords, I am a poor woman, lacking wit to answer persons of wisdom, as ye be, in so weighty a matter. Therefore, I pray you, be good unto me, a poor woman, destitute of counsel in a foreign land, and your advice I would be glad to hear. Upon this, says Cavendish, who was a witness of the scene thus far, the queen went to her withdrawing room with the legates, and remained there some time in earnest conversation. What passed no one knew, but accommodation of the dispute was as far off as ever. Yet it must be observed that from this interview the queen gained over both legates to her cause. Indeed, they never would pronounce against her, and this was the head and front of the king's enmity to his former favourite, Wolsey. That minister had assuredly encouraged the separation between the king and queen in its earlier stages, in hopes of marrying his master to the brilliant and noble-minded sister of Francis I, Margaret of Valois, Duchess of Alençon. That admirable lady, when the reversion of King Henry's hand was mentioned to her, replied, that if she had had no other objection, she knew that listening to such a proposal would break the heart of Queen Catherine, therefore she would none of it. Wolsey now found that all the pains he had taken to injure Catherine, his former beneficent mistress and friend, was but to exalt Anne Boleyn, his active enemy. When the Legantine court resumed its sittings, the king's council pressed the legates to give judgment. Campeggio now took the lead and positively refused, declaring their determination to refer the matter to the pontiff. This court, from which so much had been expected by the impatient king, was then dissolved. On this, the Duke of Suffolk, the king's brother-in-law, striking his hand so violently on the table that he made everyone start, swore rudely, that no good had ever befallen England since cardinals came there. Wolsey retorted with spirit, that if it had not been for one cardinal at least, the Duke of Suffolk would have lost his head, and lost the opportunity of reviling cardinals at that time. Queen Catherine was now taken from the palace of Bridewell by the king, who still remained her malcontent husband. The royal pair went on a progress together, and the Bishop of Bayonne, in his letters, affirms that there was no apparent diminution of affection between the king and queen, and though they were accompanied by Anne Boleyn, the queen showed no marks of jealousy or anger against her. The royal progress first tarried at the Moor, a royal manor in Hertfordshire, and then bent its course to Grafton, in Northamptonshire. Here Campeggio went to bid farewell to the king. Wolsey accompanied him, but was almost driven from the royal abode by the king's attendants. He had one interview with Henry. It was his last. At Christmas 1530, the queen's appeal to Rome was still pending. The divorce excited the greatest interest among all sorts and conditions of persons in England. The women, from high to low, took the part of the queen, while unmarried men, or those on whom the marriage yoke sat heavily, were partisans of Henry. That Christmas the king and queen passed at Greenwich, and the usual festivities of masques and banquets took place. Henry caressed the Princess Mary with more than his usual tenderness, and Catherine was treated with the respect due to the Queen of England. All this was to induce her to withdraw her appeal from Rome, and submit her cause to the decision of any four prelates or secular lawyers in England. Catherine refused to authorize this proceeding, and the king, in sullen anger, broke up all the court diversions, and retired, after Easter, to Whitehall, a palace he had just forced from Wolsey, belonging to the see of York. The queen was residing at Greenwich, Whitsuntide, 1531, when the king sent to her a deputation from his council, announcing that he had, by the advice of Dr. Cranmer, obtained the opinions of the universities of England concerning the divorce, and found several which considered it expedient. He therefore entreated her for the quieting of his conscience, that she would refer the matter to the arbitration of 4 English prelates and 4 nobles. The queen received the message in her chamber, and thus replied to it: God grant my husband a quiet conscience, but I mean to abide by no decision excepting that of Rome. The king heard this decision with gloom and fury. He accompanied the queen to Windsor after the festival of Trinity, but on the 14th of June he left the royal castle and sent to Catherine imperious orders to depart from thence before his return. Go where I may, was the reply of the forsaken queen, I am his wife, and for him I will pray. She immediately retired from Windsor Castle, and never again beheld her husband or child. Her first abiding place was her manor of the Moor in Hertfordshire. She then settled at Ampthill. From thence she wrote to Pope Clement, informing him of her expulsion from her husband's court. Catherine had, hitherto, been the Princess Mary's principal teacher in the Latin language. She was now separated from her, but, more intent on her benefit than desirous of saddening her young heart with complaints of wrong, she wrote the following sensible letter, recommending attention to her studies under her new tutor, Dr. Featherstone. Daughter, I pray you, think not that forgetfulness has caused me to keep Charles so long here, and answer not your good letter, in which I perceive ye would know how I do. I am in that case that the absence of the king and you troubleth me. My health is meetly good, and I trust in God that he who sent it me doth it to the best, and will shortly turn all to come with good effect. And in the meantime I am very glad to hear from you, especially when they show me that ye be well amended. I pray God to continue it to his pleasure. As for your writing in Latin, I am glad that ye shall change from me to Maester Featherstone, for that shall do you much good to learn from him to write right, but yet sometimes I would be glad, when ye do write to Maester Featherstone, of your own inditing, when he hath read it, that I may see it, for it shall be a great comfort to me to see you keep your Latin, and fair writing and all. And so I pray to recommend me to my Lady of Salisbury, at Woburn this Friday night. Your loving mother, Catherine the Queen. Yet while resident at Ampthill, Catherine wrote to her daughter another letter full of excellent advice, praying her to submit to her father's will. The wise queen justly considered that if Mary did not exasperate her father, he would, at one time or other, acknowledge her rights as a child, and at her tender age, her opinion on the divorce could be of no moment. At the conclusion of this letter, the queen desires to be remembered to her dear good Lady of Salisbury, Mary's governess. Tell her, adds the pious Catherine, that to the kingdom of heaven we never come, but through many troubles. Another letter of the queen was written to Cromwell on occasion of having heard news that the princess was ill. Catherine sues thus humbly to Henry's agent for permission to see her child, saying, that a little comfort and mirth she would take with me would be a half health to her. For my love, let this be done. Yet this maternal request was cruelly refused. At this juncture, Pope Clement addressed a private letter of exhortation to Henry, advising him to take home Queen Catherine and put away one Anna, whom he kept about him. A public instrument from Rome soon followed this exordium, which confirmed the legality of Henry and Catherine's marriage and pronounced their offspring legitimate. At first the king was staggered, and resolved to suspend his efforts to obtain the divorce. Cromwell offered his advice at this critical moment to separate the English Church from the supremacy of Rome, and at the same time to enrich the king's exhausted finances by the seizure of church property. The consequences of this stupendous step fill many vast folios, devoted to the mighty questions of contending creeds and differing interests. The object of these unambitious pages is but to trace its effects on one faithful feminine heart, wrung with all the woes that pertain to a forsaken wife and bereaved mother. End of section 7. Section 8 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 4, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Catherine of Aragon, Chapter 2, Part 2. The death of Warham, Archbishop of Canterbury, in the year 1532, and the appointment of the king's esteemed theologian, Dr. Cranmer, in his place, gave a prospect of the conclusion of the long agitated question of the divorce. The king resolved to cut the Gordian knot of his wedlock by a decision pronounced under his own supremacy. He, therefore, married Anne Boleyn in the commencement of the following year. Insurrections and tumults were raised in many parts of the kingdom against the king wedding Nan Boleyn, as she was irreverently styled by the common people. If the queen had not been the great and good woman she was, she might have given her faithless husband and triumphant rival no little uneasiness by heading a party with her daughter, especially as the court of Rome had pronounced her marriage good and her offspring legitimate. The House of Commons had declared in her favor by presenting a petition, moved by one of their members named Teames, requesting the king to take home Queen Catherine. The first step Cranmer took as Archbishop of Canterbury was to address a letter to the king requesting permission to settle the question of the divorce. An archiepiscopal court was, accordingly, held at Dunstable, 6 miles from the queen's residence. Here Catherine was repeatedly cited to appear, but she carefully avoided giving the least sign of recognition that such tribunal existed. Finally, she was declared contumacious, and the sentence that her marriage was null and void, and never had been good, was read before 2 notaries in the Lady Chapel of Dunstable Priory. Leave was given both to Catherine and the king to marry elsewhere if they chose. On the day after Ascension Day, May 23, 1533, this important decision was pronounced. Sorrow had made cruel havoc in the health of the hapless queen, while these slow drops of bitterness were distilling. When Lord Mountjoy, her former page, was deputed to inform her that she was degraded from the rank of Queen of England to that of Dowager Princess of Wales, she was on her sick bed. It was some days before she could permit the interview, which is thus reported by Mountjoy. Thursday, July 3. She commanded her chamberlain should bring into her privy chamber as many of her servants as he could inform of her wishes. For, she said, she thought it a long season since she saw them. Her grace was then lying upon her pallet, because she had pricked her foot with a pin, so that she might not well stand or go, and also sore annoyed with a cough. Perceiving that many of her servants were there assembled, who might hear what should be said, she then demanded, whether we had our charge to say by mouth or by writing? We said, both. But as soon as we began to declare and read that the articles were addressed to the Princess Dowager, she made exception to that name, saying, she was not Princess Dowager, but the Queen, and withal the King's true wife, had been crowned and anointed Queen, and had by the King lawful issue, wherefore the name of Queen she would vindicate, challenge, and so call herself during her lifetime. It was in vain that Mountjoy and his coadjutors alternately offered bribes and used threats. Catherine remained firm in her determination that she treated all offers of augmentation to her income with queenly contempt. They proceeded to tell her, if she retained the name of queen, she would, for a vain desire and appetite of glory, provoke the king's highness, not only against her whole household to their hindrance and undoing, but be an occasion that the king should withdraw his fatherly love from her honorable and dearest daughter, the Lady Princess Mary, which ought to move her, if no other cause did. This was the first time threats had been aimed at the daughter, in case the mother continued impracticable. Catherine still continued unsubdued. She answered, as to any vainglory, it was not that she desired the name of a queen, but only for the discharge of her conscience, to declare herself the king's true wife, and not his harlot, for the last 24 years. As to the princess, her daughter, she was the king's true child, and as God had given her unto them, so for her part she would render her again to the king as his daughter, to do with her as should stand with his pleasure, trusting to God that she would prove an honest woman, and that neither for her daughter, her servants, her possessions, or any worldly adversity, or the king's displeasure that might ensue, she would yield in this cause to put her soul in danger, and that they should not be feared that have power to kill the body, but he only that hath power over the soul. Catherine then exerted her queenly authority by commanding the minutes of this conference to be brought to her, and drew her pen through the words Princess Dowager wherever they occurred. The paper still remains in our national archives, with the alterations made by her agitated hand. She demanded a copy that she might translate it into Spanish, and the scene concluded with her protestations that she would never relinquish the name of queen. Indeed, the implicit obedience Henry's agents paid her, even when these came to dispute her title, proved how completely she was versed in the science of command. Her servants had been summoned by Montjoy to take an oath to serve her, but as Princess of Wales, which she forbade them to do. Therefore many left her service, and she was waited upon by a very few, whom the king excused from the oath. The same summer her residence was transferred to Bugden, now called Buckden, a palace belonging to the Bishop of Lincoln, 4 miles from Huntingdon. Her routine of life is most interestingly described in a curious manuscript of Dr. Nicholas Harpsfield, a contemporary, whose testimony is well worth attention, because it shows that the great and excellent Catherine continued to view her rival, Anne Boleyn, in the same Christian light as before, even in the last consummation of her bitterest trials, considering her as an object of deep pity rather than resentment. Catherine thus displays the highest power of talent bestowed on the human species, an exquisite and accurate judgment of character. Most correctly did she appreciate both Henry and his giddy partner. I have credibly heard, says Dr. Harpsfield, that at a time of her sorest troubles, one of her gentlewomen began to curse Anne Boleyn. The queen dried her streaming eyes and said earnestly, "Hold your peace, curse not, curse her not, but rather pray for her, for even now is the time fast coming, when you shall have reason to pity her and lament her case." And so it chanced indeed. At Bugden, pursues Harpsfield, Queen Catherine spent her solitary life in much prayer, great alms, and abstinence, and when she was not this way occupied, then was she and her gentlewomen working with their own hands, something wrought in needlework, costly and artificially, which she intended, to the honour of God, to bestow on some of the churches. There was, in the said house of Bugden, a chamber with a window, that had a prospect into the chapel, out of which she might hear divine service. In this chamber she enclosed herself, sequestered from all other company, a great part of the night and day, and upon her knees used to pray at the same window, leaning upon the stones of the same. There were some of her gentlewomen who curiously marked all her doings, and reported that oftentimes they had found the said stones where her head had reclined, wet as though a shower had rained upon them. It was credibly thought that in the time of her prayer she removed the cushions that ordinarily lay in the same window, and that the said stones were imbued with the tears of her devout eyes, when she prayed for strength to subdue the agonies of wronged affections. The queen regained in some degree her cheerfulness and peace of mind at Bugden, where the country people began to love her exceedingly. They visited her frequently out of pure respect, and she received the tokens of regard they daily showed her most sweetly and graciously. Her returning tranquillity was interrupted by Archbishop Lee and Bishop Tunstall, who came to read to her 6 articles, why she ought to be considered only as Prince Arthur's widow, and that she ought to resign the title of queen. We admonish her likewise, they declared in their dispatch to Henry, not to call herself your highness's wife, for that your highness was discharged of that marriage made with her, and had contracted new marriage with your dearest wife Queen Anne, and forasmuch as, thanked be God, fair issue had already sprung of this marriage, and more is likely to follow by God's grace." The last remnant of Catherine's patience gave way at this tirade. In a climax of choler and agony, she vowed she never would quit the title of queen, which she would persist to retain till death, concluding with the declaration that she was the king's wife and not his subject, and therefore not liable to his acts of parliament. A great historian most aptly remarks that Henry's repudiated wife was the only person who could defy him with impunity. She had lost his love, but never forfeited his esteem. The queen, in the midst of these degradations, retained some faithful friends, and had many imprudent partisans. Reginald Pole, whom she loved with a mother's tenderness, had passionately espoused her cause long before it had occasioned the division from Rome. The ladies of Henry's court exerted their eloquence in conversation so warmly against the divorce and the exaltation of Anne Boleyn, that the king sent two of the most contumacious to the Tower. One of these, and the fact is remarkable, is Lady Rochford, who had been lady of the bedchamber to Catherine, and was the wife of Anne Boleyn's brother. But the most troublesome of the queen's partisans was Elizabeth Barton, an epileptic nun, called the Holy Maid of Kent, who mixed the subject of the divorce and Catherine's name with the dreams of her delirious somnambulism. Henry's mortal vengeance soon fell on the poor woman and several of her followers, who mistook her for a prophetess. This affair, for lack of other matter, was made an excuse of accusing Sir Thomas More, who had only spoken to the epileptic to remonstrate with her and her followers on their follies. A reign of terror now ruled the shuddering realm. Erasmus, who was the intimate friend of Henry's two most illustrious victims, Bishop Fisher and Sir Thomas More, thus forcibly describes their loss and the state of their country. "In England, death has either snatched every one of worth away, or fear has shrunk them up." From the time of the executions of Fisher and More, Catherine's health became worse. She was willing to live for her daughter, and, thinking the air of Bugden too damp for her constitution, she requested the king to appoint her an abiding place nearer the metropolis. Henry, with his usual brutality, issued his orders to Cromwell that she should be removed to Fotheringay Castle. This seat had been inherited by the king as part of the patrimony of his mother, Elizabeth of York, and the de Mesnay had been settled on Catherine as part of her dower. Leland records that she did great costs in refreshing it. It was, notwithstanding all the queen's cost, in refreshing, a place notorious for its bad air, as will be easily remembered by those conversant with the sad history of Mary, Queen of Scots, and to it Catherine positively refused to go, unless bound with ropes. She seems to have bitterly regretted drawing the attention of the king to her removal, for he sent the Duke of Suffolk to break up her household at Bugden, and in what spirit he fulfilled this commission his letter written to the Duke of Norfolk, for the information of the Privy Council, can witness. "My lord, because we have written to the king's highness, we shall only advertise you, that we find here the most obstinate woman that may be, insomuch that, as we think, surely there is no other remedy than to convey her by force from hence to Somersame. Concerning this, we have nothing in our instructions. We pray your good lordship, that with speed we may have knowledge of the king's express pleasure, at the furthest by Sunday night, December 21st, or else there shall not be time before the feast, Christmas Day, to remove her. My lord, we have no small travail to induce the servants to take the new oath. Notwithstanding, now many of them are sworn with promise to serve the king's highness according to his pleasure. My lord, we find things here far from the king's expectation. We assure you, as more at our return ye shall know. Moreover, whereas Tomeo was appointed to be clerk comptroller here in this house, and Will Brayman with my lady princess Elizabeth, we understand that your lordship hath taken Tomeo to serve my lady princess, and discharge Wilbraham, whereby this house is disappointed of that necessary officer. Bugden, Friday 19th of December. A bull of excommunication had at last been fulminated against Henry, and was recently published at Flanders, a measure which incited him thus to torment his wife, who had, poor soul, tried earnestly to shield him from it. She had formerly interfered, at his request, to obviate some of the inconveniences of his struggle with the Pope, before he had made the schism from Rome. Her love still interposed to avert from him a blow, which, according to her belief, was the heaviest that could fall on living man, although that blow was aimed to avenge her. I understand today, writes Cardinal Pole to his friend Priuli, that if the queen, the aunt of Caesar, the Emperor Charles, had not interfered, the anathema would have already gone out against the king. So little did the loving Catherine deserve the cruel conduct that attended her expulsion from Bugden. The commissioners at Bugden proceeded to examine the queen's servants, who were very earnest in entreaties to be dismissed rather than retained in her service, if they were forced to abjure their oaths to her as queen, for they could not take the second oath without perjury, neither could any inducement prevail on Catherine to say she would consider them as her dutiful servants, if they called her the Princess Dowager. Both her almoner and receiver implored her to yield in this point, yet she persisted in her determination. The rest of the household refused to take the oath against her wish, and the commissioners questioned them regarding the persons who had persuaded them so earnestly that Catherine was queen. At last, the servants declared that the chaplains Abel and Barker had strengthened them in this belief. Upon which, says the commissioners to Henry, we called and examined these men, and found them stiffly standing in their conscience that she was queen and the king's lawful wife, and that no man sworn to serve her as queen might change that oath without perjury, and they acknowledged they had showed the same to as many as asked their counsel, whereupon we have committed them to the porter's ward, with liberty to speak to no one but their keeper. With some difficulty the household was made up, and the Bishop of Llandaff, an old Spanish priest, of the name of Alleca, who had accompanied Catherine from Spain, was suffered to remain with her. Sir Edmund Bedingfeld bore the nominal office of steward of her household, but was in reality the castellan who held her in custody. He wrote to the Privy Council at this period, giving a minute detail of the conversation that passed between him and Catherine on the subject of her household. The papers were half obliterated by fire, yet the following particulars, throwing much intelligence on her private life, are legible. She desired to retain her confessor, her physician, and her apothecary, 2 men servants, and as many women as it could please the king's grace to appoint, and that they should take no oath, but only to the king and to her, but none other woman. A glance at the oath required will show the reasons of this expression. It was no wonder the queen objected that her servants should be thus exhorted. Ye shall swear to bear faith, troth, and obedience, only to the king's grace, and to the heirs of his body, by his most dear and entirely beloved lawful wife, Queen Anne. As to my physician and apothecary, continued Queen Catherine, they be my countrymen. The king knoweth them as well as I do. They have continued many years with me, and have, I thank them, taken great pains with me, for I am ofttimes sickly, as the king's grace doth know right well, and I require their attendance for the preservation of my poor body, that I may live as long as it pleaseth God. They are faithful and diligent in my service, and also daily do they pray that the king's royal estate long may endure. But if they take any other oath than they have taken to the king and me to serve me, I shall never trust them again, for in so doing I should live continually in fear of my life with them. Wherefore I trust the king of his high honor and goodness, and for the great love that hath been betwixt him and me, which love in me now is as faithful to him as ever it was, so take I God to record, will not use extremity with me, my request being so reasonable. This gentle and truly feminine supplication appears fairly reported by Sir Edmund. The Spanish physician and apothecary certainly remained in Queen Catherine's household. The confessor, Dr. Abel, was separated from it at this juncture. The next dispatch, signed R. Sussex, gives the information that Abel had departed, and implies that he was a great loss to Catherine, because he could speak Spanish, in which language she was ever confessed, and she will use no other for that purpose. Father Forrest, her former confessor, had been thrown into Newgate at the early period of the divorce, and the difficulty was now to find a confessor agreeable both to Henry and his divorced wife. The Bishop of Llandaff, continues the king's agent, will do less harm than any other to tarry and be her ghostly father. The reason was that the old Spaniard was timid and quiet, and had implored Catherine to yield to expediency. But against all humanity and reason, continues Sussex, she still persists she will not remove, saying that although your grace have the power, yet nay may she, nay will she go, unless drawn by ropes. In this dilemma, the king's directions are required. What to do if she persisteth in her obstinacy, and that she will, we surely think. For in her wilfulness she may fall sick and keep her bed, refusing to put on her clothes. The queen objected to Fotheringay on account of its malaria from the banks of the river Nene, and likewise to go to any residence belonging to the dower granted her by Prince Arthur, lest she should tacitly compromise her cause. She told Thomas Vow, one of her officers, that she had no mind to go to Fotheringay, and that she would not go thither, though all provisions were made for her, yet from the place where she was she much wished to go. Vow was a spy who communicated all she said to Cromwell. At last, Kimbolton Castle was appointed for her, a situation she considered as particularly nauseous to her health. Indeed, no part of the counties of Huntingdonshire, Northamptonshire, or Bedfordshire could have had a good effect on the constitution of a person reared in the sunny air of Granada. After the Duke of Suffolk had behaved with such personal insolence to the repudiated queen, that she left his presence abruptly, she was taken to Kimbolton Castle, where she commenced the dreary new year of 1535, with her comforts greatly diminished. Notwithstanding £5,000 was her nominal income as Prince Arthur's widow, it was so ill paid that Sir Edmund Bedingfeld, during the lingering malady that followed her arrival at Kimbolton, wrote more than once that the household was utterly devoid of money. An instance occurred while Catherine lived at Kimbolton, which proved that her neighbours of low degree were desirous to propitiate her, though fallen from her queenly state. A poor man ploughing near Grantham found a huge brass pot, containing a large helmet of pure gold, set with precious stones, with some chains of silver, and ancient defaced rolls of parchment, all which he presented, says Harrison, in his description of England, to Queen Catherine, then living near Peterborough. The queen was then in a dying state, and these treasures must have fallen into the hands of the king's agents at Kimbolton Castle. The persecution Henry was carrying on against the unfortunate Father Forrest, Catherine's former confessor, caused inexpressible anguish to her at Kimbolton. The only information on this subject is to be found in the church history of Pollino, from which we translate this passage. But chiefly to be deplored was the barbarous cruelty used against the venerable old man, Father John Forrest, who had been confessor to the queen, and for this reason was one of the first of her friends who were incarcerated. He had been thrown into hard durance, and for 2 years had the old man remained among thieves and persons of infamous characters, and had endured the cruelest torments. Queen Catherine, who considered herself the cause of his intolerable miseries, felt herself obliged to write to him, saying, how much the thought of his sufferings grieved her, and moved her to pity, and to write him a letter of comfort, although she dreaded lest it should be intercepted and occasion his death. Nevertheless, he safely received it when in the prison of London, called Porta Nuovo, Newgate. He answered it by a letter, of which the following is an abstract. Serena's Queen and Daughter in Christ, Your servant Thomas gave me your majesty's letter, which found me in great affliction, yet in constant hope of release by means of death from the captivity of this miserable body. Not only did your letter infinitely comfort me, but it excited in me patience and joy. Christ Jesu give you, daughter and lady of mine, above all mortal delights which are of brief continuance, the joy of seeing his divine presence for evermore. Remember me in your most fervent oraisons. Pray that I may fight the battle to which I am called, and finally overcome, nor give up for the heavy pains and atrocious torments prepared for me. Would it become this white beard and hoary locks to give way in aught that concerns the glory of God? Would it become, lady mine, an old man to be appalled with childish fear, who has seen 64 years of life, and 40 of those has worn the habit of the glorious Saint Francis? Weaned from terrestrial things, what is there for me if I have not strength to aspire to those of God? But as to you, lady mine, and daughter in Christ, sincerely beloved, in life and death, I will continue to think of you, and pray God in his mercy to send you from heaven, according to the greatness of your sorrows, solace and consolation. Pray to God for your devoted servant the more fervently, when you hear of horrid torments prepared for me. I send your majesty for consolation in your prayers my rosary, for they tell me that my life but 3 days remain. The situation this unfortunate man had held as confessor of Catherine was the origin of his persecution, the king being desirous of forcing from him some admission that Catherine might have made in confession, which would authorize the divorce in a greater degree. Abel, the queen's other confessor, was detained in as cruel confinement, and both were put to the most horrible deaths. Father Forrest was burnt alive in a manner too horrible for description, but, contrary to his anticipations, his dreadful doom was not executed till 2 years after the death of the queen. Polino says that the Signora Elisabetta Ammonia, the faithful lady of the queen, wrote a letter to Father Forrest, informing him of the continual tears and grief that oppressed Catherine on his account ever since his sentence, that the queen could feel no ease or comfort till she had sent to him to know whether there was aught she could do to avert from him his fate, adding that she was herself languishing under incurable infirmity, and that the fury and rage of the king would infallibly cut short her life. It was but last Monday the king had sent some of his council to the queen's house to make search for persons or things he thought were hidden there, and his agents, with faces full of rage and angry words, had exceedingly harried and terrified Queen Catherine. Forrest sent word that in justification of her cause he was content to suffer all things. He wrote in a similar strain to his fellow sufferer Abel, and to many domestics of the queen, who had excited the wrath of the king for their extreme attachment to her. The close of this sad year left the queen on her deathbed. As she held no correspondence with the court, the king received the first intimation of her danger from Eustachio Chapuis, doctor of laws and divinity and Spanish ambassador. Cromwell instantly wrote to Sir Edmund Bedingfeld, rating him because foreigners have intelligence from the king's own castles sooner than himself. Sir Edmund excused himself by saying that his fidelity in executing the orders of the king rendered him no favorite from the lady dowager, therefore she concealed everything from him. Meantime he sent for the queen's Spanish physician, and questioned him regarding the state of her health. The answer was, "Sir, she doth continue in pain, and can take but little rest. If the sickness continueth in force, she cannot remain long." I am informed, proceeds Sir Edmund, by her said doctor, that he had moved her to take some more counsel of physic, but her reply was, "I will in no wise have any other physician, but wholly committed myself to the pleasure of God." When Catherine found the welcome hand of death was on her, she sent to the king a pathetic entreaty to indulge her in a last interview with her child, imploring him not to withhold Mary from receiving her last blessing. This request was denied. A few days before she expired, she caused one of her maids to come to her bedside, and write a farewell letter to the king, which she dictated in the following words: My lord and dear husband, I commend me unto you. The hour of my death draweth fast on, and, my case being such, the tender love I owe you forceth me, with a few words, to put you in remembrance of the health and safeguard of your soul, which you ought to prefer before all worldly matters, and before the care and tendering of your own body, for the which you have cast me into many miseries, and yourself into many cares. For my part, I do pardon you all. Yes, I do wish and devoutly pray God that he will also pardon you. For the rest, I commend unto you Mary, our daughter, beseeching you to be a good father unto her, as I heretofore desired. I entreat you also on behalf of my maids, to give them marriage portions, which is not much, they being but 3. For all my servants I solicit a year's pay, more than their due, lest they should be unprovided for. Lastly, do I vow that mine eyes desire you above all things. It appears from contemporary authority that King Henry received Queen Catherine's letter some days before her death. He shed tears on perusing it, and sent to Eustachio, entreating him to hasten to Kimbolton to greet Catherine kindly from him. It has generally been supposed that he gave leave to Lady Willoughby, the friend and countrywoman of his dying queen, to visit and comfort her, but there is no reason to believe, from the following narrative, that this faithful lady made her way to her without Henry's sanction. It was at nightfall, about 6 o'clock on New Year's Day, when Lady Willoughby arrived at Kimbolton Castle gate, almost perished with cold and exhausted with fatigue from her dreary journey, being much discomposed withal by a fall from her horse. Chamberlain and Bedingfeld demanded of her the license that authorized her to visit Catherine. She piteously represented her sufferings, and begged to come to the fire. Her countenance was overcast with grief and dismay. She told them that, from the tidings she had heard by the way, she never expected to see the Princess Dowager alive. She added, she had plenty of letters sufficient to exonerate the king's officers, which she would show them in the morning. By her eloquence she prevailed on them to usher her into her dying friend's chamber, but when once she was safely ensconced therein, we never saw her again, nor beheld any of her letters, says Bedingfeld, from whose dispatch of exculpation this information is derived. Thus it is evident that she never left the chamber of death, for the stern castellans dared not remove her by violence from the bedside of the beloved friend, for whose sake she had encountered so many dangers. Eustachio, the emperor's ambassador, arrived at Kimbolton, January 2nd. After dinner he was introduced into the dying queen's chamber, where he stayed a quarter of an hour. Bedingfeld was present at the interview, but was much disappointed that he could send no information as to what passed, for Catherine conversed with Eustachio only in Spanish. He had hopes, however, that if Mr. Vowell was present he could make out what they said. At 5 o'clock the same afternoon, Catherine sent her physician for Eustachio, but there was no chance of the spy Vowell learning any intelligence, since no man but Eustachio's attendant was permitted to enter the royal chamber. They stayed with the queen half an hour, and paid her similar visits next day, when none but her trusty women were permitted to be present, who either knew no Spanish, or would not betray what passed if they did. Lady Willoughby, of course, spoke to her dying friend in the dear language of her native Castile. Catherine expired in the presence of Eustachio and Lady Willoughby, with the utmost calmness. In the words of Dr. Harpsfield, she changed this woeful, troublesome existence for the serenity of the celestial life, and her terrestrial ingrate husband for that heavenly spouse who will never divorce her, and with whom she will reign in glory forever. Sir Edmund Bedingfeld, the castellan, in whose custody she expired, announced the demise of the sorrow-stricken queen in these words: January the 7th, about 10 o'clock, the Lady Dowager was anelled with the holy ointment, Master Chamberlain and I being called to the same, and before 2 in the afternoon she departed to God. I beseech you that the king may be advertised of the same. He added the following postscript to his dispatch to Cromwell that announced her death. Sir, the groom of the Chandri here can see her, who shall do that feat, and further, I shall send for a plumber to close her body in lead, the which must needs shortly be done, for that may not tarry. Sir, I have no money, and I beseech your aid with all speed. Written at Kimbolton about 3 o'clock afternoon. The will of Catherine of Aragon, it is evident, from various foreign idioms, was of her own composition. It is as follows. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. I, Catherine, etc., supplicate and desire King Henry VIII, my good lord, that it may please him of his grace, and in alms, and for the service of God, to let me have the goods, which I do hold, as well in silver and gold as in other things, and also the same that is due to me in money for the time past, to the intent that I may pay my debts and recompense my servants, for the good services they have done for me. The same I desire, as effectuously as I may, for the necessity wherein I am ready to die, and to yield my soul unto God. First, I supplicate that my body be buried in a convent of observant friars. Item, that for my soul may be said 500 masses. Item, that some personage go to Our Lady of Walsingham in pilgrimage, and in going by the way to Deal, distribute in alms 20 nobles. Item, I appoint to Mistress Darrell 20 pounds for her marriage. Item, I ordain the collar of gold, which I brought out of Spain, be to my daughter. Item, I ordain to Mistress Blanche 100 pounds. Item, I ordain to Mrs. Marjorie and to Mrs. Weiler, to each of them 40 pounds. Item, I ordain to Mrs. Mary, my physician's wife, and to Mrs. Isabel, daughter of Mr. Marguerite, to each of them 40 pounds sterling. Item, I ordain to my physician the year's coming wages. Item, I ordain to Francisco Filippo all that I owe him, and beside that 40 pounds. I ordain to Master John, my apothecary, his wages for the year coming, and besides that all that is due to him. I ordain that Mr. Weiler be paid his expenses about the making of my gown, and beside that 20 pounds. I give to Philip, to Anthony, and to Bastien, to every one of them 20 pounds. I ordain to the little maidens 10 pounds, to every one of them. I ordain my goldsmith to be paid his wages for the year coming, and besides that all that is due to him. I ordain that my lavenderer, laundress, be paid that which is due to her, and her wages for the year coming. I ordain to Isabel de Vargas 20 pounds. Item, to my ghostly father his wages for the year coming. Item, it may please the king, my good lord, to cause church ornaments to be made of my gowns, which he holdeth, to serve the convent thereas I shall be buried, and the furs of the same I give to my daughter. Ralph Sadler and several other underlings of the Privy Council have their names prefixed, who were evidently the administrators appointed by the king. This will proves how slight were the debts of the conscientious queen, yet she felt anxiety concerning them. On her just mind, even the obligations she owed to her laundress had their due weight. It furnishes, too, another instance of the pitiful meanness of Henry VIII. The sentence alluding to the disposal of her gowns, which he holdeth, will not be lost on female readers, and shows plainly that he had detained the best part of his wife's wardrobe. It is likewise evident that the gold collar brought from Spain was the only jewel in her possession. Will it be believed that, notwithstanding Henry shed tears over her last letter, he sent his creature, Lawyer Rich, to see whether he could not seize all her property without paying her trifling legacies and obligations? The letter of Rich, dated from Kimbolton, January 19th, is extant. It is a noble specimen of legal chicanery. To seize her grace's goods as your own, he says, would be repugnant to your majesty's own laws, and I think, with your grace's favor, it would rather enforce her blind opinion while she lived than otherwise. namely, that she was the king's lawful wife. He then puts the king into an underhand way of possessing himself of poor Catherine's slender spoils, by advising him to administer by means of the Bishop of Lincoln for her as princess dowager, and then to confiscate all as insufficient to defray her funeral charges. Whether the debtors and legatees of the broken-hearted queen were ever satisfied is a doubtful point, but, from a contemporary letter of a privy councillor, it seems that one of her 3 faithful ladies, Mrs. Elizabeth Darrell, the daughter of an ancient line still extant in Kent, was paid her legacy. The other ladies, Blanche and Isabel de Vargas, were from Spain, a fact Shakespeare has not forgotten. The name of Patience, remembered in his scene as Catherine's sweet songstress, does not occur. Perhaps she was reckoned among the little maidens, who are likewise the legatees of their unfortunate patroness. The property Catherine could claim for the liquidation of her debts and obligations to her faithful servants was, even by Henry's own arbitrary decisions, considerable, being the arrears of £5,000 per annum due to her from her jointure as Arthur's widow. This stipend, either from malice or poverty, had not been paid her. A scanty maintenance was, as may be seen by the foregoing dispatches from Bedingfeld, all that Catherine received from her faithless spouse. And when the noble portion she had brought into England is remembered, such dishonesty appears the more intolerable. Even a new gown, it will be observed by the will, was obtained on trust. It appears likely that Catherine possessed no more of her jewels than were on her person when she was expelled from Windsor Castle by the fiat of her brutal lord. The particulars of Catherine's funeral are chiefly to be gathered from a letter sent by Henry VIII to Grace, Lady Bedingfeld, wife to Sir Edmund. Henry Rex. To our right dear and well-beloved Lady Bedingfeld. Forasmuch as it hath pleased Almighty God to call to his mercy out of this transitory life the right excellent princess of our dearest sister the Lady Catherine, relict of our natural brother Prince Arthur, of famous memory, deceased, and that we intend to have her body interred according to her honour and estate. At the interment whereof, and for other ceremonies to be done at her funeral, and in conveyance of her corpse from Kimbolton, where it now lieth, to Peterborough, where the same is to be buried, it is requisite to have the presence of a good number of ladies of honour. You shall understand that we have appointed you to be there one of the principal mourners, and therefore desire you to be in readiness at Kimbolton the 25th of this month, and so to attend on the said corpse till the same shall be buried. Letting you further wit that for the mourning apparel of your own person we send you by this bearer a certain number of yards of black cloth, and black cloth for 2 gentlewomen to wait upon you, and for 2 gentlewomen and for 8 yeomen, all which apparel you must cause in the meantime to be made up, as shall appertain. And concerning the habiliment of linen for your head and face, we shall before the day limited send the same to you accordingly. Given under our signet at our manor of Greenwich, January 10th. P.S. For saving of time, if this order is shown to William Paulet, living at the Friars Augustines, London, comptroller of our household, the cloth and linen for the head shall be delivered. A circular, nearly to the same effect, summoned the principal gentry in the neighbourhood of Kimbolton Castle to attend the body of the king's dearest sister, as he chose to call his repudiated queen, from Kimbolton Castle to Peterborough Abbey on the 26th of January. Thus it is plain that the king did not comply with her last request regarding her place of burial. A local tradition declares that her funeral approached Peterborough by an ancient way from Kimbolton, called Bygrame's Lane. The last abbot of Peterborough, John Chambers, performed her obsequies. The place of burial was in the church, between 2 pillars, on the north side of the choir, near to the great altar. A hearse covered with a black velvet pall, on which was wrought a large cross of cloth of silver, embossed with silver scutcheons of Spain, stood over her grave for several years. At first it was surrounded with tapers, as may be proved by the following curious piece of intelligence sent to Cromwell by John de Ponty, one of his agents, who wrote to him, that the day before the lady Anne Boleyn was beheaded, the tapers that stood about Queen Catherine's sepulchre kindled of themselves, and after matins were done to Deo gratias, the said tapers quenched of themselves, and that the king had sent 30 men to the abbey where Queen Catherine was buried, and it was true of this light continuing from day to day. Whoever performed this trick was never discovered, neither was the person who abstracted the rich pall that covered the queen's hearse, and substituted a mean one, which likewise vanished in the year 1543. From the Italian contemporary historian we translate this passage. At Greenwich, King Henry observed the day of Catherine's burial with solemn obsequies, all his servants and himself attending them dressed in mourning. He commanded his whole court to do the same. Queen Anne Boleyn would not obey, but in sign of gladness dressed herself and all the ladies of her household in yellow, and amidst them all exulted for the death of her rival. I am grieved, she said, not that she is dead, but for the vaunting of the good end she made. She had reason to say this, for nothing was talked of but the Christian deathbed of Catherine, and numberless books and papers were written in her praise, blaming King Henry's actions, and all the world celebrated the obsequies of Queen Catherine. A short time after Queen Catherine's interment, some friends of hers ventured the suggestion to King Henry that it would well become his greatness to rear a stately monument to her memory. He answered that he would have to her memory one of the goodliest monuments in Christendom. This was the beautiful abbey church of Peterborough, which he spared, on account of its being her resting place, from the general destruction that soon after overwhelmed all monasteries. Thus the whole of that magnificent structure may be considered the monument of Catherine of Aragon, although the actual place of her repose was never distinguished, excepting by a small brass plate. It will be shown in the course of these biographies that her daughter Mary intended that her beloved mother should share her tomb. The chamber, hung with tapestry, in which Catherine of Aragon expired, is to this day shown at Kimbolton Castle. The tapestry covers a little door leading to a closet still called by her name. One of her travelling portmanteaus has remained at Kimbolton ever since her sad removal from Bugden. It is covered with scarlet velvet, and the queen's initials, K.R., with the regal crown, are conspicuous on the lid. There are 2 drawers beneath the trunk. Its preservation may be attributed to its having been used as the depository of the robes of the earls and dukes of Manchester. The grand abilities of Catherine of Aragon, her unstained integrity of word and action, united with intrepid firmness, commanded even from her enemies that deep respect which her sweetness, benevolence, and other saintly virtues would not have obtained unsupported by these high queenly qualities. Sustained by her own innate grandeur of soul, her piety and lofty rectitude, she passed through all her bitter trials, without calumny succeeding in fixing a spot on her name. Among many eulogists, one mighty genius, who was nearly her contemporary, has done her the noblest justice. In fact, Shakespeare alone has properly appreciated and vividly portrayed the great talents, as well as the moral worth, of the right royal Catherine of Aragon. End of section 8. Section 9 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 4, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Anne Boleyn, Chapter 1, Part 1. There is no name in the annals of female royalty over which the enchantments of poetry and romance have cast such bewildering spells as that of Anne Boleyn. Her wit, her beauty, and the striking vicissitudes of her fate, combined with the peculiar mobility of her character, have invested her with an interest not commonly excited by a woman in whom vanity and ambition were the leading traits. Tacitus said of the Empress Poppaea that with her love was not an affair of the heart, but a matter of diplomacy. And this observation appears no less applicable to Anne Boleyn, affording withal a convincing reason that she never incurred the crimes for which she was brought to the block. Unfortunately for the cause of truth, the eventful tragedy of her life has been so differently recorded by the chroniclers of the two great contending parties, in whose religious and political struggle she was involved, that it is sometimes difficult to maintain the balance faithfully between the contradictory statements of champion and accuser. Prejudice, on the one hand, has converted her faults into virtues, and on the other, transformed even her charms into deformity, and described her as a monster, both in mind and person. It would be well for the memory of the lovely Boleyn, if all the other detractions of her foes could be disproved by evidence as incontrovertible as that which Hans Holbein's faithful pencil has left in vindication of her beauty. Her character has, for the last 3 centuries, occupied a doubtful and therefore a debatable point in history, and philosophic readers will do well in perusing her memorials to confine their attention to those characteristics in which both her panegyrists and accusers agree, without allowing their opinions to be biased by the unsupported assertions of either, whether for commendation or blame. The family of Boleyn, Bullen, or as it was anciently spelled, Boulin, was of French origin, and appears to have been first settled in Norfolk. Thomas of Sale, in Norfolk, is the patriarch of Anne Boleyn's line, was a younger brother of the statesman of the family. He married Anna, the daughter of Sir John Bracton, and bound their eldest son, Geoffrey Boleyn, prentice to a mercer. He was probably a thriving London trader himself, for he died in that city 1411, and was buried in the church of St. Lawrence, Pulteney. Geoffrey became very prosperous, and may certainly be regarded as one of the most distinguished citizens of London. He married Anna, daughter of the Lord of Hoe and Hastings. He was master of the Mercers' Company in 1424, and was sheriff of London during the stormy and difficult times of the Wars of the Roses, and not unfrequently exchanged the mercer's yard for the sword, to preserve the city from the outrages of the rival factions. He was Lord Mayor in the year 1457, and by his wisdom, courage, and unremitting exertions, maintained tranquillity in his jurisdiction during the memorial congress between the hostile partisans of York and Lancaster for the accommodation of their differences. He died in 1471, and left the magnificent sum of £1,000 to the poor householders of London. He established his family on the sure foundation of landed property, purchasing Blickling Hall and Manor in Norfolk from Sir John Falstaff, and the manor and castle of Hever from the Cobhams of Kent. After the death of this good and great citizen, his son, Sir William Boleyn, eschewed the city and became a courtier. He was made Knight of the Bath at Richard III's coronation. The branch whence the lineage of Henry VIII's second queen was derived rose to wealth and station wholly by trade and lucky marriages. Thomas, the father of Anne Boleyn, was first heard of in the reign of Henry VII as a brave leader against the Cornish insurgents. He was the son of Sir William Boleyn of Blickling, Norfolk, by Margaret, daughter and co-heir of Thomas Butler, last Earl of Ormond, which ancient title was revived in the person of this Sir Thomas Boleyn, who was, by maternal descent, the representative of one of the most illustrious of the Norman noblesse. Sir Thomas Boleyn obtained for his wife the Lady Elizabeth Howard, the daughter of the renowned Earl of Surrey, afterwards Duke of Norfolk, by his first wife, Margaret Tilney. This noble alliance brought Sir Thomas Boleyn into close connection with royalty by the marriage of his wife's brother, the Lord Thomas Howard, with the Lady Anne Plantagenet, sister of Henry VII's queen. He was appointed Knight of the Body at the commencement of Henry VIII's reign, and advanced to many other preferments, as will be seen hereafter. The Lady Boleyn was one of the reigning beauties of the court of Catherine of Aragon, and took a leading part in all the masques and royal pageantry which marked the smiling commencement of the reign of Henry. It was not till long after the grave had closed over Anne Boleyn that the malignant spirit of party attempted to fling an absurd scandal on her memory, by pretending that Anne Boleyn was the offspring of her amours with the king during the absence of Sir Thomas Boleyn on an embassy to France. But, independently of the fact that Sir Thomas Boleyn was not ambassador to France till many years after the birth of all his children, Henry VIII was a boy under the care of his tutors at the period of Anne's birth, even if that event took place in the year 1507, the date given by Camden. Lord Herbert, however, says expressly that Anne Boleyn was 20 years old when she returned from France in 1521, so that she must have been born about 1501. She was the eldest daughter of Sir Thomas Boleyn and the Lady Elizabeth. Hever Castle in Kent, Rochford Hall in Essex, and Blickling Hall in Norfolk have each been named by historians and topographers as the birthplace of Anne Boleyn. The evidences are strongly in favor of Blickling Hall. The local tradition that Anne Boleyn was born there is so general that it pervades all classes in that neighbourhood, even to the peasantry. This is confirmed by Blomefield, the accurate historian of that county, and also by that diligent antiquarian, Sir Henry Spelman, in his Icena, in which we find the following passage. To the left lies Blickling, once the seat of the Boleyns, from whence sprang Thomas Boleyn, Earl of Wiltshire, and Anne Boleyn, the mother of the divine Queen Elizabeth. To Blickling was decreed the honour of Anne Boleyn's birth. As Sir Henry Spelman was a Norfolk man, and the contemporary of Queen Elizabeth, we think his testimony, borne out as it is by the opinion of the late noble owner of the domain, is conclusive. No fairer spot than Blickling is to be seen in the county of Norfolk. Those magnificent arcaded avenues of stately oaks and giant chestnut trees, whose majestic vistas stretch across the velvet verdure of the widely extended park, reminding us, as we walk beneath their solemn shades, of green cathedral aisles, were in their meridian glory 340 years ago, when Anne Boleyn first saw the light in the adjacent mansion. The room where she was born was shown, till that portion of the venerable abode of the Boleyns was demolished to make way for modern improvements. Some relics of the ancient edifice have been evidently united to the new building, and the servants were formerly in fear of a domestic spectre, whom they called Old Boleyn. One room called Old Boleyn's study was shut up, on account of the supernatural terrors of the household. There are statues of Anne Boleyn and Queen Elizabeth on the staircase, of wainscot, painted white. I saw them when very young, and was much impressed with the fashion of their robes, which are truly royal in amplitude and length. The headdress of Anne Boleyn's statue is not the coif edged with pearls which bears her name, but is a small bangled hat. The full sleeves are confined to the arm, at regular spaces, with strings of pearls. The first years of Anne Boleyn's life were spent at Blickling with her sister Mary and her brother George, afterwards the unfortunate Viscount Rochford. Thomas Wyatt, the celebrated poet, was in all probability her playfellow, for his father Sir Henry Wyatt was her father's coadjutor in the government of Norwich Castle, and when the Boleyns removed to Hever Castle in Kent, the Wyatts were still their neighbours, residing at Allington in the same county. The first misfortune that befell Anne was the death of her mother, Lady Boleyn, who died in the year 1512 of puerperal fever. She was interred in the splendid chapel and mausoleum of her own illustrious kindred, the Howards, at Lambeth. Sir Thomas Boleyn married again, at what period of his life we have no record, but it is certain that Anne's stepmother was a Norfolk woman of humble origin, and it has been observed that Queen Elizabeth was connected, in consequence of this second marriage of her grandfather, with numerous families in Norfolk of a mean station in that county. After the death of Lady Boleyn, Anne resided at Hever Castle, under the superintendence of a French governess, called Simonette, and other instructors, by whom she was very carefully educated, and acquired an early proficiency in music, needlework, and many other accomplishments. While her father was at court or elsewhere, Anne constantly corresponded with him. Her letters are fairly written by her own hand, both in her own language and in French. These acquirements, which were rare indeed among ladies in the early part of Henry VIII's reign, rendered Anne a desirable suivante to the Princess Mary Tudor, Henry's youngest sister, when she was affianced to Louis XII of France in September 1514. This also makes it certain that Anne was double the age stated by her biographers, for it is neither likely that a child of 7 years old would have acquired the knowledge which Anne possessed at that time, or that an appointment would have been sought, much less obtained, for her in the suite of the departing princess. Certainly both nurse and governess would have been required for a maid of honour under 10 years old. The letter written by Anne to her father in French, on the joyful news that she was to come to court to receive the honour of presentation to Queen Catherine, pretty well decides the point of her age, for it expresses the feelings of a young lady in her teens, on the contemplation of such an event, and not those of a little child. Sir, I find by your letter that you wish me to appear at court in a manner becoming a respectable female, and likewise that the queen will condescend to enter into conversation with me. At this I rejoice, as I do to think that conversing with so sensible and elegant a princess will make me even more desirous of continuing to speak and to write good French, the more as it is by your earnest advice, which, I acquaint you by this present writing, I shall follow to the best of my ability. Sir, I entreat you to excuse me if this letter is badly written. I can assure you that the spelling proceeds entirely from my own head, while the other letters were the work of my hands alone. And Simone tells me that she has left the letter to be composed by myself, that nobody else may know what I am writing to you. I therefore pray you not to suffer your superior knowledge to conquer the inclination which you say you have to advance me, for it seems to me you are certain, where if you please, you may fulfill your promise. As to myself, rest assured that I shall not look ungratefully upon this fatherly office as one that might be dispensed with, nor will it tend to diminish the affection you are in quest of, resolved, as I am, to lead as holy a life as you may please to desire of me. Indeed, my love for you is founded on so firm a basis that it can never be impaired. I put an end to this, my lucubration, after having very humbly craved your goodwill and affection. Written at Hever, by your very humble and obedient daughter, Anna de Boulogne. This letter is without date, but is undoubtedly written just before Anne's appointment as maid of honour to the royal bride, of which, from the sentence in which the hiatus occurs, it should seem she had received a hint. It is impossible to believe that such a letter was ever written by an infant of 7 years old, unassisted by her governess. The ideas are those of a young woman acquainted with the world. They could not have emanated from a little child. Anne Boleyn is named in the list of the English retinue of Mary Queen of France as her 4th maid of honour. Her coadjutors in this office were the granddaughters of Elizabeth Woodville, Lady Anne Grey and Elizabeth Grey, sisters to the Marquis of Dorset. They were cousins to King Henry. The other was the youngest daughter of Lord Dacre. The document in which they are named is preserved in the Cottonian Library and is signed by Louis XII. 4 was the smallest number of maids of honour that could have been appointed for a queen of France, and assuredly a child of 7 years old would scarcely have been included among them, especially at a time when the etiquettes of royal ceremonials were so much more rigidly observed than at present. There can be no doubt that Mademoiselle de Boleyn, as she is called in that catalogue, was of full age to take part in all the pageantry and processions connected with the royal bridal, and to perform the duties pertaining to her office, which could not have been the case had she been under 14 years of age. The fair young Boleyn, as one of the maids of honour to the Princess Mary, had, of course, a place assigned to her near the person of the royal bride, at the grand ceremonial of the espousal of that princess to Louis XII of France, which was solemnized August 13th, 1514, in the Church of the Grey Friars, Greenwich, the Duke of Longueville acting as the proxy of his sovereign. In September, Anne attended her new mistress to Dover, who was accompanied by the king and queen and all the court. At Dover they tarried a whole month on account of the tempestuous winds, which did great damage on that coast, causing the wrecks of several gallant ships with awful loss of lives. It was not till the 2nd of October that the weather was sufficiently calm to admit of the embarkation of the royal train. Anne and the rest of the noble attendants of Queen Mary, who were all lodged in Dover Castle, were roused up to accompany their royal mistress to the beach, long before the dawn on the morning of that day. King Henry conducted his best loved sister to the seaside and there kissed her, and committed her to the care of God, the fortune of the sea, and the governance of the French king, her husband. Mary and her retinue embarked at 4 o'clock in the morning. Her young maid of honour, Anne Boleyn, though bidding adieu to her native land, was encouraged by the presence of her father, Sir Thomas Boleyn, her grandfather, the Duke of Norfolk, and her uncle, the Earl of Surrey, who were associated in the honour of delivering the princess to the King of France. Great perils were encountered on the voyage, for a tempestuous hurricane presently rose and scattered the fleet. The ship in which Anne sailed with her royal mistress was separated from the convoy, and was in imminent danger for some hours, when at last she made the harbour of Boulogne. The master drove her aground in the mouth of the haven. Fortunately, the boats were in readiness, and the terrified ladies were safely conveyed to the shore. Wet and exhausted as the fair voyages were, they were compelled to rally their spirits the instant they landed, in order to receive, with the best grace their forlorn condition would permit, the compliments of a distinguished company of French princes, prelates, nobles, knights, and gentlemen, who were waiting on the strand to offer their homage to their beautiful young queen. To say nothing of the inconvenience, it must have been mortifying enough to Mary and her ladies to make their first appearance before the gallants of the court of France in the plight of a water goddess and her attendant nereids. Thus was the future Queen of England, Anne Boleyn, initiated into some of the pains and penalties of grandeur, to which she served her early apprenticeship in the court of the graceful princess whom she was in after days to call sister. The fair travellers were conducted with solemn pomp to the town of Boulogne, where they obtained needful rest and refreshment, with the liberty of changing their wet garments. Anne proceeded with her royal mistress and the rest of the train by easy journeys, till within 4 miles of Abbeville, when the bride and all her ladies, clad in glittering robes, mounted white palfreys, forming an equestrian procession of 37. Queen Mary's palfrey was trapped with cloth of gold. Her ladies were dressed in crimson velvet, a costume that must have been peculiarly becoming to the sparkling black eyes and warm brunette complexion of the youthful maid of honour. A series of splendid pageants graced the public entrance of Queen Mary and her ladies into Abbeville. On the following Monday, being St. Denis's Day, Anne Boleyn was an assistant at the nuptials of her royal mistress with the King of France, which were solemnized with great pomp in the church of Abbeville. After the mass was done, there was a sumptuous banquet, at which the queen's English ladies were feasted, and received especial marks of respect. But the next day, October 10th, the scene changed, and, to the consternation and sorrow of the young queen, and the lively indignation of her followers, all her attendants, male and female, including her nurse, whom she called her mother Guildford, were dismissed by the king her husband, and ordered to return home. Anne Boleyn and 2 other ladies were the only exceptions to this sweeping sentence. She, therefore, witnessed all the pageants that were given in honour of the royal nuptials, and took a part in the feats. Her skill in the French language was doubtless the reason of her detention, and in this she must have been very serviceable to her royal mistress, who, but for her company, would have been left a forlorn stranger in her own court. It has been stated by a French biographer, from the authority of records of contemporary date, that when Sir Thomas Boleyn returned to England, he placed his daughter, whose education he did not consider complete, in a seminary, probably a convent, in the village of Brie, a few miles from Paris, under the especial care of his friend and kinsman Du Moulin, Lord of Brie and Fontenay. Whether Anne remained with her royal mistress till the death of Louis XII. Broke the fetter which had bound the reluctant princess to a joyless home, and left her free to return to England as the happy wife of the man of her heart, or the previous jealousy of the French court against Mary's English attendants extended at last to her young maid of honour, and caused her removal to Brie, cannot be ascertained. It is, however, certain that she did not return to England with Queen Mary, but entered the service of the consort of Francis I., Queen Claude, the daughter of the deceased king, Louis XII. This princess, who was a truly amiable and excellent woman, endeavoured to revive all the moral restraints and correct demeanour of the court of her mother, Anne of Bretagne, so that Anne Boleyn's natural inclination for levity and coquetry received no encouragement under her surveillance. Queen Claude was always surrounded by a number of young ladies, who walked in procession with her to mass, and formed part of her state whenever she appeared in public. In private she directed their labours at the loom, or embroidery frame, and endeavoured, by every means in her power, to give a virtuous and devotional bias to their thoughts and conversations. The society of gentlemen was prohibited to these maidens. How the rules and regulations enacted by this sober-minded queen for discreet demoiselles suited the lively genius of her volatile English maid of honour, we leave our readers to judge, after they have perused the following description, which the Viscount Chateaubriand, one of the courtiers of Francis I., was left of the personal characteristics of the fair Boleyn. She possessed a great talent for poetry, and when she sung, like a second Orpheus, she would have made bears and wolves attentive. She likewise danced the English dances, leaping and jumping with infinite grace and agility. Moreover, she invented many new figures and steps, which are yet known by her name, or by those of the gallant partners with whom she danced them. She was well skilled in all games fashionable at courts. Besides singing like a siren, accompanying herself on the lute, she harped better than King David, and handled cleverly both lute and rebeck. She dressed with marvellous taste, and devised new modes, which were followed by the fairest ladies of the French court, but none wore them with her gracefulness, in which she rivalled Venus. Our modern taste could dispense with her skill on the flute and fiddle, and likewise with her agile leaps and jumps in the dance, but every age varies in its appreciation of accomplishments. Of the poetical talents hinted at by Count de Chateaubriand, nothing has been hitherto mentioned by her English biographers. We shall, however, be able to give some specimens of her verses. Like musical talent, poetical genius is often manifested in persons of the same descent, and Anne Boleyn was cousin german to the first English poet of her day, the celebrated Earl of Surrey, and her brother, George Boleyn, was a lyrist of no little fame in the gallant court of Henry VIII. Several of his poems are published with those of Sir Thomas Wyatt, her lover and faithful friend. The French chroniclers have preserved a description of the costume Anne Boleyn wore at the court of Francis I. She had a bourrelet, or cap of blue velvet, trimmed with points. At the end of each hung a little bell of gold. She wore a vest of blue velvet starred with silver, and a surcoat of watered silk lined with miniver, with large hanging sleeves, which hid her hands from the curiosity of the courtiers. Her little feet were covered with blue velvet brodequins. The insteps were adorned each with a diamond star. On her head she wore a golden-coloured aureole of some kind of plaited gauze, and her hair fell in ringlets. This is not the attire in which her portraits are familiar to the English, but it was the dress of her youth. If we may believe Sanders, Blackwood, and indeed many of the French historians, Anne Boleyn did not pass through the ordeal of the gay court of Francis I without scandal. Francis himself had been particularly named in connection with these aspersions, if such they were. But as nothing like fact has been stated in confirmation of such reports, we are bound to believe her innocent of anything beyond levity of manner. Even in the present age, it may be observed that ladies who aimed at becoming the leaders of the beau monde not unfrequently acquire that species of undesirable notoriety which causes them to be regarded as blasé. It is possible that Anne Boleyn might be so considered by the more sedate ladies in the service of Queen Claude. Anne Boleyn is not mentioned as one of the company of the Field of the Cloth of Gold, yet it is almost certain that she was present in the train of her royal mistress, Queen Claude. Her father, her stepmother, her uncle Sir Edward Boleyn and his wife, the heiress of Sir John Tempest, and all her noble kindred of the Howard line, were there. So we may reasonably conclude that she graced that splendid reunion of all that was gay, gallant, and beautiful, in the assembled courts of France and England. Our limits will not permit us to enter into the details of that last gorgeous page in the annals of chivalry. Records of darker hue and deeper interest are before us than those of the royal pageantry in the plain of our dress, where, if Henry VIII and Anne Boleyn looked upon each other, it was not as lovers. His fancy, we can scarcely venture to say his heart, was at that time occupied with her younger sister, Mary Boleyn, and Anne would naturally aim her brilliant glances at the young and noble bachelors among whom she might reasonably expect to find a fitting mate. At what period Anne Boleyn exchanged the service of the good Queen Claude for the more lively household of that royal belle esprit, Margaret, Duchess of Alençon, and afterwards Queen of Navarre, the sister of Francis I, is not exactly known. Her return to England, according to the most authentic accounts, took place in the year 1522. Some historians of modern date have supposed that she remained in France till 1527, but this is decidedly an error, as we shall very soon prove from incontrovertible evidence. Lord Herbert, who gives the first date, assures us that he has examined very carefully many manuscripts and records, both French and English, on this subject, and, as he gives a very favorable view of Anne Boleyn's character, there is no reason why he should have misrepresented a point of some consequence in her life. We give the noble historian's sketch of Anne at this period, transcribed, as he tells us, from the then unpublished manuscripts of George Cavendish, gentleman usher to Cardinal Wolsey. This gentlewoman, being descended on her father's side from one of the heirs of the Earl of Ormond, and on the mother's from the house of Norfolk, was from her childhood of that singular beauty and towardness that her parents took all possible care for her good education. Therefore, besides all the usual branches of virtuous instruction, they gave her teachers in playing on musical instruments, singing and dancing, insomuch that, when she composed her hands to play and her voice to sing, it was joined with that sweetness of countenance that three harmonies concurred. Likewise, when she danced, her rare proportions varied themselves into all the graces that belong either to rest or motion. Briefly, it seems that the most attractive perfections were evident in her. Yet did not our king love her at first sight, nor before she had lived some time in France, whither, in the train of the Queen of France, and in the company of a sister of the Marquis of Dorset, she went A.D. 1514. After the death of Louis XII, she did not return with the dowager, but was received into a place of much honour with the other queen, and then with the Duchess of Alençon, where she stayed till some difference grew betwixt our king and Francis. Therefore, as saith Du Tillet and our records, about the time when our students at Paris were remanded, she likewise left Paris, her parents not thinking fit for her to stay any longer. In confirmation of this statement, Fidesz also informs us that Francis I complained to the English ambassador that the English scholars and the daughter of Sir Thomas Boleyn had returned home. When a disputed matter happens to be linked with a public event, there can be no real difficulty in fixing the date, at least not to those historians who, instead of following the assertions of others, refer to the fountainheads of history. There may be another cause which may be considered a family reason for Anne's return to England in that year. This was the dispute between Sir Thomas Boleyn and the male heirs of the Butlers for the inheritance of the last Earl of Wiltshire, Anne's great-grandfather, which had proceeded to such a height that the Earl of Surrey suggested to the king that the best way of composing their differences would be by a matrimonial alliance between a daughter of Sir Thomas Boleyn and the heir of his opponent, Sir Piers Butler. Henry agreed, and directed Wolsey to bring about the marriage. Mary Boleyn had been married to William Carey 9 months before Wolsey received this interesting commission in November 1521. Therefore Anne was recalled from France for the purpose of being made the bond of peace between her father and their rival kinsman, Piers the Red. With so many graces of person and manners as were possessed by the lovely Boleyn, it is remarkable that she had not previously disposed of both hand and heart to some noble cavalier in the gay and gallant court of France, but she appears to have been free from every sort of engagement when she returned to England. She was then, Lord Herbert tells us, about 20 years of age, but according to the French historian Rastal, a contemporary, and Lety, who all affirm that she was 15 when she entered the service of Mary Tudor, Queen of France, she must have been 2 years older. The first time Henry saw her after her return to England was in her father's garden at Hever, where it is said he encountered her by accident, and admiring her beauty and graceful demeanour, he entered into conversation with her, when he was so much charmed by her sprightly wit, that on his return to Westminster he told Wolsey that he had been discoursing with a young lady who had the wit of an angel and was worthy of a crown. It is sufficient if your majesty finds her worthy of your love, was the shrewd rejoinder. Henry said that he feared she would never condescend in that way. Great princes, observed Wolsey, if they choose to play the lover, have that in their power which would mollify a heart of steel. Our author avers that Wolsey, having a desire to get all the power of state into his own hands, would have been glad to see the king engrossed in the intoxication of a love affair, and that he was the first person who suggested Anne Boleyn's appointment as maid of honour to the queen. There was at this time presented to the eye of the court, says the poet Wyatt, the rare and admirable beauty of the fresh and young lady Anne Boleyn, to be attending upon the queen. In this noble imp, the graces of nature, adorned by gracious education, seemed even at the first to have promised bliss unto her in after times. She was taken at that time to have a beauty, not so whitely, clear and fresh, but above all we may esteem, which appeared much more excellent by her favour, passing sweet and cheerful, and was enhanced by her noble presence of shape and fashion, representing both mildness and majesty, more than can be expressed. Wyatt is rapturous in his commendations of her musical skill and the exquisite sweetness of her voice, both in singing and in speaking. In the true spirit of a lover, the courtly poet, when he mentions the malformation of the little finger of the left hand, on which there was a double nail, with something like an indication of a sixth finger, says, "But that in which others might have regarded as a defect was to her an occasion of additional grace, by the skilful manner in which she concealed it from observation." On this account, Anne always wore the hanging sleeves, previously mentioned by Chateaubriand, as her peculiar fashion when in France. This mode, which was introduced by her into the court of Catherine of Aragon, was eagerly copied by the other ladies. Her taste and skill in dress are mentioned even by Sanders, who tells us, "She was unrivalled in the gracefulness of her attire, and the fertility of her invention in devising new patterns, which were imitated by all the court belles, by whom she was regarded as the glass of fashion." The same author gives us the following description of her person from a contemporary, not quite so enthusiastic in his ideas of her personal charms as her admirer, the poetical Wyatt. Anne Boleyn was in stature rather tall and slender, with an oval face, black hair, and a complexion inclining to sallow. One of her upper teeth projected a little. She appears at times to suffer from asthma. On her left hand a sixth finger might be perceived. On her throat there was a protuberance, which Chateaubriand describes as a disagreeable large mole, resembling a strawberry. This she carefully covered with an ornamented collar band, a fashion which was blindly imitated by the rest of the maids of honour, though they had never before thought of wearing anything of the kind. Her face and figure were in other respects symmetrical, continues Sanders. Beauty and sprightliness sat on her lips. In readiness of repartee, skill in the dance, and in playing on the lute, she was unsurpassed. Having thus placed before our readers the testimony of friend and foe as to the charms and accomplishments of the fair Boleyn, We will proceed to describe the allowance and rules that were observed with regard to the table of the ladies in the household of Queen Catherine, to which Anne was now attached. Each maid of honor was allowed a woman servant and a spaniel as her attendants. The boucher of court afforded ample sustenance not only to the lady herself but her retainers, both biped and quadruped, were their appetites ever so voracious. A chine of beef, a manchet, and a shea loaf offered a plentiful breakfast for the three. To these viands were added a gallon of ale, which could only be discussed by two of the party. The brewer was enjoined to put neither hops nor brimstone into their ale, the first being deemed as horrible an alteration as the last. The maids of honor, like officers in the army and navy at the present day, dined at mess, a circumstance which shows how very ancient that familiar term is. To the honor of the ladies we have nothing to record of their squabbles at mess. 7 messes of ladies dined at the same table in the great chamber. Manchets, beef, mutton, ale, and wine were served to them in abundance, to which were added hens, pigeons, and rabbits. On fast days their mess was supplied with salt salmon, salted eels, whitings, gournay, plaice, and flounders. Such of the ladies as were peers' daughters had stabling allowed them. There was a striking resemblance between Anne Boleyn and her sister Mary, the previous object of Henry's attention. But Mary was the fairest, the most delicately featured, and the most feminine of the two. In Anne, the more powerful charms of genius, wit, and fascination triumphed over every defect which prevented her from being considered a perfect beauty, and rendered her the leading star of the English court. Yet it was her likeness to her sister which perhaps, in the first instance, constituted her chief attraction to the king, who soon became secretly enamored of her, though he concealed the state of his mind. As for the fair Boleyn herself, at the very time when most surrounded by her admirers, she appears to have been least sensible to the pride of conquest, having engaged herself in a romantic love affair with Henry Lord Percy, the eldest son of the Earl of Northumberland, regardless of the family arrangement by which she was pledged to become the wife of the heir of Sir Piers Butler. Percy, like herself, had been destined, by paternal policy, to a matrimonial engagement wherein affection had no share. He had exhibited great reluctance to fulfill the contract, into which his father had entered for him in his boyhood with the daughter of the Earl of Shrewsbury, and it was still unratified on his part when he appeared at court as an élève of Cardinal Wolsey. The office which Percy filled about the person of the minister required that he should attend him to the palace daily, which he did, and while his patron was closeted with the king or engaged at the council board, he was accustomed to resort to the queen's antechamber, where he passed the time in dalliance with the maids of honor. At last he singled out Mistress Anne as the object of his exclusive attention, and, from their frequent meetings, such love was nourished between them that a promise of marriage was exchanged, and reckless alike of the previous engagements which had been made for them in other quarters by their parents, they became what was then called troth plight, or insured to each other. Percy, like a true lover, gloried in his passion, and made no secret of his engagement, which was at length whispered to the king by some envious busybody, who had probably observed that Henry was not insensible to the charms of Anne Boleyn. The pangs of jealousy occasioned by this intelligence, it is said, first awakened the monarch to the state of his own feelings towards his fair subject, in whose conversation he had always taken the liveliest pleasure, without being himself aware that he regarded her with emotions inconsistent with his duty as a married man. As for the young lady herself, she appears to have been wholly unconscious of the impression she had made on her sovereign's heart. In fact, as her whole thoughts were employed in securing a far more desirous object, namely, her marriage with the heir of the illustrious and wealthy house of Percy, it is scarcely probable that she would incur the risk of alarming her honourable lover by coquetries with the king. Under the circumstances, we think Anne Boleyn must be acquitted of having purposely attracted the attention of Henry in the first instance. On the contrary, she must, at this peculiar crisis, have regarded his passion as the greatest misfortune that could have befallen her, as it was the means of preventing her marriage with the only man whom we have the slightest reason to believe she ever loved. If Anne, however, regarded the king with indifference, his feelings towards her was such that he could not brook the thought of seeing her the wife of another, though aware that it was not in his power to marry her himself. With characteristic selfishness of his nature, he determined to separate the lovers. Accordingly, he sent for Wolsey, and, expressing himself very angrily on the subject of the contract into which Anne Boleyn and Percy had entered, charged him to take prompt steps for dissolving their engagement. It is probable that Henry made the infringement of the arrangement, previously sanctioned by him, for the marriage of Anne with the son of Sir Piers Butler, the pretext for the extraordinary displeasure he manifested on this occasion. The cardinal, in great perplexity, returned to his house at Westminster, and sending for Lord Percy, there before several of his servants, he rudely addressed him in these words: I marvel not a little at thy folly, that thou wouldest attempt to assure, contract thyself, with a foolish girl yonder in the court, and Boleyn. Dost thou not consider the estate that God hath called thee unto into this world? For after thy father's death, thou art likely to inherit and enjoy one of the noblest earldoms in the kingdom, and therefore it had been most meet and convenient for thee to have thy father's consent in this case, and to have acquainted the king's majesty therewith, requiring his princely favour, and in all such matters submitting thy proceedings unto his highness, who would not only thankfully have accepted thy submission, but I am assured would have so provided thy purpose, that he would have advanced thee much more nobly, and have matched thee according to thy degree and honour, and so by thy wise behaviour mightest have grown into his high favour, to thy great advancement. But now, see what you have done through your wilfulness. You have not only offended your father, but also your loving sovereign lord, and matched yourself with such a one as neither the king nor your father will consent to. And hereof I put thee out of doubt that I will send for thy father, who, at his coming, shall either break this unadvised bargain, or else disinherit thee forever. The king's majesty will also complain of thee to thy father, and require no less than I have said, because he intended to prefer Anne Boleyn to another, wherein the king had already travailed, taken trouble, and being almost at a point with one for her, though she knew it not, yet hath the king, like a politic prince, conveyed the matter in such sort that she will be, I doubt not, upon his grace's mention, glad and agreeable to the same. Sir, quoth the Lord Percy weeping, I knew not the king's pleasure, and am sorry for it. I considered I am of good years, and thought myself able to provide me a convenient wife as my fancy should please me, not doubting that my lord and father would have been right well content. Though she be but a simple maid, and a knight to her father, yet is she descended of right noble parentage, for her mother is high of the Norfolk blood, and her father descended of the Earl of Ormond, being one of the earls heir general. Why then, sir, should I be anything scrupulous to match with her, in regarding to her estate and descent equal with mine, when I shall be in most dignity? Therefore I most humbly beseech your grace's favour therein, and also to entreat the king's majesty on my behalf, for his princely favour in this matter, which I cannot forsake. No, sirs, quoth the cardinal to us, ye may see what wisdom is in this wilful boy's head. I thought that, when thou heardest the king's pleasure and attention herein, thou wouldest have relented, and put thyself and thy voluptuous act wholly to the king's will and pleasure, and by him to have been ordered, as his grace should have thought good. Sir, quoth the Lord Percy, so I would, but in this matter I have gone so far before so many worthy witnesses, that I know not how to discharge myself and my conscience. Why, quoth the cardinal, thinkest thou that the king and I know not what we have to do in weighty matters as this? Yes, I warrant thee, but I see no submission in thee to this purpose. Forsooth, my lord, quoth Lord Percy, if it please your grace, I will submit myself wholly to the king and your grace in this matter, my conscience being discharged of a weighty burden thereof. Well then, quoth my lord cardinal, I will send for your father out of the north, and he and we shall take such order as, In the mean season, I charge thee that thou resort no more into her company, as thou wilt abide the king's indignation." With these words he rose up and went into his chamber. Nor was this unceremonious lecture the only mortification of the unfortunate lover was doomed to receive. His father, the Earl of Northumberland, a man in whose cold heart and narrow mind the extremes of pride and meanness meet, came with all speed out of the north, having received a summons in the king's name, and, going first to Wolsey's house to inquire into the matter, was received by that proud statesman in his gallery, where, says Cavendish, they had a long and secret communication. Then, after priming himself for the business with a cup of the cardinal's wine, he seated himself on a bench which stood at the end of the gallery for the use of the serving men, and calling his son to him, he rated him in the following harsh words, while Percy stood cap in hand before him. "Son," he quoteth, "even as thou hast been, and always wert, a proud, licentious, and unthinking waster, so hast thou now declared thyself. And therefore what joy, what comfort, or pleasure, or solace, shall I conceive of thee, that thus, without discretion, has misused thyself, having neither regard unto me, thy natural father, nor yet to the king, thy sovereign lord, to whom all honest and loyal subjects bear faithful obedience, nor to the weal of thy own estate, but hast unadvisedly assured thyself unto her, for whom the king is with thee highly displeased, whose displeasure is intolerable for any subject to bear. But his grace, considering the lightness of thy head and wilful qualities of thy person, his indignation were able to ruin me and my posterity utterly. Yet he, being my singular good lord and favourable prince, and also my lord cardinal, my good lord, hath and doth clearly excuse me in thy light act, and do lament thy folly, rather than malign me for the same, and hath devised an order to be taken for thee, to whom both I and you are more bound than we conceive of. I pray God that this may be sufficient admonition to thee, to use thyself more wisely hereafter, for assure thyself that, if thou dost not amend thy prodigality, thou wilt be the last earl of our house. For thy natural inclinations, thou art masterful and prodigal, to consume that all thy progenitors have, with great travail, gathered together. But I trust, I assure thee, so to order my succession thou shalt consume thereof but little." Then telling Percy that he did not mean to make him his heir, having other boys whom he trusted would prove themselves wiser men, he threatened to choose the most promising of those for his successor. To crown all, he bade Wolsey's servants to mark his words, and besought them not to be sparing in telling his son of his faults. Then bidding him go his ways to his lord and master, and serve him diligently, he departed to his barge. The matter did not end here, for Percy was banished the court, and not only commanded to avoid Mistress Anne's company, but compelled to fulfil in all haste the hitherto unratified contract, which his father had made for him in his boyhood, with Lady Mary Talbot, one of the Earl of Shrewsbury's daughters. The date of the year in which this important episode in the life of Anne Boleyn occurred is stated by Herbert, with great accuracy, to be 1523, which is verified beyond a doubt by a letter from Anne's cousin, the Earl of Surrey, scribbled the 12th day of September 1523, in which he says, "The marriage of my lord Percy shall be with my lord Stewart's, Shrewsbury's daughter, whereof I am glad. The chief baron is with my lord of Northumberland to conclude the marriage." If Percy had possessed sufficient strength of mind to have remained constant to his engagement with the beautiful and beloved Anne Boleyn, he would have been soon at liberty to please himself, for the proud and worldly-minded earl, his father, died in less than 3 years after he had rendered him the most wretched of men, by forcing him into a heartless marriage. Percy was married to Lady Mary Talbot at the close of the year 1523, and succeeded to the earldom of Northumberland on the death of his father, 1526-27, which dates afford incontrovertible evidence that Anne Boleyn returned to England, as stated by Fiddes and Herbert, in 1522, and not, as some other historians erroneously affirm, in 1527, when Percy had been married 4 years. End of section 9. Section 10 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 4, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Anne Boleyn, Chapter 1, Part 2. Anne Boleyn, whom Henry chose to punish for the preference she had manifested for the young Percy, was discharged from Queen Catherine's service and dismissed to her father's house. Whereat, says Cavendish, Mistress Anne was greatly displeased, promising that if ever it lay in her power she would be revenged on the cardinal, and yet he was not altogether to be blamed, as he acted by the king's command. Anne Boleyn, having no idea of the real quarter whence the blow proceeded by which she was deprived of her lover, and the splendid prospect that had flattered her, naturally regarded the interference of Wolsey as a piece of gratuitous impertinence of his own, and in the bitterness of disappointed love, nourished that vindictive spirit against him which no after submissions could mollify. Anne continued for a long time to brood over her wrongs and disappointed hopes in the stately solitude of Hever Castle in Kent, where her father and stepmother then resided. There appears to have been little intercourse after her father's second marriage with her noble maternal kindred, as Sir Thomas Boleyn's name is never mentioned in the Howard book among the visitors of the Duke of Norfolk from the date of his first lady's death. There is reason to believe that Anne was tenderly attached to her stepmother and much beloved by her. After a period sufficient to allow for the subsiding of ordinary feelings of displeasure had elapsed, the king paid an unexpected visit to Hever Castle. But Anne was either too indignant to offer her homage to the tyrant, whose royal caprice had deprived her of her affianced husband, or her father, having already felt the evil of having the reputation of one lovely daughter blighted by the attentions of the king, would not suffer her to appear, for she took to her chamber, under pretence of indisposition, on Henry's arrival at the castle, and never left it till after his departure. It was doubtless to propitiate the offended beauty that Henry, on the 18th of June, 1525, advanced her father, Sir Thomas Boleyn, to the peerage, by the style and title of the Viscount Rochford, one of the long contested titles of the House of Ormond. He also, with the evident intention of drawing the whole family to his court once more, bestowed on the newly created Viscount the high office of Treasurer of the royal household, and appointed William Carey, the husband of Mary Boleyn, a gentleman of the Privy Chamber. There is not, however, any trace of Anne Boleyn's appearance at court till the year 1527. Having been injuriously dismissed from the service of the queen, she appears to have manifested a perversing resentment for the affront she had received, by refusing to return when she had reason to believe her presence was desired by the jealous tyrant who had prevented her marriage with Percy. It is scarcely probable that Anne continued unconscious of the king's passion, when he followed up all the favours conferred on her family by presenting a costly offering of jewels to herself. But when Henry proceeded to avow his love, she recoiled from his lawless addresses with the natural abhorrence of a virtuous woman, and falling on her knees, she made this reply: I think, most noble and worthy king, your majesty speaks these words in mirth, to prove me, without intent of degrading your princely self. Therefore, to ease you of the labour of asking me any such question hereafter, I beseech your highness, most earnestly, to desist and take this my answer, which I speak from the depth of my soul, in good part. Most noble king, I will rather lose my life than my virtue, which will be the greatest and best part of the dowry I shall bring my husband. Henry, having flattered himself that he had only to signify his preference, in order to receive the encouragement which is too often accorded to the suit of a royal lover. Suit lightly made and short-lived pain, for monarchs seldom sigh in vain. Met this dignified repulse with the assurance that he should at least continue to hope. I understand not, most mighty king, how you should retain such hope, she proudly rejoined. Your wife I cannot be, both in respect of mine own unworthiness, and also because you have a queen already. Your mistress I will not be." Those historians who have consigned the name of Anne Boleyn to unmixed infamy have distorted this beautiful instance of lofty spirit and maidenly discretion into a proof of her subtlety, as if she had anticipated a like result to that which had followed the repulse given by Elizabeth Woodville to Edward IV. But the case was wholly different, as Edward was a bachelor and Henry a married man. Therefore Anne Boleyn very properly reminded Henry that she could not be his wife, because he had a queen. This speech affords no intimation that her answer would be favourable to his wishes, even if he were free to offer her his hand. Keenly feeling, and deeply resenting, as she undoubtedly did, the loss of Percy, she was not of a temper to reward the royal libertine for the wrong he had committed, in compelling her betrothed to break his contract with her and to become the husband of another. There is every reason to think with Lord Herbert that Anne would rather have been Percy's countess than Henry's queen. The manner in which she repelled the sovereign's addresses only added fuel to his flame, and next he assailed the reluctant beauty with a series of love letters of the most passionate character. The originals of these letters are still preserved in the Vatican, having been stolen from the royal cabinet and conveyed thither. Burnet was prepared to consider them as forgeries, but, says he, "Directly I saw them, I was too well acquainted with Henry's hand to doubt their authenticity." In the absence of all dates, the arrangement of these letters becomes matter of opinion, and we are disposed to think the following was written soon after the circumstances to which we have just alluded, containing, as it does, an earnest expostulation from Henry against her continued refusal to appear at his court. To my mistress, as the time seems very long since I heard from you, or concerning your health, the great love I have for you has constrained me to send this bearer, to be better informed both of your health and pleasure, particularly because, since my last parting with you, I have been told that you have entirely changed the mind in which I left you, and that you neither mean to come to court with your mother, nor any other way, which report, if true, I cannot enough marvel at, being persuaded in my own mind that I have never committed any offence against you, and it seems hard, in return for the great love I bear you, to be kept at a distance from the person and presence of the woman in the world that I value the most. And if you love me with as much affection as I hope you do, I am sure the distance of our two persons would be equally irksome to you, though this does not belong so much to the mistress as to the servant. Consider well, my mistress, how greatly your absence afflicts me. I hope it is not your will that it should be so, but if I heard for certain that you yourself desired it, I could but mourn my ill fortune, and strive by degrees to abate of my folly. And so for lack of time I make an end of this rude letter, beseeching you to give the bearer credence in all he will tell you from me. Written by the hand of your entire servant, H.R. The relative terms of mistress and servant, which the king uses so frequently in this correspondence, belong to the gallantry of the chivalric ages, and were not yet obsolete. That some replies were made by Anne to the royal love letters is evident, but that they were of a most unsatisfactory nature to Henry, we perceive from the letter which follows. It evidently occurs very early in the correspondence. By revolving in my mind the contents of your last letters, I have put myself into great agony, not knowing how to interpret them, whether to my disadvantage, as I understand some others, or not. I beseech you earnestly to let me know your real mind as to the love between us two. It is needful for me to obtain this answer of you, having been for a whole year wounded with the dart of love, and not yet assured whether I shall succeed in finding a place in your heart and affection. This uncertainty has hindered me of late from declaring you my mistress, lest it should prove that you only entertain for me an ordinary regard. But if you please to do the duty of a true and loyal mistress, and to give up yourself heart and person to me, who will be, as I have been, your most loyal servant, if your rigor does not forbid me, I promise you that not only the name shall be given you, but also that I will take you for my mistress, casting off all others that are in competition with you, out of my thoughts and affections, and serving only you. I beg you to give an entire answer to this my rude letter, that I may know on what and how far I may depend. But if it does not please you to answer me in writing, let me know some place where I may have it by word of mouth, and I will go thither with all my heart. No more for fearing of tiring you, written by the hand of him who would willingly remain yours, H. Rex. Notwithstanding all these submissions on the part of her royal lover, it is certain that Anne Boleyn did not reappear in the court till some time in 1527. Burnet suggests the possibility of her having returned to France in the interim, and that she came back to England with her father when he was recalled from his embassy in 1527, when, as Stowe says, he brought with him the portrait of Margaret, the widowed Duchess of Alençon, Anne's royal patroness and friend, for Henry's consideration. We have no doubt but this conjecture will one day be verified by the increasing activity of modern research among contemporary records and letters. Burnet, having adverted to Cavendish's account of Anne Boleyn's engagement with Percy as the only satisfactory guide for fixing the real period of her first appearance at court, concludes with this observation: had that writer told us in what year this was done, it had given a great light to direct us. That light is now fully supplied by the date of the Earl of Surrey's letter, which we have previously quoted, touching the marriage of the unfortunate Percy to the lady for whom he was compelled to relinquish his beloved Anne Boleyn. We may, therefore, fairly come to the conclusion that Anne entered the service of Margaret, Duchess of Alençon, at the beginning of the year 1526, when the French court had reassembled, with renewed splendour, to rejoice the restoration of its chivalric sovereign, Francis I, and that she returned to England with her father, as surmised by Burnet, when he was recalled from a diplomatic mission early in 1527. After an absence of 4 years, Anne Boleyn resumed her place in the palace of Queen Catherine, in compliance, it is supposed, with her father's commands, and received the homage of her enamoured sovereign in a less repulsive manner than she had done while her heart was freshly bleeding for the loss of the man whom she had passionately desired to marry. If her regrets were softened by the influence of time and absence, it is certain that her resentment continued in full force against Wolsey for his conduct with regard to Percy, and the anger she dared not openly manifest against the king was treasured up against a day of vengeance, to be visited on the instrument whom he had employed in that business. She having, says Cavendish, always a prime grudge against my lord cardinal for breaking the contract between her and Lord Percy, supposing it to be his own device and no other's. And she at last, knowing the king's pleasure and the depth of his secrets, then began to look very haughty and stout, lacking no manner of rich apparel or jewels that money could purchase. Henry's passion for Anne and her ill will to his favourite minister were soon apparent to the magnates of the court, who, disgusted with the pride and despotic conduct of the latter, eagerly availed themselves of her influence to accomplish his fall. Wolsey, perceiving the danger that threatened him, exerted all his arts of pleasing to conciliate the offended beauty, and prepared many feasts and masques to entertain her and the king at his own house. This induced her to treat him with feigned civility, but the hatred that a vindictive person dissembles is always far more perilous than the open violence of a declared foe. The question of Henry's divorce from Catherine was now mysteriously agitated under the name of the king's secret matter, and Wolsey, far from suspecting the real object for which the king was desirous of ridding himself of his consort, became the blind instrument of opening the path for the elevation of his fair enemy to a throne. The intrigues which prefaced the public proceedings for the divorce have been related in the life of Catherine of Aragon. A splendid farewell fete was given to the French ambassadors at Greenwich, May 5th, 1527, and at the masque, with which the midnight ball concluded, the king gave a public mark of his preference for Anne Boleyn by selecting her for his partner. Soon after, the passion of Henry became obvious even to the queen, and occasioned her to upbraid him with his perfidy, but it does not appear that she condescended to discuss the matter with Anne. Wolsey's appointment to the embassy to France is stated by Cavendish to have been contrived by the intrigues of Anne Boleyn, at the instigation of his enemies, who were desirous of getting him out of England. During the absence of Wolsey, the influence of Anne increased beyond measure, and the king's secret matter ceased to be a mystery to those who did not shut their eyes to the signs of the times. Wolsey, indeed, had suffered himself to be so completely duped by Henry's diplomatic feints as to have committed himself at the French court by entering into negotiations for uniting his master to Renee of France, the sister of the deceased Queen Claude. Meantime, a treatise on the unlawfulness of his present marriage was compounded by the king and some of his favourite divines. How painfully and laboriously the royal theologian toiled in his literary labyrinth is evidenced by a letter written by him to the fair lady whose bright eyes had afflicted him with such unwonted qualms of conscience, that he had been fain to add the pains and penalties of authorship to the cares of government for her sake. This curious letter must have been written in the summer of 1527, during one of those temporary absences with which Anne Boleyn seems occasionally to have tantalized him. Mine own sweetheart, this shall be to advertise you of the great loneliness that I find since your departing, for I assure you, methink the time longer since your departing now last than I was wont to do a whole fortnight. I think your kindness and my fervency of love causeth it, for otherwise I would not have thought it possible, that for so little a while it should have grieved me. But now that I am coming towards you, methink my pains be half relieved, and also I am right well comforted, insomuch that my book maketh substantially for my matter. In token whereof, I have spent above 4 hours this day upon it, which has caused me to write the shorter letter to you at this time, because of some pain in my head. Henry's impatience for the accomplishment of his wishes made him dissatisfied with Wolsey's diplomatic caution with regard to his matter, and having hitherto found the cardinal subservient to all his wishes, he recalled him to England, and confided to him his desire of making Anne Boleyn his wife. Thunderstruck at this disclosure, the minister threw himself at the feet of his royal master, and remained several hours on his knees, reasoning with him on the infatuation of his conduct, but without effect. Henry's passion was again quickened by the stimulus of jealousy, for about this time we find Anne assailed by the addresses of a lover far more likely to win an interest in the heart of a sensitive female than the monarch by whom she was wooed. This was the graceful poet-statesman Sir Thomas Wyatt, her early friend and devoted admirer. Wyatt, Surrey, George Boleyn, and Anne Boleyn were the most accomplished quartet in the court of Henry VIII. The ties of blood which united the two Boleyns with their cousin Surrey were not so powerfully felt as the attraction which a sympathy of tastes and pursuits created between them and Wyatt. Under these circumstances, Anne Boleyn would have probably consoled herself for the loss of Percy by matching herself with Wyatt, but unfortunately his hand was pledged to another before her contract with the heir of Northumberland was broken. Her French education, however, had taught her to regard adulation as a welcome tribute to her charms, and though she did not accept Wyatt's addresses, she permitted his attentions. A very curious incident occurred during this sort of negative flirtation, as it would be called in modern parlance, which throws some light on the progress of Henry's courtship at this time. One day, while Anne Boleyn was very earnest on her embroidery, Wyatt was hovering about her, talking and complimenting her, for which their relative employments about the king and queen gave him good opportunity. He twitched from her a jewelled tablet, which hung by a lace or chain out of her pocket. This he thrust into his bosom, and notwithstanding her earnest entreaties, never would restore it to her, but wore it about his neck under his cassock. Now and then he showed it to her, in order to persuade her to let him retain it as a mark of her favour, or at all events to prove a subject of conversation with her, in which he had great delight. Anne Boleyn, perceiving his drift, permitted him to keep it without further comment, as a trifle not worth further contest. Henry VIII watched them both with anxious jealousy, and quickly perceived that, the more Sir Thomas Wyatt hovered about the lady, the more she avoided him. Well pleased at her conduct, he in the end, says Sir Thomas Wyatt, fell to win her by treaty of marriage, and in his talk on that matter took from her a ring, which he ever wore upon his little finger. Anne Boleyn had gained some wisdom by her disappointment in regard to Percy, for Wyatt declares that all this she carried with great secrecy. Far different was the conduct of the king, who was extremely anxious to display his triumph over Wyatt. Within a few days after, he was playing at bowls with Wyatt, the Duke of Suffolk, and Sir Francis Bryan. Henry was in high good humour, but affirmed that in the cast of the bowl he had surpassed his competitor Wyatt. Both Wyatt and his partner declared, "By his leave, it was not so." The king, however, continued pointing with his finger, on which he had Anne Boleyn's ring, and smiling significantly said, "Wyatt, I tell thee it is mine." The ring, which was well known to him, at last caught the eye of Sir Thomas Wyatt, who paused a little to rally his spirits. Then taking from his bosom the chain to which hung the tablet, which the king likewise remembered well, and had noted it when worn by Anne Boleyn, he said, "And if it may like your majesty to give me leave to measure the cast with this, I have good hopes yet it will be mine." Sir Thomas Wyatt then busied himself with measuring the space between the bowls with the chain of the tablet, and boldly pronounced the game to be his. "It may be so," exclaimed the monarch haughtily, spurning from him the disputed bowl, "but then I am deceived," and with an angry brow he broke up the sport. This double-meaning dialogue was understood by few or none but themselves. But the king retired to his chamber with his countenance expressive of the resentment he felt. He soon took an opportunity of reproaching Anne Boleyn of giving love tokens to Wyatt, when the lady clearly proved, to the great satisfaction of her royal lover, that her tablet had been snatched from her and kept by superior strength. No one who dispassionately reflects on these passages in Anne's conduct can reconcile it either with her duty to her royal mistress, or those feelings of feminine delicacy which would make a young and beautiful woman tremble at the impropriety of becoming an object of contention between two married men. Wyatt prudently resigned the fair prize to his royal rival, and if Anne abstained from compliance with the unhallowed solicitations of the king, it must, we fear, be ascribed rather to her caution than her virtue, for she had overstepped the restraints of moral rectitude when she first permitted herself to encourage his attentions. In the hour that Anne Boleyn did this, she took her first step towards the scaffold, and prepared for herself a doom which fully exemplifies the warning. Those that sow the whirlwind must expect to reap the storm. Ambition had now entered her head. She saw that the admiration of the sovereign had rendered her the centre of attraction to all who sought his favour, and she felt the fatal charms of power. Not merely the power which beauty, wit, and fascination had given her, but that of political influence. In a word, she swayed the will of the arbiter of Europe, and she had determined to share his throne as soon as her royal mistress could be dispossessed. The Christmas festival was celebrated with more than usual splendour at Greenwich that year, and Anne Boleyn, not the queen, was the prima donna at all the tourneys, masques, banquets, and balls, with which the king endeavoured to beguile the lingering torments of suspense occasioned by the obstacles which Wolsey's diplomatic craft continued to interpose in the proceedings for the divorce. When Henry's treatise on the illegality of his present marriage was completed, in the pride of authorship, he ordered it to be shown to the greatest literary genius of his court, Sir Thomas More, with a demand of his opinion. Too honest to flatter, and too wise to criticize, the work of the royal pedant, More extricated himself from the dilemma by pleading his ignorance of theology. The treatise, however, was presented to Pope Clement, and Stephen Gardiner, then known by the humble name of Mr. Stephen, was, with Edmund Fox, the king's almoner, deputed to wring from the pontiff a declaration in unison with the prohibition in Scripture against marriage with a brother's widow. This and some other equivocal concessions having been obtained, Fox returned to England, and, proceeding to Greenwich, communicated the progress that had been made to the king, who received him in Anne Boleyn's apartments. Anne, whose sanguine temper, combined with feminine inexperience in ecclesiastical law, made her fancy that the papal sanction to the divorce was implied in the instruments exhibited to the king, was agitated with transports of exultation, and bestowed more liberal promises of patronage on the bearer of these unmeaning documents than became her. Wolsey was included in a commission with Cardinal Campeggio to try the validity of the king's marriage, and, under the influence of his enamoured master, had written a letter to the pope, describing Anne Boleyn as a model of female excellence, in order to controvert the scandals that were already current at Rome respecting her connection with the king. In this position were affairs, when the awful epidemic called the sweating sickness broke out, June 1st, in the court. Henry, in his first alarm, yielded to the persuasion of Wolsey and his spiritual directors, and sent the fair Boleyn home to her father at Hever Castle, while he effected a temporary reconciliation with his injured queen. His penitentiary exercises with the saintly Catherine did not, however, deter him from pursuing his amatory correspondence with her absent rival. Here is one of the letters which appears to have been addressed to Anne while at Hever Castle. My mistress and my friend, my heart and I surrender ourselves into your hands, and we supplicate to be commended to your good graces, and that by absence your affections may not be diminished to us. For that would be to augment our pain, which would be a great pity, since absence gives enough, and more than I ever thought could be felt. This brings to my mind a fact in astronomy, which is, that the further the poles are from the sun, notwithstanding the more scorching is his heat. This is it with our love. Absence has placed distance between us. Nevertheless, fervor increases, at least on my part. I hope the same from you, assuring you that in my case the anguish of absence is so great that it would be intolerable, were it not for the firm hope I have of your indissoluble affection towards me. In order to remind you of it, and because I cannot in person be in your presence, I send you the thing which comes nearest that is possible, that is to say, my picture, and the whole device, which you already know of, set in bracelets, wishing myself in their place when it pleases you. This is from the hand of your servant and friend, H.R. Fears for the health of his absent favourite certainly dictated the following letter from Henry to Anne. The uneasiness my doubts about your health gave me disturbed and frightened me exceedingly, and I should not have had any quiet without hearing certain tidings. But now, since you have as yet felt nothing, I hope it is with you as it is with us. For when we were at Walton, 2 ushers, 2 valets de chambre, and your brother, this was George Boleyn, fell ill, but are now quite well, and since we have returned to your house at Hudson, we have been perfectly well, God be praised, and have not at present one sick person in the family, and I think, if you would retire from the Surrey side, as we did, you would escape all danger. There is another thing that may comfort you, which is that, in truth, in this distemper, few or no women have been taken ill, and besides no person of our court, and few elsewhere, have died of it. For which reason I beg you, my entirely beloved, not to be frightened yourself, or to be too uneasy at our absence. For wherever I am yours, and yet we must sometimes submit to our misfortunes, for whoever will struggle against fate is generally but so much the farther from gaining his end. Wherefore comfort yourself, and take courage, and make this misfortune as easy to you as you can, for I hope shortly to make you sing Les Renvois. No more at present for lack of time, but that I wish you in my arms, that I might a little dispel your unreasonable thoughts. One of the earliest victims to the pestilence was Anne's brother-in-law, William Carey, gentleman of the bedchamber to the king. A letter written by Anne to the king in behalf of her sister Mary, now left a destitute widow with 2 infants, elicits from Henry this mysterious reply, in which no lingering sympathy of tenderness for the former object of his fickle regard is discernible. In regard to your sister's matter, I have caused Walter Welsh to write to my lord her father my mind thereon, whereby I trust that Eve shall not deceive Adam, for surely whatever is said, it cannot stand with his honour, but that he must needs take her, as his natural daughter, now in her extreme necessity. No more to you at this time, mine own darling, but a while I would we were together an evening, with the hand of yours, H.R. This metaphor of Eve has allusion to the stepmother of Mary and Anne Boleyn, who had been extremely averse to Mary's love match. But the king seems to suppose that she would not, after his mandate, dare to prejudice the father against his distressed child. We shall soon find the indiscreet Mary in disgrace with all parties on account in her incorrigible predilection of making love matches. Anne and her father were both seized with this alarming epidemic in July. The agitating intelligence of the peril of his beloved was conveyed to Henry by express at midnight. He instantly dispatched his physician, Dr. Butts, to her assistance, and indited the following tender epistle to her. The most displeasing news that could occur came to me suddenly at night. On 3 accounts I must lament it. 1. To hear of the illness of my mistress, whom I esteem more than all the world, and whose health I desire as I do my own. I would willingly bear half of what you suffer to cure you. The second, from the fear that I shall have to endure my wearisome absence much longer, which has hitherto given me all the vexation that was possible. The third, because my physician, in whom I have most confidence, is absent at the very time when he could have given me the greatest pleasure. But I hope, by him and his means, to obtain one of my chief joys on earth, that is, the cure of my mistress. Yet from the want of him I send you my second, Dr. Butts, and hope that he will soon make you well. I shall then love him more than ever. I beseech you to be guided by his advice in your illness. By your doing this, I hope soon to see you again, which will be to me a greater comfort than all the precious jewels in the world. Written by that secretary who is, forever will be, your loyal and most assured servant, H.R. Anne was in imminent danger, but through the skill and care of Dr. Butts, she was preserved to fulfill a darker destiny. The shadow of death had passed from over her, but the solemn warning was unheeded, and she fearlessly pressed onward to the fatal accomplishment of her wishes. The first use she made of her convalescence was to employ Heneage to pen the following deceitful message from her to Cardinal Wolsey. Mistress Anne is very well amended, and commended her humbly to your grace, and thinketh it long till she speak with you. She soon after wrote to the cardinal herself, and it seems difficult to imagine how a woman of her haughty spirit could condescend to use the abject style which at this period marks her letters to her unforgiven foe. It is, however, possible that this dissimulation was enjoined by Henry, when he paid her his promised visit, after her recovery from the sickness, at which time they must have compounded this partnership epistle, with the view of beguiling Wolsey into forwarding their desire at the approaching convention. My lord, in my most humble wise that my heart can think, I desire you to pardon me, that I am so bold to trouble you with my simple and rude writing, esteeming it to proceed from her, that is much desirous to know that your grace does well, as I perceive from this bearer that you do, the which I pray God long to continue, as I am most bound to pray. For I do not know the great pains and troubles you have taken for me, both night and day, is ever to be recompensed on my part. But only in loving you, next to the king's grace, above all creatures living. And I do not doubt that the daily proof of my deeds shall manifestly declare and affirm the same writing to be true, and I do trust you think the same. My lord, I do assure you, I do long to hear from you news of the legate, for I do hope, and they come from you, they shall be very good, and I am sure that you desire it as much as I, and more, and it were possible, as I know it is not, and thus remaining in a steadfast hope, I make an end of my letter, written with the hand of her that is most bound to be. P.S. By King Henry. The writer of this letter would not cease till she had caused me likewise to set my hand, desiring you, though it be short, to take it in good part. I ensure you that there is neither of us but greatly desireth to see you, and our joy is to hear that you have escaped this plague so well, trusting the fury thereof to be past, especially with them that keepeth good diet, as I trust you do. The not hearing of the legate's arrival in France causeth us somewhat to muse, notwithstanding we trust by your diligence and vigilancy, with the assistance of Almighty God, shortly to be eased out of that trouble. No more to you at this time, but that I pray God send you as good health and prosperity, as the writer would, by your loving sovereign and friend, H.R. The king had, according to the French ambassador, become infuriated with Wolsey at the delay of the divorce, and had used terrible terms to him. Wolsey, towards the end of July, fell sick of the pestilence, or pretended to be so, in order to work on the king's affection, or to procure some respite till the arrival of Campeggio. Anne Boleyn sent him the following letter, which, from mentioning this illness, is supposed to have been written at the end of July, 1528. My lord, in my most humble wise, that my poor heart can think, I do thank your grace for your kind letter and for your rich and goodly present, the which I shall never be able to deserve, without your help, of which I have hitherto had so great plenty, that all the days of my life I am most bound of all creatures, next the king's grace, to love and serve your grace, of the which I beseech you never to doubt, that ever I shall vary from this thought, as long as any breath is in my body. And as touching your grace's trouble with the sweat, I thank our Lord that them that I desired and prayed for are escaped, and that is the king's grace and you, not doubting that God has preserved you both for great causes known alonely only of his high wisdom. And as for the coming of the legate, I desire that much. And if it be God's pleasure, I pray him to send this matter shortly to a good end, and then I trust, my lord, to recompense part of your great pains, in the which I must require you, in the meantime, to accept my good will in the stead of the power, the which must proceed partly from you, as our Lord knoweth, whom I beseech to send you long life with continuance in honour, written with the hand of her that is most bound to be your humble and obedient servant, Anne Boleyn. There is a difficulty in reading and understanding the letters of Anne Boleyn, on account of an evident want of sincerity. Another of these epistles, which are meant to propitiate the good offices of Wolsey, regarding the trial of the validity of Queen Catherine's marriage, is a repetition, with little variation, of the professions in the above. She humbly thanks him for his travail in seeking to bring to pass the greatest weal that is possible to come to any creature living, and in especial remembering how wretched and unworthy I am in compared to his highness. The earnestness of her protestations of favour and affection to the cardinal, in case he should succeed in making her queen, is apparent in the following words, which are still to be seen in the British Museum, written by her hand and subscribed with her autograph, as follows. I assure you that after this matter is brought to bear, you shall find as you're bound, in the meantime, to owe you my service, and then look, what thing in this world I can imagine to do you pleasure in, you shall find me the gladdest woman in the world to do it. Your humble and obedient servant, Anne Boleyn. That occasional doubts and misgivings were entertained by Anne, as the stability of Henry's regard and the real nature of his intentions, may be gathered from the device of a jewel presented by her to the royal lover, to which he alludes in the following letter. For a present so valuable that nothing could be more, considering the whole of it, I return you my most hearty thanks, not only on account of the costly diamond and the ship, in which the solitary damsel is tossed about, but chiefly for the fine interpretation and the too humble submission which your goodness hath made to me. For I think it would be very difficult for me to find an occasion to deserve it if I were not assisted by your great humanity and favour, which I have always sought to seek, and will always seek to preserve, by all the services in my power. And this is my firm intention and hope, according to the motto, aut elic aut nullibi. The demonstrations of your affections are such, the fine thoughts of your letter are so cordially expressed, that they oblige me for ever to honour, love, and serve you sincerely, beseeching you to continue in the same firm and constant purpose, and assuring you that, on my part, I will not only make you a suitable return, but outdo you in loyalty of heart, if it be possible. I desire also that if at any time before this I have in any way offended you, that you would give me the same absolution I ask, assuring you that hereafter my heart shall be dedicated to you alone. I wish my person was so too. God can do it if he pleases, to whom I pray once a day for that end, hoping that at length my prayers will be heard. I wish the time may be short, but I shall think it long till we see one another. Written by the hand of that secretary, who in heart, body, and will is votre loyal et plus assuré serviteur, H.R. It must have been nearly at this crisis that the king was induced to declare to Anne and her father that it was his intention to make her his consort whenever he should be released from his present marriage. After this intimation he became a frequent visitor at Hever Castle. He used to ride thither privately from Eltham or Greenwich. The local tradition of Hever points out a certain hill which commanded a view of the castle, where he used to sound his bugle to give notice of his approach. The oak-panelled chamber and the antique gallery is still shown at the castle, where he used to have interviews with Anne Boleyn. If Wyatt's enthusiastic encomiums may be credited, she still demurred on account of her respect and affection to the queen. Her subsequent persecution of Catherine's virtuous friends, Fisher and More, is scarcely consistent with such delicacy of feeling, but the heart of Anne Boleyn, like other hearts, did not improve after a long course of flattery and prosperity. She stood still upon her guard, says Wyatt, and was not easily carried away with all this appearance of happiness. First, on account of the love she bare ever to the queen, whom she served, a personage of great virtue, and secondly, she imagined that there was less freedom in her union with her lord and king than with one more agreeable to her. There is little doubt that this was the real motive of her hesitation. That, however, was at last overcome by ambition. Her love of pleasure and thirst for admiration rendered Anne impatient to emerge from the retirement of Hever Castle, and the fears of the pestilence having entirely passed away, she returned to court on the 18th of August. The French ambassador Du Bellay, who had predicted that her influence would entirely decay with absence, thus announced her reappearance in his reports to his own government. Mademoiselle de Boleyn has at last returned to the court, and I believe the king to be so infatuated with her that God alone could abate his madness. The queen was sent to Greenwich, and her fair rival was lodged in a splendid suite of apartments contiguous to those of the king. The time-serving portion of the courtiers flattered the weakness of the sovereign by offering their adulation to the beautiful and accomplished object of his passion. She was supported by the powerful influence of her maternal kinsman, the Duke of Norfolk and his brethren, men who were illustrious not only by their high rank and descent from the monarchs of England and France, but by the services they had rendered their country both by sea and land. But the voice of the great body of the people was against her. They felt the cause of their injured, their virtuous queen, as their own, and their indignation was so decidedly manifest that Henry, despotic as he was, ventured not to oppose the popular clamour for the dismissal of his fair favourite. Power might uphold, the sophistry of party defend, the position of Anne Boleyn at this crisis, but on the grounds of morality and religion it could never be justified. The legate was expected from Rome to try the validity of the king's marriage with Catherine, and as Henry founded his objections on scruples of conscience, it was judged most prudent to keep passion behind the scenes till the farce was ended. Anne Boleyn was accordingly required by her royal lover to retire to Hever Castle for the present. This sort of temporizing policy was not agreeable to her, but the king insisted on her departure, whereat, to use the quaint but expressive phrase of a contemporary, she smoked. So great indeed was her displeasure that she vowed she would return to court no more after having been dismissed in such an abrupt and uncourteous fashion. Henry, who was greatly troubled at the perversity of Mistress Anne, did everything in his power to conciliate her. He continued to write the most impassioned letters to her, and to give her the earliest intelligence of the progress of the expected legate. That Anne at first maintained an obdurate silence is evinced by one of Henry's letters, which we insert. Although, my mistress, it has not pleased you to remember the promise you made me when I was last with you, that is, to hear good news from you, and to have an answer to my last letter, yet it seems to me to belong to a true servant, seeing that otherwise he can know nothing, to inquire the health of his mistress, and to acquit myself of the duty of a true servant, I send you this letter, beseeching you to apprise me of your welfare. I pray this may continue as long as I desire mine own. And to cause you yet oftener to remember me, I send you, by the bearer of this, A buck killed last evening, very late, by mine own hand, hoping that, when you eat of it, you may think of the hunter. From want of room, I must end my letter, written by the hand of your servant, who very often wishes for you, instead of your brother, H.R. Cardinal Campeggio's frequent fits of the gout had retarded his opening of the Legantine court, which was expected speedily to pronounce the divorce. It has been conjectured that the delay was wilful, in order that Henry's fickle temper might have scope, and that he might weary of his passion before the sentence was pronounced. Anne Boleyn was certainly of this opinion, and expressly declared that Campeggio's illness was feigned. The next letter shows that the king was of a different opinion, and it is apparent that he thought that she had acted unreasonably in the anger she had lately manifested against himself. To inform you what joy it is to me to understand your conformableness with reason, and of the suppressing of your inutile and vain thoughts with the bridle of reason, I assure you all the greatness of this world could not counterpoise, for my satisfaction, the knowledge and certainty thereof. Therefore, good sweetheart, continue the same, not only in this, but in all your doings hereafter, for thereby shall come, both to you and me, the greatest quietness that may be in this world. The cause why the bearer stays so long is the gear I have had to dress up for you, which I trust ere long to see you occupy, and then I trust to occupy yours, which shall be recompense enough to me for all my pains and labour. The unfeigned sickness of this well-willing legate doth somewhat retard this access to your person, but I trust verily, when God shall send him health, he will with diligence recompense his demur. For I know well that he hath said, touching the same and brute noise, that he is thought imperial. That it shall be well known in this matter that he is not imperial, and this, for lack of time, farewell. According to Stowe and some others, the revenues of the see of Durham, or at any rate that portion of the immunities of the bishopric which were situated in the metropolis, were bestowed by Henry on Anne Boleyn, while she retained the name of maid of honour to his queen. It is certain that Durham House became by some means the London residence of herself and her parents. It was pleasantly situated on the banks of the river, on the very spot in the Strand now occupied by the Adelphi buildings. This, however, did not content Anne, and when, after an absence of 2 months, she consented, by the entreaties of the king, seconded by the commands, and even the tears of her father, to return to court, it was only on condition that a more splendid and commodious residence should be allotted her. Henry took infinite pains to please her in this matter, and at length employed Wolsey as his agent in securing Suffolk House for her abode. This is announced to Anne in the following letter. Darling, as touching a lodging for you, we have gotten one by my lord cardinal's means, the like whereof could not have been found hereabouts, for all causes, as this bearer shall more show you. As touching our other affairs, I assure you there can be no more done or more diligence used, nor all manners of dangers better both foreseen and provided for, so that I trust it shall be hereafter to both our comforts, the specialities whereof were both too long to be written, and hardly by messenger to be declared. Whereof, till you repair hither, I keep something in store, trusting it shall not be long. For I have caused my lord your father to make his provisions with speed. In another letter, he wishes her father to hasten their arrival in London, saying, I entreat you, my mistress, to tell your father from me that I beg him to advance but 2 days, the designated time, that it may be earlier than the old term, or at least on the day prefixed. Otherwise, I shall think he is not disposed to assist lovers, as he promised, nor according to my expectations. Suffolk House was contiguous to Wolsey's splendid new-built palace, York House, known afterwards by the name of Whitehall. Henry took the opportunity of borrowing this mansion of the cardinal, for affording better facilities for unobserved intercourse with Anne than his own royal abode at Westminster. The monarch liked York House so well that he never returned it either to its defrauded master or to the see of York. Before these arrangements were well completed, the king had the annoyance of learning that all he wrote in confidence to Anne Boleyn was publicly known in London soon after, which caused him to write this admonition to his incautious beauty. Darling, I heartily commend me to you, ascertaining you that I am a little perplexed with such things as your brother shall, on my part, declare unto you, to whom I pray you will give full credit, for it were too long to write. In my last letters I writ to you, that I trusted shortly to see you. This is better known in London than anything that is about me, whereof I not a little marvel, but lack of discreet handling must needs be the cause. No more to you at this time, but that I trust shortly our meeting shall not depend upon other men's light handling, but upon your own, written with the hand of him that longs to be yours. The reproof contained in this letter is gentle, considering the provocation, and shows how extremely Anne was indulged by her lover. It develops, likewise, a great weakness in her character, that of tattling and boasting to all around her of the arrangement the king was making at London to have access to her presence without ostensibly living under the same roof with her. End of section 10.